a little bit of delay for YouTube. Sometimes it shows up, sometimes it doesn't.
How many people we have live, Arif?
Well, we're just starting. So
Right.
for Monday we already had over 250 for the YouTube. So it's
Cool.
yeah, we're gonna have some stuff. I gotta always remember to turn down the volume on YouTube. So hey, I'm gonna say hello to everybody and look at the camera. I gotta look at the camera and I also go say hi. My name is Arif Mirza. I think 2 out of 3 days so far I actually did not introduce myself. So my name is Arif Mirza. I am the host. At some point, become in the near future Domain Podcast. And so we're here today doing day 4 of Domainer Week. I got a superstar lineup for you guys today. As you can see right now, I have Alex, Roman, and Jason, who we're going to talk to in a minute or so. Well, I'll probably do about 3 minutes worth of preamble, but they're doing the Outbounders. And then afterwards at 2:30 Eastern, we're going to have a bunch of domain legends. It's Ammar, Adam Strong, and domain Shane Cultra. So stay tuned for that. And later on after that, around 4 p.m. Eastern, we're going to have Michael Gilmour here from ParkLogic, and he's going to be talking about domain parking and a little bit of monetization. We're going to explore that a little bit as well. So full day, and after that, obviously, we're going to have open up the room to anybody who wants to come on to socialize. That's what the Domain Social is all about. So on that note, I'm just going to get a couple little things. If you go to domainerweek.com, so again, domainerweek.com, it takes you to a Google Sheet with one of my beautiful spreadsheets. Actually, while I talk, I will actually share the screen with that beautiful spreadsheet because I put a lot of love into that one. As you can see, the bottom part of this spreadsheet, it has the whole schedule. If you're in another time zone, go to the far right. You'll see all the different, well, not all the different, but many, I think I have 8 or 9 time zones there. So if you're in a different corner of the world, you'll see different time zones. At the top of the page, you'll see how to access. So again, I've set it up many different ways. You can actually join us on Zoom, which I would recommend being the best way to do it. However, to do that, you need to subscribe to the Domain Social ahead of time. Every day around between noon and 12:30, I will send out an email with the day's link. So you just click on that link, you hop on Zoom, and you'll get access to the chat and also Q&A. So if you have any questions for the panelists, the Zoom is the best way of doing it. I got some great guests coming up later on in the week as well, as you can see on the schedule. So if you want to join us live, it's by far the best way to do it. But again, you can also go to the YouTube channel. The video of the day will not show up until it starts. So if you come a little bit early, make sure we refresh the page, and the video will show up when I start it, which is usually maybe about 5 minutes before 1 p.m. Eastern. So that you can go directly to live.domainerweek.com with the magic of domains. I've set up that forward. But again, you can also go to youtube.com/c/DomainPodcast, and that will take you there as well. I got that name because that's going to be the future brand of all the projects I'll be doing. So that's that. Also, I just wanted to mention, this is all free. All these panelists have given countless amount of time and energy. I'm very, very grateful. The goal is to inform everybody, to grow the community, to have a good time. It's also to raise a little funds for charity. As you'll see in the middle block over there, there's 5 different charities that I've kind of targeted. So anything raised will go there. You can feel free to donate to them directly too, right? It's Water School. I'm going to be sending some to fight cancer. Depending on the funds I get, it'll be either Fred Hutchinson in the U.S. or the Canadian Cancer Society in Canada. Also, Third World Education, probably UNESCO, and also possibly EFK, because they're involved in the Domainer community, and they have it set up so that 100% of funds go to them. So I'm going to try and work a way of getting funds to them, even if they're in Europe. The ICA, which is a very important industry association for domain investors. They send Zach Muscovich to these ICANN meetings, and Camila also is in charge there. So both of them really do a lot of work along with the board to really fight for our interests. Currently, there's talk of changing the UDRP process, and they're kind of trying to make sure that the big trademark owners don't try to push too hard and impose all kinds of new rules and regulations that limit our ability to to acquire and sell domain names. So that's really important as well. And then finally, actually, I'm kind of happy to report a bit, well, sad and happy. Our friend, fellow domainer, Thomas Groh, he had very serious COVID-19. A few days ago, his doctor said, there wasn't much hope. But I just exchanged a couple of texts, and he's slowly getting better. So he's not out of the woods, but he's much better than he was 3 or 4 days ago. So that's what I'm happy to report. And you can, again, on this page here, you'll see there's a link directly to his GoFundMe. But if you donate to the this week, a portion will go to them. I'll divide it up between all of them. And I'll get into that more later because we're getting on 102. I didn't want to ramble on too much. So these, what else do I need to say? I think that's it. I wanted to give these guys all the time in the world, and I know they're going to talk their tons of energy. I'll talk more in between the two sessions, I guess. And on that note, I'll stop the share screen. I don't know what else I have to say, but again, I actually introduced myself today, so I'm 2 for 4, 50%. And here I have a real special panel, because I know a lot of people in the domain industry are a little bit shy to test out the outbound process, meaning they'll try and contact potential buyers for their sales. And I think if there's one word that does not describe these three individuals, it's shy, which is good for me because I know I'll have a very lively panel. I won't have to moderate so much. They're gonna jam this session full of great information for you all. So we have Alex Verdea, Roman Edmond, and Jason Eisler. And what I'm gonna do is I'm just gonna ask you guys to just introduce yourselves for a bit. Alex, you're in the top left corner. We don't know each other too well. You came very highly recommended from a few very reliable sources. So how about you just tell us a bit about yourself for a bit?
Hey, Riff, thanks for having me. Excited to be here today and talk sales, outbound, and domain names, of course. I'm Alex Verdea. I've been, first of all, I'm a sales guy, and I'm proud of it. So I think I'm a sales guy and then a domain name investor. So been in sales for a long time, had humble beginnings starting out my sales career working at a small Radio Shack. And I also sold automotive. I got into automotive sales and other things like that. And currently I'm focusing full time on digital assets / domain names. And I'm a full-time investor at this point and focused on building my portfolio. And I love sales, so I still do outbound. Maybe not daily like I used to when I started out. Started out with no money, so a lot of you guys that are tuning in, unless you have some serious money, I think the path to go is to start doing cold outreach and cold calls and cold email and outbound. So excited to be here today.
Right on. So you're going to tell us a bit more about that in a bit. On your right, at least on my screen, and I think on everybody's screen, is Roman Edmond. And actually, both Roman and Jason have been regular participants at the Domain Social. So I'm happy to invite you here as an expert, but also as a friend as well. A lot of us have gotten to know each other over the last year, and I really do appreciate everything you contribute to this industry, both on the socials and around in various other corners that I see you sharing some of your knowledge. So how about you just tell us a little about yourself today and and tell us how you got started with everything.
Yeah, thank you for those kind words, Arif. My name is Roman Edmond. I've been in the domain industry since 2012. I kind of specialize myself as being the process guy, My background is Six Sigma and business process reengineering. So I think that probably lends itself as an advantage on certain aspects in the domain ecosystem. I do a lot of consulting with businesses as well as personal development work. And I am pretty big in the fantasy sports arena as well. I'm happy to be here, happy to share. And thank you again, Arif.
Thanks so much, Roman. And Jason, that leaves you down at the bottom over there. our supercharged Energizer bunny, who often, I have to say, there's, the Domain Social, we usually start at 3 p.m. on Fridays. And then we kind of linger sometimes quite long, sometimes 7 o'clock. Actually, no, 7 o'clock never. Usually like 8, 9, 10 o'clock at night. And sometimes even later. And some of those after hours after we start recording, Jason has graced us with some of his he goes on a binge of just sharing awesome information of what he does. And I know we'll get a string of that again today. Jason, again, thanks for being here today, and thanks for the last year and change of sharing all your tools and tricks and knowledge with this industry. How about you, just for those who are new to our group, how about you just tell them a little bit about yourself and a little bit of your past and how you got to domains?
Sure. Hey, Arif, I really appreciate all the praises and kind words. My name is Jason Eisler, Domain Name Advisor. And at DNAdvisor, we work with small and medium-sized businesses and, of course, domain investors with helping them grow their online presence. And for investors, helping get their assets into the best possible businesses and brands' hands that will put them to their best possible use. And we do this by ensuring that our clients have 100% control of their traffic, brand, and audience. And you could find me almost everywhere. But my website at DNAdvisor.com or on LinkedIn with an easy and memorable shortcut at www.jason.linked.in. And I'm happy to be here with these two great gentlemen and ready to answer some questions.
Right on. So for those of you watching, again, we have the Q&A button right here where people can submit questions. I think what we'll probably do is these guys are such a wealth of knowledge, and I think many people out there, there's two main, I think, subsets of things they want to know is basically your strategies and how you get motivated and what you do sort of systematically. And I think also there might be we'll do a little bit of tools as well. I think probably maybe start with the first part because that's it's your energy, it's your vibe, it's what you guys do, what distinguishes yourself from other domain investors like myself who sit back and a little bit more passive. So many of us have part-time jobs or full-time jobs or whatever it is on the side, or I think many people are just too shy to pick up the phone, right? And I think we'll start there, and I'll just ask you guys, like, what would you recommend to people who have not started outbounding just yet? Like, how do they get started to be like you guys? You guys are really much the ideal of what people should do if they want to really propel their sales, their momentum. So how would you recommend they get started? And today's format is very simple. If none of you talk for a couple of seconds, I'll randomly point to you, but otherwise feel free to jump in and we'll go in a circle from there, So
let me jump in first because I know Alex, he really specializes with this whole outbounding engine. So he'll be like our anchor, I would say, Jason and Alex. First of all, I think what's important is for people to understand exactly what outbounding is. So I'll give a definition, at least my interpretation of what outbounding is. I think outbounding is prospecting your product or service to a potential customer, that you actually proactively reach out to them, which is the inverse of what most people do in respect to the domain space, where they wait for inquiries to come in, right? They either put it on a marketplace or, have their own, personal advertisement on their website, and then inquiries come in. So based on that, the idea is that if you're reaching out to someone that potentially did not have an interest, by definition, there's several things to come into factor. Number one, the response that you get may not be as positive as you think, because they weren't interested in it, or at least never thought about it in the first place. And then number two, if you do get engaged and have some conversation and you're moving towards a sale, the price or the amount that you think that you can sell the domain would be less than if it was inbound, right? So those are things that I think initially you need to kind of grapple with and understand. And then another thing I'd like to highlight is when you think about outbounding, everyone automatically thinks about getting on a phone call and speaking to a customer or prospective customer, if you will. For beginners, I think it's okay, and even advanced people, to use email, right? Communicate via email or social media outlets, or even something I've started doing, text. Text works as well. So it's not only making those phone calls and getting rejected, and rejection is good, right? I personally like someone to tell me, piss off, Roman, the fastest, as soon as, if it's the first call, that's cool. Because then I know I can move on. And it's truly a numbers game, right? It's truly a numbers game. So I don't take it personal. And I think sometimes that's the challenge with folks. Most people do not like rejection and don't know how to handle it, ever since you were small. And to me, I think a rejection is part of the process to get you one step closer to a sale. So I'll stop right there and let my other panelists talk a bit.
Good inspiration, Roman. Thank you. Alex, any fundamentals you like to share with people?
I agree with Roman on a lot of points there. And if the audience remember one thing about today's session is sales is a contact sport, as in you gotta be frequent, you gotta show up every day. And one of the most important things, in my opinion, is you got to be enthusiastic as hell. Like, if you have a bad email or a bad response or something negative or rejection, you should function through the day. You should tackle the next email and the next phone call just being just as enthusiastic as you were on the first phone call. So 1,000 phone calls later, 1,000 emails later during the day, you should be just as pumped, enthusiastic. With sales is a lot of people don't know what they're doing, and I used to be one of them. So it requires constant training. So even role playing, I would say. Role playing is important, as in, you got to know how to handle complaints and rejections. And a lot of times, people don't want to be rejected and turned down. So when somebody responds to me with a no, I get super excited, because on Outbound, possibly 90% of the time, you're not going to get a response. So if I get any sort of response, people get a no and they're like, oh no, they don't want to do business with me. When I get a no, I'm like, hey, the other person got my message. Hopefully they read it and they just throw out a no. It's just kind of like a knee-jerk reaction. The first no I get, I need at least 2-3 no's to just, to start taking you somewhat like, okay, well, we gotta work it out. We gotta figure out what the problem is here. Is it, if you're selling a product or a service, in my case, domain names, I'm like, is it a domain name? Is it bad timing? Is it the price? Is it me? Let's figure it out and work something out. So handling rejection, I think, is the number one thing that people struggle with. And you have to practice and even build scripts. If you do email marketing, you should have scripts built. You should know exactly how to handle different situations. So, and always be enthusiastic. I mean, that's number one thing. If you're gonna call me and you're gonna be like, hello, do you want to buy something? Do you want to buy my service? I'm like, you gotta be pumped up. Or even in the email, you gotta be pumped up, and you got to be sold on your product or on your service before you get on a call or before you send the email. A lot of new investors, what I see happening is they're kind of like desperate, and there's a fine line between sales and spamming people and all that. So you just have to have a process, follow a process, and you have to know how to handle rejections and overcome rejections and get to the finish line and close the deals. So.
All right, thanks for that. Yeah, that's a good little baseline. Yeah, it's always, I'd have to say that, I mean, even for myself, I haven't really tried outbounding much, but I think it's probably because it's that intimidation, right? It's probably when you get a couple of well, probably more than a couple hundred, let's say, attempts out there, maybe you start to figure out where the direction is, and it's not personal, whatever it is. Jason, how about you just you share us a little bit of the basics and fundamentals that you have established over your experienced outbounding lifetime there.
Yeah, so I was taking notes as Roman and Alex were speaking, and I think they both are spot on. I think also, for the sake of our conversation, we're coming on a little strong and intimidating. And I think for everyone who's listening, I want to take a different approach. While everything that they said is correct, so let's start with a couple things Roman said. Like, it's a numbers game, which he's 100% correct. However, in my own perspective, I want to make certain things clear. I mean, it's not a numbers game, meaning, spray and pray, like spamming everyone, just generating a list of 200 people, getting like a box and checking off every time you make a call. I think what both of the gentlemen mean by numbers game, and I think it's really important to note that it meaning you always need to be filling top of the funnel, right? So you always need to be filling and putting the right prospective buyers into your funnel and into your systems and processes. This way, you don't come across as desperate, needy. And I think as someone who does a lot of outbound, I've spent a lot of time analyzing what it is that I'm doing and trying to figure out a way of how I could maybe shift the scales or change the leverage, right? Because when you do get an inbound offer, like Roman was mentioning, when you do outbound, maybe you can't command as high as a price. So while I agree with that, I spent a lot of time trying to reverse engineer about how we could regain leverage in the negotiation, even if you are doing outbound. So I think the number one way I found is by having multiple potential buyers. And this way you're not coming at a scarcity point of view where I have this name, yes, you would be the perfect buyer, but if you don't buy it, let me go down on price, or like, let's have a conversation, and not coming from that vantage point, trying to be a little more stronger in your positioning, being like, well, it's okay. We're just beginning to market this asset. However you want to word it, but just, let them know that they need you as much as you need them, I think is an important thing. And that brings me to Roman's second point, which is how you're marketing these assets, right? So yeah, it could be intimidating to get started. It could be intimidating to get a lot of no's or rejection. So I think if anyone is curious about how to do outbound, I would say begin marketing where you're comfortable, right? If you're naturally comfortable on the phone, start on the phone. I mean, if you're, and I don't mean this in a bad way, but if you're more comfortable hiding behind your computer, which a lot of people, even on the receiving end of outbound marketing, would rather deal with negotiations over the computer as opposed to the phone or via text. People are busy, people are doing a lot of things. So I would say stay in your wheelhouse. There are a lot of ways that you can get your message across, and start off with what you're comfortable And then as time goes on and the conversation progresses, see who your potential client is comfortable, and, you know, always give them that option. If like you start by email, say, hey, listen, like, you know, if you rather jump on the phone or, you know, a Zoom, whatever you're comfortable with, make it as easy as possible, create as less friction. One is always key to sales success, but two, it could escalate in a good way, closing a deal. So I would say market how you're comfortable. And Alex made a couple great points too. Like, listen, he loves getting a no. I love getting a no too, right? I mean, as long as we're getting feedback, right? I want to put my clients into like 2, maybe 3 potential columns, right? Like people that don't respond, people that say no. I love no almost as much as a yes, because, you know, either I could discount them as a potential end user, which I did in the beginning, or I could push a little further and just ask why they're not interested. Because listen, I want to learn why they're not interested, which will help me as a domain investor and someone who's doing outbound with my insights about how to better maybe target my list and create that target list. So if I could get, you know, a no, one, I want to know why, but two, I could also push a little bit and saying, okay, well, listen, you're in this market, you know, you are an expert in your field. I reached out to you for a reason. I appreciate the fact that you're saying no, but do you happen to know anybody else that might be interested in this? And use that as an opportunity for a referral. Everybody likes to help other people, and people that say no are more likely to help you because they feel bad about saying no to you. So at the very least, they'll say no, piss off, but you could bother my friend John if you do ask for it. So I think it's just about respectfully accepting their no, but also realizing that you're doing your job too, right? And for you to best do your job, you respect the fact that they're not interested, but maybe you could take it one more question further. And, you know, you could test with, you know, saying no and asking for referrals and what that wording language looks like. And that just brings me back to like the last point Alex made, which was, you know, 90% of the time you're doing outreach, you know, you're not getting any response. You're not getting any feedback. So that's why I'm saying a no is almost as good as a yes, because at least now you're engaged. So as someone who's spending a lot of time building a list, doing outreach, not getting feedback, utilize the feedback you do get, whether that is a yes or no, to the best you can. So that's where I would take it from there.
All right. It's funny. For all the time I've known you, at least when it comes to sales, I didn't actually know you even understood the word no, but you know, you're always on the ball on the retorts and on the counters and whatever it is. It's like you don't even have time to process that word no sometimes, I feel. But it's interesting actually you use that word funnel. I guess that will, you know, lead me to the next question of maybe starting at the very basics in that of basically what kind of domains do you three recommend putting into that funnel? Like I'm quite certain that, you know, you wouldn't really take any random domain name to put in there. Do you guys have any advice on what sort of domains would get better results or you know, get you more sales in the long term? Alex, I see you unmuted yourself, so you can go first.
Yeah. So if you're starting out as a domain investor, and you know, a lot of the audience, they're just you know, they have full-time jobs, they kind of want to do maybe a side gig and dip their toes into domains. I mean, my strategy, if I was to start all over again, my strategy would be something like, you know, for outbound, you're gonna need some sort of the best outbound names, and the best chances of selling outbound names would be geographical type names in the service industry. And when I say the service industry, I'm talking about, you know, back in the day, I used to sell like names like which I sold too cheap on outbound. like Orlando Charter Bus or AustinConstruction.com or San Diego Heating and Plumbing.com or so yes, you cannot sell names on an opposite spectrum would be like brandable names or names that are made up. Those type of names, they're not going to have any search volume or any stats, no cost per click, no search volume, nothing like that. So your prospect list would be maybe 1 or 0 in most cases. So to answer your question, are there any better names for outbound than other names? Geographical type names, also exact match domain names. Companies that do let's see, one of my latest sales was outbound. Let's see here. I'll give you guys an example really quick. So let's see, let me bring my list. Something like Becker's Roofing, like a roofing name, or construction name, painting, fencing, just those type of keywords, the service industry type of names. I find that you can outbound them and make a quick, $200 to up to $1,000, something like that, and you can flip them the same day. Those type of names are basically in high demand too. A lot of people will, and business owners, small businesses right now are switching to you got to be online. We have the coronavirus and all this crazy stuff going on. You have to have a website. Even the small business, even the place at the corner, the heating and cooling business, they need a domain name and they need to build a website to get an online presence and digital marketing and stuff like that to survive nowadays. So I focus on outbound on geo names, exact match domain names, and any kind of other names. I basically have a separate portfolio for long-term investments, and I just wait for inbound offers on those other kind of names, including brandables and stuff like that. But you gotta have a process in outbound, and you gotta be, you gotta commit. You're gonna figure it out and improve it as you go along your process. If you're gonna do cold email marketing, that's one form of outbound. You gotta commit to doing it, and I would do it every day. I'd be like, I'm gonna do this an hour a day, and I might contact at least 100 people a day. And I don't care if you sell toilet paper or domain names. If you're gonna reach out to 100 people a day, you're not gonna starve. You're gonna produce some sales. And if you improve your process, you're gonna get better and better at doing so.
So I guess choosing the right domains kind of like it fits in that process, I guess, because someone's just you're wasting your time on. Roman, do you kind of agree with those types of domain names? Those ones you focus on as well, or is there any other type that you dip your toes into, I guess I would say?
No, I mean, definitely what Alex was referring to makes sense. I have more of an expansive list a little bit. Number one, I deal with first and last names. Okay. So, that seems to be helpful. Roman Edmond or, something like that. I also deal with what I call a shortener, where there's a company that already exists. Maybe let's say Roman Edmond Photography or Vermont Housing, home and cleaning. And then I have, let's say, VermontHome.com. I find that being an easy sell in that regard. The geo-targeting piece makes sense. One of the things I do specialize in is more than just in general geo-targeting, local geo-targeting. And then specifically, like if I live in Virginia and I live in a specific county, I may try to drill down and find, let's say, a county plus a profession. So let's say Fairfax attorney, or Fairfax Law. And because you're in that area, it makes it easier for you to have more people that you can reach out, having the connections. You can actually physically go to the store, which I've done before, or the restaurant, or the business, which I've done before, or you can do more networking. So I would just add those additional ones to the list.
Right on. Yeah. I think the shorteners is actually probably a good one, because a lot of people, when they start getting online as a business, they want to be as descriptive as possible. And sometimes the result of that is like these businesses with like 25 character, 30 character domain names. And I guess those are your probably your prime targets, I'm guessing. Jason, do you share the same sort of domains that you outbound, or do you have any other anything else he's like to specialize in?
Yeah, no. So I think the main takeaway is I agree with both of them. I think especially if you're getting started, I mean, a lot of geo plus keyword is really easy to get started. Like if I were to give any advice to anyone tomorrow, I would say if you want to try outbounding, geo keyword is where I would start. I mean, it makes sense on both sides, right? It's easy to build your list if you're Detroit plumbing or Detroit plumber. Like, what do you do first, right? As a domain investor, and obviously you would contact all the plumbers in Detroit. And on the flip side, I think it comes down to also believing in what you're selling, right? So like Alex was saying, you have to be enthusiastic as hell. And I think the easiest way to be enthusiastic as hell is actually believing in what you're selling. One, you're a domain investor. Okay, so you already got that nailed down. But two, who wouldn't benefit in Detroit as a plumbing company from you reaching out? Listen, they may already have their brand, they may already have their domain. That's all well and good. But I don't think it would be underappreciated or looked down or frowned upon if you're reaching out with value, right? Like, this is a value add. You're really trying to help this business grow. And by owning this asset and getting it into their hands that are going to put it to use is a real value add. So I think that's how helping and believing in what you're selling, right? So I think geo keywords and exact match are definitely great routes to go. That's a big part of my portfolio and a big part of my business model. Over the last year, I have divested in some of the quote unquote brandable space, but again, those aren't names I could outbound, and I wouldn't know how. For me, I have to have a plan to move forward and approach and to do my outbound marketing in whatever form that looks like, whether that's email, automation, text automation, cold calling, faxing, even responding on the company's website contact form, or on their social media platform. Some of them may not even have a website, but it makes sense. And the name I'm reaching out makes sense. So if I do get a no, listen, if you're a plumber in Detroit and they say no, I'm sure they may know one or two people that might also be interested. These guys are involved in industries where they go to industry-related conferences. They're in the same geo. So referrals are super easy to get and beneficial. And I mean, if you want to play that game, you could say, we're marketing this asset. If you're not interested, we'll go to, a competitor or a colleague, however you want to play it. So I think it's a really strong area. And I think you could test a lot of different strategies outbounding those names too. So I'm glad they brought that up.
Yeah, good. Put your plungers up for Detroit, as the song goes. Not quite.
I love this city.
Yeah. So I guess, yeah. I mean, as somebody who observes you guys, I see that you guys, obviously you picked the right domains. Obviously I was just asking the question, but I see you guys because you know, what you guys do is awesome. You guys put in tons of hard work, but I think what people need to realize is that, well, I don't know what your side gigs are, but I think most of you are not magicians, right? And you're smart about what you have to choose, and you know, obviously, I think on both sides, when it's the domain is kind of, as Jason kind of put it, like more obvious, like a geo and a industry. Well, again, it's obvious to you, so you can find your prospects easier. But also, I guess it's also obvious to the, as you said, it's obvious to the buyer, or more obvious to the buyer, and therefore, like, you're not trying to get to them with some abstract, made up brandable domain where it's like they just don't get it. But if you know, as you said, Detroit plumber, if you're a plumber in Detroit and you don't want DetroitPlumber.com, it's because you don't understand the internet, right? And yeah, so you select, and that's good. You guys do that.
Well, I want to add one other thing, because listen, it's easy for us to say they don't understand the internet, but so I think as any domain investor who's watching or listening to this, I think doing outbound makes you a better name picker and domain name investor, because you're talking to the potential buyers, right? So listen, I could have a niche, I could have a specific geo, but if every single plumber in Detroit, is telling me that they don't see value in that, or they already, whatever their objection or smokescreen is, one, maybe it's my fault that I couldn't overcome it. But two, if you don't want to do outbound, like, what are you learning from that? There's something to be learned in general. So maybe that's just ignorance is bliss, or maybe your keyword is wrong, but your geo is right. Maybe your geo is right, but your keyword's wrong. Maybe you're not searching in a high enough or big enough population geo. I mean, you need to start digging down and like reverse engineering the name that you chose. How many other names do you have like that in your portfolio that may be worthless? And then if they are worthless, I'm hesitant to say that, is maybe then that's a good time to try to outbound that name and see if you're getting the same response in all of those. So start trying to, become a better domain picker and a domain investor by really listening to the feedback that you are getting from your outbound marketing.
Yeah, I've noticed, actually, just tipping a step back, and just domain investors in general, whether inbound or outbounding, I find that, if people have that experience in sales or in having a few businesses or marketing, just having that understanding of the customer, the end user mentality, helps you get in the mindset of what kind of a brand would help me propel forward. And that's very true of you guys, but I think with all domain investors, whether inbound or outbound. Here, actually, I kind of have a little question. A few questions. I'm getting questions by email too. If you guys see me looking to the side, it's not because I'm ignoring. I'm trying to get to some questions that are coming in through the many various methods here, whether it be Clubhouse messaging or the email or the Q&A here. But here, one great question by Chuck is, so what do you see as the trade-offs between outbounding and inbounding, and what would you say to those who consider outbounding a waste of time? You guys want to take up that one?
I'll go first. So trade-offs between outbounding and getting inbound offers. Well, here's a reality that sooner or later, as a domain investor, everybody will face. If you're starting out and you have, 50 names, 100 names, chances of you selling one of those names, it might take a year to just sell one name out of 100, which is about 1% sell-through rate. So at this point, again, if you don't have a lot of money, yeah, you have 100 names, you have a liability. Everything is a liability. It's not an asset till it's sold. That's when you convert it to an asset. You have 100 liabilities. One might sell on inbound. So you're gonna have to do something. So the answer to that something is you're gonna have to pick up the phone and dial, or you're gonna have to send a cold email and reach out to somebody. Because unless you're just cool with just inbound offers and maybe selling one domain, every 6 months and a year, that's a different story. But you got to produce some cash flow. Otherwise, you're going to lose motivation, and you're basically going to give it up. And I've been there before, where didn't have so many inbound sales, and I'm like, okay, I got to do something, or I got a key on this domain investing deal. And I'm talking this, more than a decade ago. I was in college, starving college student. I'm like, I got to get good at sales, and I got to figure this out. And the answer for me was outbound sales. And it's been more than a decade at this point, and I've done more than 1,000 inbound and outbound deals total. But I need that in humble beginnings. You're gonna need that cash flow to keep buying better names and building up your portfolio. So you gotta learn sales, and you gotta do some outbound. And if you own any kind of business, sales is a cure-all. You need cash flow, you need sales. So Jason might say, well, I'm a business owner, but really he's a sales guy. Same thing with Roman. I'm like, we're all above all, we're all sales guys. Otherwise, there's business is about money. You don't produce cash flow. Same with domain investing. If you only have 100 names, 200 names, if you only have two deals, inbound deals a year, the bottom end is going to come out. You're going to get discouraged. You're going to give it up, basically.
Yeah. I'm mostly I'm exclusively inbound,
right.
But I find even what you're saying holds true in that, that momentum gives you, well, when I get a string of sales, it gives me confidence, and somehow or another that translates into more sales, right? It's just one of those things, momentum. I don't know, Roman, I was asking the difference between inbound and outbound, but if you want to get into the motivation and all that kind of stuff too, I'll let you answer either question. Because I think it's important, what to have that motivation of where you get it from. And I know so many people who really look up to all three of you and many others in the industry who do outbound because of the fear of picking up that first phone, right? That first phone call is like probably the best, or typing that first email. What are they going to say? Are they going to reply? It's it's intimidating, I think, to those who don't do it. Maybe you guys have done it thousands and thousands of times, so maybe take it for granted. I'm not sure, or maybe not. Maybe every time it's like you gotta focus and get your energy in the right place. I'll let you answer either question, Roman. Either the difference between inbounding and outbounding, or the emotional part. Let you say a couple words.
If I recall I think the second part of that question was outbound worth it, or does it make sense, or something, and the answer is absolute yes. I did like what Alex was saying. One thing people need to realize in sales, that's a life thing, right? You sell yourself all the time, right? When I used to, be in the real world and have to go to apply and go to interviews, I had to sell myself, right? You have to sell yourself, and you do get rejected and you don't get those offers. And, to be successful, that's the mindset, is that you have to find your product or your service. And sometimes the product may be you, and you just need to keep plugging away. For me, fortunately/unfortunately, when I started in 2012, I ran into domain names and I started buying them. And I wasn't aware of GoDaddy Marketplace or Sea-Doo or the other places where I would be able to publish my digital assets. So it came to, me sitting down and saying, I guess I have to figure out a way to sell it. And then that's kind of what started the momentum of figuring out a process of how I would identify the correct domains, and then identify how I can find a list of prospective buyers, and then a mechanism of how to contact them, and then eventually have a conversation, and then close the deal, and then providing them the asset in a overall great customer experience. And so it started working, and I started tweaking and adjusting and making it, I guess, a little bit more streamlined. And then to me, I figured, hey, I know domains in general is a great asset, a great product to sell. So how can I leverage it? And so last year, during the COVID experience, I think it was last year, yeah, 2020, I realized people were going to be locked inside, and then more businesses would need to spur out based on that. And I started amassing as many domains as possible. And my vision was that I was going to get X amount of domains, and then I would go sell like the next year as many as I can to break even. That was my goal, right? And so I created a structure to do that. And so towards the end of last year and the beginning of this year, I sold 100 domains within 6 months, right? It was hard work. And as Jason mentioned, you have to create that funnel, right? You have to create that funnel, that engine. If you stop feeding the funnel, things start getting disarray. But like, I had particular rules in mind, right? So I would purchase domains, the ones that I wanted to sell, which I recall in my mind, they were just assets. I had no emotional ties to them. I would buy them from up to $100, and then my sweet, price point would be anywhere between $400 and $1,500. And once I actually had contact with someone, if they would say interested how much, I was going to sell it. I almost have like 100% sell-through rate at that point. As long as they say yes, I know I have the flexibility. And that's kind of what I decided to do. And then I got to a point where I was able to even make more money than the break-even point. And now I have amassed a large portfolio that is now just positive moving forward. So I'm telling you, Outbound does work. Hopefully that was helpful.
Pretty sure it was. You guys are so motivating. Jason, any thoughts on that a little bit, or?
Yeah, I want to add. I mean, listen, they already said almost everything that needed to be said, and I agree with everything that they did say. I want to take it one step further, right? I think the question was, what's the difference between doing outbound or doing inbound, right?
Yeah,
there is no such thing as doing inbound. You're not doing anything. Yeah. Okay, you're being passive, and I don't mean that in a bad way. I'm not trying to poo-poo anyone. Listen, that's just not doing anything. And then there's different levels of being active, right, and proactive, really. Doing inbound is just replying to inbound offers. That's great. You could do that with outbound too. I just think that it feeds into the momentum category that Roman said before. And I mean, momentum is really powerful. Momentum is one of the most powerful things in life. And now a lot of people are talking about all these coaches with professional athletes, and they're calling it flow, right? Being in flow state. Having a good sale, whether it's inbound, outbound, is extremely powerful. And, there's an old sales saying that says, when's the best time to sell a domain name, or when's the best time to make a sale? It's right after you made one. Yeah. Because you have the confidence, you're riding on that cloud nine. So I think, listen, in the beginning, we're all talking about creating systems, streamlining your systems, because we've been doing this for years, but it is intimidating to get that first email. It is intimidating to sit down and say, I am going to try something different. I want to be proactive in my life to make a positive change. And whether you want to do that by helping yourself sell the assets you've already invested in is one thing, but I think it spreads to a lot of aspects in life. Listen, before you do anything, it's scary and intimidating. I mean, and I say this all the time, I'm not joking, but there really ain't nothing to it but to do it. And if you're not doing it, you're not moving forward. You're not progressing as a domain investor. You're not progressing as a person. I think it takes getting uncomfortable and uncomfortable in your own skin and challenging yourself in order to move forward as a person and as a professional.
Yeah, you know, it's funny you make that comparison with inbound and outbound because, I mean, as you guys know, I'm basically only inbound. I just never really devoted the time to outbounding. I think, you know, obviously there's often times when you get inbounding. Just to answer the question in general, you know, you'll tend to get more prices because the person coming in contact you wants the domain, right? So for me, you know, it's nowhere near as challenging as it is for you guys. Well, maybe it's equal because of your skills, but you know, in theory, you know, inbounding for an average person is probably easier because that person's coming in and you could command maybe a slightly higher price, or sometimes maybe even more. But you know, do want to say why I love listening to you guys is because even with inbound sales, we really can learn from your techniques, right? Because the moment inbound somebody contacts you, it's still a sales negotiation, right? You have the harder extra part of finding a buyer who might be interested, but from that point going forward, it's a sales negotiation, right? And that's where I love learning from you guys, from all the other stuff. I mean, I think I'm okay with it. I do pretty well. My close rate's pretty good for inbound stuff. And it's funny because, you know, I had a recent sale in the well, let's say very extremely mid 4-figure range, you know, well, let's say 5K. And, you know, it was a negotiation. It wasn't one of these buy it nows. It was a negotiation. And it was, you know, he went for the little price and I tried to bring him up. And so it ended up selling for 5K, but it was through negotiations. He started quite significantly lower. And I realized afterwards, I went to go look at my sheet, and as you all know, most of my domains are not, well, a good chunk of my domains are priced, but that one was. And the number I had set for that one was $2,000, right? So I understand what you guys are saying. Like you can really, you know, expand on that, get energy into it, and try to really, you know, get as much as you can. I got a question here that actually I think I can divide into two parts, with the first part being my own. So I'm going to say, like, you know, once we've talked about getting figuring out what domain to get or what domains are optimal. But then I'm curious is that once you have that domain, you know, what are your first steps going past that point? You know, where do you go? You have that domain, or I'm sure you have a long list of domains, but you take one, you go, okay, this one, I think it's a good prospect. What do you do at that point? Roman, I don't think you've gone first in a little while. I saw you shaking your head. I'll let you, unless somebody else wants to jump in.
Sure. So a couple of things. I'd like to take a step back a little bit. You know, I do a lot of personal development work, and I always try to relate and equate things to that. So the way that question of inbounding, outbounding works, the way I look at it as if you work at a job and you just do a good job, to me, that's just inbounding, right? Where, you know, down the road, at some point, your boss is going to recognize your talents and give you a promotion. Where you have someone else that does the extra work, right? That does the presentation, that raises their hands and answer questions, that solve problems. That person is being more proactive. And then that person ends up typically furthering their profession in getting promotions and exposure to the company. And so I really think it's vital sometimes not to just wait for opportunity to come to you, but you need to actually kickstart it, you know? And so that's just, you know, I just wanted to reach out and talk about that before I move forward. So to your question, once I have a domain name that, you know, I think makes sense, and I decide at that point to move forward, I try to find two things I call it the W rule, 2 U's, right? I want to identify the actual use case for that domain. Like truly, if I do speak to a prospective person, what is the use case? What am I going to explain to them of why it makes sense for them to purchase it? And then number 2 is I need the user. I need to find the prospective users. So, you know, it could be either it's a great keyword, it's a shortener, whatever that story is. Once I have that taken care of, now I have to identify the laundry list of consumers or prospective buyers, right? And so we can talk about different ways of how to amass that list, but you definitely need, in my perspective, a number of companies or individuals that you can prospect to. And that would be I guess, the starting point once I do decide that I want to move forward.
Thanks on that. Jason, Alex, when you get that name, what's the next step? Similar, I'm guessing, or?
Hey, Arif. We're talking about outbound names right now, correct?
Correct, yeah.
Outbound name, we pick one out of our portfolio. Well, first of all, I like to hand register domain names. So as a matter of fact, I do my research even before I registered. So I kind of reverse engineer to a point where, okay, I look at listed names, and you know, I'm a cheap guy. I like to pay $8.99 for a .com, and I build the prospect list, and I build my prospect list before I buy the name. A lot of times, but I also own a lot of names that in my portfolio, and I operate in cycles. So I'll go back to the question. So I either pick a name out of my portfolio and I start building a prospect list, or I build my prospect list and just hand register a specific name. So that would be the first step in outbound. The second step in outbound is the actually doing the outbound. So, you know, if you do email marketing, cold email marketing, I like to personalize the emails as much as I can. The first email, very brief and short. I don't give stats. I don't go into details. Just kind of a short and sweet first email. You know, I like to use people's first names and personalize the email as much as I can. I don't use a Gmail account. I don't use a Yahoo.com account. I think somebody was asking here in the Q&A. I recommend staying away from those. You want to look professional. You know, you want to have a signature. You want to have maybe a LinkedIn link in your signature and your phone number, and you don't want to spam people. You don't just want to blast, you know, hundreds and hundreds of emails and spray and pray like Jason was mentioning earlier, because that really doesn't work today, and you're just gonna get blocked by spam filters. So first step, build a prospect list. Second step, try to personalize the first email. Try to use people's first names. Maybe my top 10 prospects. I'll do a little bit of research. Might look them up on LinkedIn, kind of see their background, what they're into, stuff like that. And then it's sending the email one by one, you know, personalized email. I don't use any automated software or anything crazy like that, which, I'm sorry guys, it's time consuming. It takes time. It's very time consuming. You gotta, my opinion is that personal touch, sending one email at a time, and I think it's important. So that'd be step number 2. And step number 3 is, obviously I expect some sort of response. Now, unfortunately, most of the time, 90% of the time, you're gonna get nothing back. Okay, you know, you're gonna get no response. You might get a how much, or you might get a not interested, or you might just get a no. Usually I get excited when I get any kind of response. Following step number 2 is which I think it's probably the most important part of outbound, is the follow-up. I mean, I'm the guy, follow-up is a little bit of some people will agree with me and some people will disagree with me. Follow-up is a little bit of a gray area. Well, how much follow-up is too much follow-up, right? And I don't think there's a right or wrong answer to that. I say I'm going to follow up till the process is complete, till I get the deal done. But that's just me.
Yeah.
That's how I attack sales. That's how I do sales. But you obviously want to honor unsubscribes, and you want to be professional, right? So if somebody says, "Hey, take me off the list," I'm going to take them off the list. Now, I might call them 3 days from now and follow up with a phone call, but I will take them off the email list.
Email them again, yeah.
Exactly. Right.
Technicalities there.
I'm that guy. So this takes a lot of I call it building a backbone, and you got to build some thick skin, because you're gonna get a lot of negative responses, and that's part of it. So don't take nothing personal. Just keep moving on, follow your process, and always remember you're servicing the customer. If the prospect doesn't buy from me, it's my fault. I assume full responsibility for that. It's not their fault, because I believe in my product or service, and I'm sold on my product or service. So I'm going to push my products and services and help my customer and the prospect. So you have to have this mindset that no matter what, stay positive, stay enthusiastic. And I'm going to add to that, be relentless. Just follow up, and you got to follow up professionally in a professional manner. Be persistent and insistent. Let me say this. Give you guys an example. Like, let's take Starbucks. Starbucks is not the best, coffee. Some will argue that Starbucks is not the best coffee on the planet, but it's at every street corner, and they advertise it all the time, everywhere. They're the most persistent. So some people will argue that, Starbucks is the best coffee because they're everywhere. They push and press and advertise and market. So as a domain investor, you kind of got to think like Starbucks. You kind of got to push and press and handle objections and figure out, what's the holdup? Is it the price? Is it the domain name? Is it me? I actually had people like, "Alex, I don't like your style." I'm like, "No problem." So I had somebody else on my team contact them. Okay. Well, all right, let's follow up the next day.
I thought you were gonna say they don't like your style. Okay, I'm gonna change my shirt, or I'm gonna change my tie, and then call back again. Jason, actually, Alex, you actually got into the second part of it, so Jason, I'll kind of give you both parts of it, and then Roman, I'll get to you for the second part. But so the first part, obviously, like how do you get started when you have that name, and then the second part of it was basically once you have a conversation started, what do you do to keep it progressing until you close it? So I guess, Jason, you can kind of spray that from start to finish at any point you want. And then Roman, I'll get to you for the second part there.
Yeah, I think Alex, I like Alex, I do a very similar thing. I think my brain just works in that. I guess maybe it's just after you're doing outbound for a certain amount of time, or just after having these conversations, you start thinking in a certain way. And my brain works the same way. I reverse engineer things, and that's how I approach things. So I think Alex hit it spot on there. I don't, however, build out a prospect list until I do own the name. I have built them out in the past before. However, I think you just start thinking, listen, if I'm going to buy this name, who would most value from or benefit from owning this? And then your brain starts going down that rabbit hole, and that helps you do your due diligence on a name, right? Whether that's just Googling it, seeing how many companies, maybe going on LinkedIn, maybe especially LinkedIn Sales Navigator and we can maybe discuss some tools that, we use or we may not use and why, because I love Sales Navigator because you could divide between accounts and leads. And I might also do a more in-depth search where, I'm putting that name within quotes and seeing the exact amount of companies that are using that only in their name. So I think it helps you as an investor realize who you're going to be targeting before you even click, empty cart or check out in your cart. Remind me of the second part of the question again, because I did want to say something.
Well, it's just what do you do to keep going forward to get to the closing? Yeah. Or
so I think the best thing you could do, and someone asked it in the chat, is, as someone who's reaching out, whether or not I can successfully make a sale list, and that's my first goal, right? I want to sell this name. But if I can't sell this name, I want to learn why I'm not selling it. So I'm asking them, why is the price too high? Why are you not interested? I think it comes down to being a real person and having a real conversation, right? I think a lot of people think of outbounding or sales as really intimidating and this scary thing, right? Because they're placing themselves behind this computer or on this end of the phone. But what if you were I treat my outbound approach as if I was at a conference in a convention center, walking around to different people's booths and handing out my business card, or more importantly, getting their business card. It's a conversation. Hey, what do you do? Oh, you do that? Are you going to just end the conversation after you ask, what do you do? You gotta open up the conversation a little bit. Have them ask you questions just as well as, I think, being a good listener is a part of being a good salesman. So I think instead of trying to pitch, yes, it's important to market your asset, but at the end of the day, you're going to hear a lot of smoke screen objections. And I think no, in my world, is just another smoke screen. No what? People respond to me no all the time. No, we're not interested. And to me, that doesn't make sense. How could you not be interested in this name? Because I highly curated my list. I know you should want it. And if they tell me no, that doesn't make sense to me. So what do you mean no? And it could just be that simple. And lately I've been testing oh no, why is that? Question mark. What do you mean no? That doesn't make sense.
That's the Jason I know. Yeah. Yeah, no, but you're so true, right? What else do you have to lose, right? They're gonna answer that question and they're gonna realize that you're probably right just by you asking that question.
And it's progressive, right? You don't want to be, listen, I could be very confrontational. I could be very sometimes overwhelming, but you need to take a step back before you can take a step forward, right? You can't say no and then send them an email with all the CPC and search volume. That doesn't make any sense, right? If they don't care about any of that, just hear what they say when they mean no. No, we already own 100 domains. No, we don't understand the value of domain names. No, we don't like your email address or your smile. How can you move forward if you don't know what they're really saying no to?
Yeah, good point. Yeah. Roman, any thoughts on propelling the conversation towards a...
I don't know. Alex and Jason are just spitting fire, so I'm just sitting there. They're talking about fourth, fifth level type deals, right? Of thinking. When I reach out to these prospective clients, I'm thinking like churn and burn. I'm not there to, explain or try to get into their heads. And so that's why, for me, it's particularly important to have the numbers where I'm saying a litany of prospective clients per domains, right? If you have 5 or 10 potential people that you can reach out to, you need to think about how you want to approach them differently than if you have 10,000 or 5,000. And so to me, I'm like, hey, I'll just, reach out to them. And I believe in the power of 7, meaning you need at least 7 touches in order to move forward. I'm telling you, the majority of my sales haven't been on the first, haven't been on the second, haven't been on the third contact. It runs to 5, 6, 7. And at that point, then I could say that you as a, salesperson has done your job and you can move forward. But if you don't reach out in 7 different ways, you have work to do, right? And additionally, one of the things that I realize is with outbounding, they're not wanting your product offhand. So you have to be judicious about their time. So I try to think out things of what they would ask or what they would need and try to craft my email or my conversations to that. So I don't want to be too wordy, but at the same time, I want to provide specific information that I can think that they would need. Additionally, I would like to legitimize myself. So I would, put my LinkedIn information there, maybe my Twitter, maybe a link to my website or any articles about me in my signature area. I would also provide my personal phone number and all the additional information, because you want to create that level of calmness and trust, right? Someone's reaching out to you and wanting you to purchase something. You want to level set that as best as you can in order to move forward. Because I think sometimes folks are like, oh, this is another salesperson and this is a scam. And if you can kind of at least, put that to bed, then you have more of an opportunity to move forward. So I do think that, once you start getting to that sales cycle, you always have to keep the end user in mind. And you want to make things as easy and seamless and friction-free as possible. I think that's essential. I think Jason mentioned having like low friction, and that's I believe in that, right? And as we pursue and pursue down the line of this whole process, and when the transaction is coming to a close, there are certain elements that I use to kind of keep that friction level down, right? Because I think it's definitely important. You don't want to have a prospective buyer get off of that sales cycle early because you didn't do the proper things to keep him or her on it.
Yeah. Thanks. You guys are so motivating. We're already getting closer to the end, but we haven't even scratched the surface. I think I've gotten so many great replies. People are I think, if it's okay with you guys, I'm going to let you guys back in, but we're not going to finish this yet. I have a little bit of leeway if it's okay with you guys. What I'm going to do is some people ask questions in the Q&A. I'm going to try and just read those out quickly and then try and get back to you guys with a couple of, trying to get as many people's questions as possible. Do some of the shorter ones, we'll have some quick. So here we have one question in the Q&A. It was, 2 of you answered it, and it was funny the way you guys kind of have very similar replies. He goes, what tips can you give in relation to the actual phone calls besides enthusiasm? And Alex said, have scripts ready, know how to handle different scenarios like no, not interested, too much money, I have to think about it, etc. Learn how to overcome objections and complaints. Jason also said scripts. You can't measure your progress if you're just winging it. What can be measured? What can be improved? What can be scaled? Those are really important things. What else do we have? I ask you guys also, if you just have regular comments, please try not to use a Q&A. I'm trying to get all through all this stuff as quick as possible. And if you have any comments directly to the panelists, you can put them in the chat or reach out to them personally afterwards. Is there a template? So here we have. Is there a template or structure that is available to the investor that starts with how to respond to someone very absurd? How to respond to someone's very absurd low price? They want your domain name. That they want your domain name for, like if they want a really low price. And Alex said, I'm sorry, I'm going too fast here. We have really not run out of time. Alex says, I never ask for an offer. I always give out a price if they qualify. So in capital if. I can explain this a lot more live. We'll try to do that. Jason says, yes. Ask them a simple question, open up the conversation. Why do they feel that way? Why do they feel? Jason actually many times on social, he goes, if somebody lowballs you, if somebody asks him, somebody lowballs you, he'll reply, well, why do you feel it's only worth that? And he starts the conversation that way. I know he's very good that way. We have another question. Does it make big difference sending out emails from at Yahoo or other free email accounts rather than at your own domain? I sent out outbound offers from at Yahoo. Doesn't seem to be working at all. I think they cover that a bit, but yeah, Alex says you need a custom domain for outbound, and you need to warm up. You need to warm up your email. I wanted to get into tools today. Looks like we're still in the motivation and all the other tactics. We maybe have a couple minutes for that, but we'll see. So you need to warm up the email before your outreach. And here, Jason says you don't need it, but it will look more professional. There's nothing wrong with getting started on your professional Gmail or Yahoo.
Personal
on your personal. Thank you. But I would think as you progress, you would want to appear more professional, and it helps build your brand. And I couldn't agree with more.
Can I jump in about that?
Oh.
I know Alex and Jason may be bullish about the whole professional type deal. I have a different way that I think about that, right? So depending on the domain that I have, if I'm reaching out to an individual or maybe a small or medium-sized business, it's different. When I reach out to a small and medium-sized business, I want to look as professional as possible to let them know that I deal with digital assets and I have this digital asset that I'm thinking about selling it to you that may add, benefit to you, right? And I think that makes sense. Typically, when I try to reach out to an individual, like for example, if I'm selling a first and last name, I don't want to give, in my opinion, the appearance of a professional person, a professional company, because I think they look at it as like, oh yeah, he's going to try to, extort me for X, Y, and Z. And I typically in the past have had negative feedback from that. So I typically would then just reach out with my Gmail and say, hey, let's say I ran into this domain name. Obviously, it's your first and last name or what have you. It makes perfect sense. I'm just trying to close the deal. Give me something. Give me an offer that makes sense. And then that usually triggers a conversation because they're like, okay, this guy's not looking for $3,000 for it. And then they'll be like, well, I can give you $750. And at least that has worked out for me. And so I wanted just to share that with the panel as well as the audience. I'm done speaking.
Yeah, Roman, great point. So that's why I kind of commented the way I did also, you don't need a professional email. I think down the road, it'll serve you well, and that should be your approach. But I think what you said, my takeaway was strategy, right? You have a strategy and a way of thinking behind what you're doing. So like I was mentioning before, listen, if you want to get started outbounding, your personal email is warmed up. Roman takes a certain strategic approach with his outbound. And I think, we're getting a high level here, but on that note, you will, and I have tested, you will inbound an inbox better with your personal Gmail email or personal Yahoo. However, with that being said, it does also matter what their email client is. So if you're sending out from a Gmail or Outlook, and they're using one or the other, Outlook doesn't seem to inbox as well as Gmail. Also, Yahoo doesn't seem to inbox as well as Gmail because it's a little more outdated. Yahoo and Outlook are just more outdated. When you're using Roman's approach and reaching out to an individual, individuals don't typically use Outlook. Big companies typically use Outlook and have for years. So I think just being strategic in your approach, there's a lot to say for that, but there should be nothing that prevents you from getting started if you're motivated to start doing some outreach. Use what you have. And then build from there. Start after you make your first sale. Get your email set up. Worry about it then. That would be my advice.
All right. We also have, my mic's on good. We also have another one. Is it okay to send email to multiple potential buyers using BCC, in brackets, hidden emails, to different email addresses and companies? Alex says, bad idea. Send one by one. And personalize emails as much as possible. And just says, yeah, he agrees with that. Here's another question I'll throw at you guys. Really technical one.
Hold on, I want to just mention one last thing on that. So, I think you should just never do that. One, if you are going to try to test something, why would you use a BCC? You may want to try a CC, right? I mean, and not that I'm suggesting this route, but to the question, maybe even on your last outreach, but or on your first, I don't think you should do this. But to answer the question, I would prefer to CC, all the Detroit plumbers, letting them know, maybe I'm reaching out to 15 people. You can see all your competition on this email attached. So, first come, first serve, who wants it? I don't think you would want to hide that. And I think I would take that approach, but I'm not suggesting you should do either. But I'm just saying I would go with that mentality.
All right. Here we have another quick question before I let you guys wrap up. Here, I generally use my domain name alone as the email subject line. Any feedback about that? Would you use a different title for your email, or would you just leave the domain name?
I'll go first on this. The best thing to do is you're gonna have to test out different subject lines, because as you use the same one over and over again, you're basically gonna end up in a spam folder. So if I might use something like, the prospect's first name, I'd be like, Jason, comma, quick question for you. That might be a subject line that I might use. On a different campaign, I might use the actual domain name in the subject line. So the thing with subject lines is, if somebody tries to sell you, there's the perfect subject line or the perfect script or anything like that, that person is trying to sell you something, because you always have to test, and spam filters and Gmail and Yahoo and all the providers always evolve. So you always have to tweak and modify and adapt. The right word, I'd say it's adapt your subject line. So it's not one size fits all. And you gotta do it, and you gotta test, and you gotta see what works, and you gotta see what doesn't work. The best thing to do, I always say, when in doubt, make it personalize as much as you can. So same thing with subject lines, and same thing with the script or the body of an email. If you're using a script, which I'm kind of against, try to personalize it. Try to use the person's first name. Try to use their company name. That you get the best chances of landing into their inbox and for them to read it. You don't just want to say hello and then whatever your pitch is, thank you, and your signature. That's kind of spammy. So,
yeah,
I agree totally with what Alex mentioned.
Yeah, I agree too. I mean, Alex hit the nail on the head. I would take it also one step further. So, I use the domain name and the subject line all the time, but I think the real question I would ask back is, what email are you sending? Is this your first email? Is this your 12th email? I mean, you can't just send out 12 emails and repeat the same subject line like Alex was saying. I think what's really important is, one, your person talking to a person, right? And just keep in mind that this tool is just an extension. It's just what it is. It's just a tool. Email is just a bot that, it was meant to communicate with someone you already know. So your inbox rate should be kind of equal technically to your outbox rate, right? It wasn't meant to send mass emails to strangers and have them ignored, right? You would send an email to your grandmother, you would send an email to your coworker, they would respond. So keep that in mind when you are composing your email campaigns, or even doing it manually, following up. You are a person talking to a person, and it gets progressive, right? It's almost like you're telling a story as you reach out each time, and your subject lines should not be misleading. right? Like Alex said, he's going to ask you a question, and in his email, he's asking him, what's up, what's going on, or did you get this last email, or why have we been out of touch, or I know the world's a crazy place, but I think you need to keep in mind that you are a person just trying to speak to a person, and this is the tool or medium that you're using. So keep that in mind.
You're a person trying to reach the other person just to connect the domain name, right? I think that's probably a great way to kind of wrap things up. We got about 3 minutes left. A couple of panelists on the next one said they're going to be right on time, so I'll give you each a couple of minutes just to tell us a little bit more about where we could find you, what you're up to, anything like that. I guess Roman, you look like you're ready to talk. Yeah, well, actually, you know what? That's not true. You're all, I'm sure, always ready to talk. I'm really gracious you guys could all be here today. I'll let you just say a few final words, and anything else you want to pitch, go for it, Roman.
Yeah, again, thanks for having me on board here. I'm just doing a whole host of things behind the scenes. I'll keep you guys aware of things. Fantasy sports, the season's coming, so I'm kind of really geared up for that. I think I'm a speaker at NamesCon next month, I believe. So look out for me there as well.
Right on. Alex, I know you have a book. You want to mention the book of a name?
So thank you all for tuning in today. And you can find me on Twitter. I'm pretty active. I recently wrote a book called The Domain Investing Playbook. You can get it on Gumroad. I don't like to promote their link, so you can go to domaininvestingplaybook.com or domaininvestingplaybook.com, and that's a redirect. You can get the book and kind of learn how I started, what my process is for being a domain investor, and also where I'm going. So I answer, I think, a lot of questions, and we can go on and on and on for hours here.
Yeah.
I'm super passionate about sales. I'm super passionate about domains. I can talk to midnight.
I think my big failure today was thinking that I could contain you guys within an hour and 15 minutes. We're already an hour and a half, so yeah.
The last thing I wanted to add is this, guys. Sales, and we didn't touch on this, but a lot of people have this stigma about salespeople and salesmen and sales in general, and they think that we're trying to trick people. In our case, as domain investors, if we do outbound, they think we're spamming people and all this other stuff. So I'm here to tell you that don't be discouraged. Sales is about servicing people and helping people. So you gotta, if you want to start outbound or a business or anything in sales, just know this, that it's your job, duty, and responsibility to service your prospects. And in return, that's your compensation. But first and most importantly, you're servicing people. So have integrity. We don't need be sales is about integrity. Don't lie, don't cheat, don't deceit. One thing that we didn't touch on is always be transparent in sales. It's going to get you far. I get messages on Twitter from people, and they're like, I told my prospect that I got multiple offers pending, and ask them to increase their offers when they actually don't have another offer for that name or stuff like that. So always put integrity first. Don't make stuff up. You don't have to lie, and you don't have to cheat or deceive somebody to make a deal happen. So there's a better way. Be transparent, be upfront, be enthusiastic, always assume responsibility. It's always the sales guy responsibility if the deal doesn't close. You're servicing your prospect. It's not their fault if they don't buy from you. It's your fault. And if your prospect doesn't buy from you, you're not doing your job, because they're going to buy from somebody else. So let's have fun. shoot me any questions or messages. Find me on Twitter at AlexVerda. And thank you for this opportunity. Thanks.
Thank you, Alex. Jason, last but not least, we'll call you all equals of this amazing sort of panel today. Can you just tell us a little bit what you're up to and where people can find you?
Yeah, well, first of all, RF, I just want to say thank you for putting this together. Thank you for having me on. It was really, really awesome. It was a pleasure getting to know you, Alex. I think we're all very similar on this panel. Roman, it's always good seeing you. It's always good speaking with you. And you guys, if you have any questions for me, you could pretty much find me anywhere. I try to be everywhere. You could Google me if that's the only thing you could do. You could also visit my website, jason@DNAdvisor.com. Or I try to keep a lot of my business and outreach on LinkedIn these days. I'm not super active on Twitter. You can find me everywhere. Like I said, I am there. And the short and easiest way and most memorable way is just visit www.jasonlinked.in. And I look forward to answering any questions and being on more panels with these awesome gentlemen. And Ara, thanks for the opportunity again today.
Hey man, it's my pleasure. And again, I'm sorry to everybody who sent. There's tons of questions left. I'm gonna have so many people upset, but I also had a lot of positive comments. And I think for sure, if you guys are willing, I'm definitely willing to get you guys together for a round two. I mean, that's a little bit why I wanted to evolve a little bit. We'll still be doing some socials and stuff like that, but as you know, right back here for Domain Podcast. After I might take a couple of weeks off of all this of all this craziness, but once that's done, I plan on having more panels and exactly ones like this. I think the feedback I've gotten from you guys just live, my emails and all these other things, and in the chat are super positive for the rest of the week earlier on as well. I do really want to thank you guys for your time. I'm going to thank you in advance for your future time as well when we do this again. So thanks a lot, guys. I'm going to let you guys get back to the audience. If you guys want to stay around for the next one, I'll just do that now and bring up the other guys in.
Thanks, Rick.
Hey, my pleasure. Really thanks to all of you guys for this. I think a lot of people really learned quite a bit today. I did too, and it's motivating seeing you guys. It really is, especially here, but also on the socials. You guys really, you motivate not just myself, but a lot of other people. And again, even if I'm only inbounding, taking inbounds, it's still, a big part of inbounding is still, elevating the sales and stuff like that. So I'm just going to slowly bring on the new guys here. Here we go. Still waiting for Shane to pop up. He's said he'll be right here. So for next panel, we have I don't even have to name everybody. Hey, Adam. Yeah, we have Adam Strong. We have Ammar, Kubba, and Domain Shane, who will be joining us shortly. Unless there's a couple people with names in the chat that I don't recognize that are just numbers. So if that's you, Shane, let me know. Otherwise, I did just send him a link. But so it does take a second to just say, for those of you who are watching, you can join us next time. Go to, here, you can use the new link, DomainPodcast.com. That forwards to the Domain Social website where you can subscribe. And basically that old Domain Social mailing list will be transferred to the new one. So all these panels I do in the future, you'll be able to join us. Those of you who are watching on YouTube, you already know that you can watch on YouTube. But for those listening on Clubhouse, there's actually quite a few right now. If you want to watch live, you can subscribe again at thedomainsocial.com. But if you want to watch today, you go to the YouTube channel. So I set it up again, Magic of Domains live. .domainaweek.com, and it takes you right to the YouTube channel where you can watch live. You can watch day 1, 2, and 3 as well. So Shane here popped up.
Yeah, I was there. I must have followed the wrong link. So I watched the previous one.
I sent you both, yeah, just in case. I think you were 8472 or
Yeah, that's my handle. I really like that one. It's my favorite.
Okay, that's your numbers like that, I guess. So I mean, I feel a little bit silly here, introducing you guys. I just call it Domain Legends, but I mean, you guys are for me beyond that, because I started, I've had domains for 20 years, but I made the step to investing almost exactly 5 years ago. And when I did that, I made the very smart decision of listening and re-listening to a podcast called Domain Sherpa. Who was at the time was Michael Seiger, who also originally started the he called them Quarantine Socials, but Domain Socials was the same thing before he handed over to me in July of last year. So at that time, I mean, you guys were kind of regulars there. So I mean, I always joke and I say, I have my little dog who's right next to me here. We walk a lot, and I've listened to probably upwards of probably 1,000 hours maybe of Sherpa, maybe even more than that. Like, I mean, there are weeks when I can walk my little guy, 15, 20 hours a week.
So 2 shows basically?
I've probably listened to all your shows at least 3 times.
1,000 hours is just a couple shows lately.
Yeah, I've listened to all your shows. So you guys are really, to me, mentors to me. And I know I speak for many domain investors in the community, especially those who started around the same time frame as I did, that you guys are a real, here we'll use the thought thing in Ammar's background, thought leaders in this business. And I really, before even starting, I want to thank you all for not just being here, but again, for everything you've done for this community, at least in the last 5 years. I know further back than that, obviously, but for myself, the last 5 years, whether it be, talking to conferences, talking on the podcast, just sharing your information, all that stuff is super appreciated. And so today is just a round table. I want everybody to know that, this is kind of like part of my dream team here. And I didn't really want to set up too many questions and answers. I just wanted to have a fun conversation about domains and stuff like that. That said, though, I will still, for those who are very brand spanking new, and there's a lot of people on Clubhouse who are very new to the community, I'll let you each just say a little bit about yourselves, maybe how you got into domains, and then we'll take it from there. Shane, you're unmuted, so I guess you get to go first.
I'm Shane Cultra. I am a nurseryman by trade. I grow plants for a living. And so how I started doing this was I registered plant names because I thought the internet might take some of our business. So I registered some names, and a guy offered me money for boxwood.com that had nothing to do with boxwoods. And that kind of opened up my eyes. I started with, and you guys that were here before, there was Reese Berg's website in the very beginning about 4letter.coms. It was really similar to stock trading, and that got me very interested in the market as well. What was the name? Ammar or Adam, do you remember the name? 4letter Noob. Do you remember that website? No. Yeah. It was they pretty much just had 4letter.coms and what each one was valued, what it sold for, and it was pure data, just rolled every day. So it was really just like stock trading. But since then, what don't I do? There's not much that I'm not into. If it's on the internet and you can buy and sell it, that's pretty much what I do. I'm like Adam. eBay kind of started me in that realm too in 1997, is buying and selling things. And I have DSAD.com as a site where we put up a daily list of domains at auction in the aftermarket. And I'm on Domain Sherpa, and I run and grow plants. That's pretty much my life.
Right on. Yeah, nothing new to me. I know all of that. Followed you very, very diligently for the last 5 years. But I'm glad other people get to learn a little bit. Adam, I guess you maybe a little bit about yourself and how you got into the world of domains.
Sure. Are you hearing me okay? Because I got AirPods in that just aren't working. So
I hear you fine.
You sound fine.
Can you hear us?
Cool. Yeah, I could hear you. I'm hearing you through the speaker on the computer. So these are kind of.
Yeah. So I started in domains maybe 20 some years ago, probably about the same time Ammar was getting into it. Bought and sold domains actually early on, probably on eBay actually. But from there, I started Domain Name News, which was a blog kind of a little bit similar to Domain Name Wire or DN Journal. Shut that down. Just it got to be too much of a hassle and focused on building my portfolio. I can't remember the whole history of things. I built domain agents. I bought and sold NameBio. And my current company is Evergreen.com, and we focus on premium one-word domain names. And we do a lot of buyer side acquisitions for corporate clients, startups, people that have high net worth usually. So.
Yeah. No, it's hard to keep track of all the parts of this industry that you've had your fingers in. It's my accountants feel the same way. So I'm trying to simmer that down a little bit, and I think that's part of the DNA of a domainer. And I think, there's a certain topic that's a distraction lately, but that just seems to be just kind of what's in a domainer's DNA, right? We're not going to talk about that other topic. Actually, and you know what? That's actually the all those little things that you're up to. That was probably the number one reason why I let you guys all introduce yourselves, because I was sure to get at least one of them wrong. I knew Evergreen for sure, but the other ones were like, what's going on? But
and I don't know. Maybe that's not in our nature, but I think maybe product people or people that are just kind of into maybe bettering what they're doing or enhancing the ecosystem that they participate in. NameBio was a perfect example of something that was already in the industry that was kind of something a tool that people use, like go back to Shane's example, the 4L thing. Those tools are a necessity for the industry to kind of mature itself. And when NameBio kind of started to fall apart and disappear, I bought it to resurrect it because I thought it was a valuable part of this industry. And I think they kind of seem like distractions, but and maybe not necessarily. I got too many things going on at the same time, but they all kind of relate back to enhancing my knowledge to better my portfolio. So, and I always try to make sure that I have somebody to help me to run those things, because I can't run multiple things. So that's been a key for me, is partnering with good people. So.
Yeah, well, information certainly is power in this industry, right? And I think also when you're putting together things like that, it helps you structure things and understand, what you need to know. Ammar.
Speaking of tools.
No. Nice fuzzy hammer, maybe. I don't know, whatever. But yeah, no. Thanks for being here today as well. How about you just give everybody a little background on yourself and
sure. Yeah. Sure. Real quick. I started back in right after law school so late 90s, early 2000s. I got in by helping a domainer. I was his attorney, learned about the business, then leveraged that into one of the early parking programs, Traffic Z. And then from there, we acquired domain tools. Again, speaking of tools, I've always been very, very interested in data and had a really, really big vision for that. Didn't quite come to fruition, but we tried. So we acquired domain tools, then we launched Aftermarket, and we launched Agreed. But for the most part, I'd say in the last, close to 10 years, I've been mostly just building my portfolio. And so that's kind of what I've been up to lately. Still doing that. Unfortunately, I'm addicted to names, and that other thing that Adam and Shane are not allowed to talk about has become very interesting to me, but I haven't gotten in quite yet. So, but I do think it's kind of nifty, and I'm thinking about it. I actually, I think it's going to end the way I get back into that, or get into that space, will probably be something that kind of combines that space with the domain space, which is, I think, where it's going to all end up going. So that's it.
That's,
and
yeah, that's
here we
actually
are.
pretty interesting. But I don't mind a little monkeying around.
Yeah.
If that's what we're talking about, right? It's kind of unavoidable when you go on Twitter or when you go into Clubhouse domain rooms. That's pretty much all they talk about. But yeah, no. But as you're mentioning with getting all these domains, like how whereabouts are you right now? Are you still growing your portfolio? Are you still buying? Are you just whatever you see you try to avoid but you can't avoid? Or
Yeah, for me, I'd say like I don't think a day goes by that I don't buy one name, but I mean for sure, not a week goes by that I'm not buying names. But I think I'm probably getting a name on average a day, maybe more. There's just so many opportunities out there, and like I said, I'm addicted. My problem is I wish I was more like Saiger, because his 20 domain portfolio is a lot easier to manage than mine. And and Adam, I know, has an even bigger portfolio than I do, and I think Shane probably as well. So just talking about portfolio size, Adam, let's not get excited. So we lost you on audio, Adam.
Yeah, you knew the punchline was coming there, didn't you?
Yeah. But yeah, so I'm still buying a lot, right? Although I've also sold more in the last 12 months than probably I've ever sold before too. So I kind of feel like there is more liquidity. Maybe I've gotten a little more reasonable on my pricing, but I don't think so. I think I'm still, unreasonable, but that's okay.
I think you probably stayed the same, and there's a lot more money out there is probably really what's happening.
Yeah.
Not worth quite as much as it was.
Right. So
reasonable is a relative thing. Reasonable 2020 is no longer reasonable 2021, or vice versa.
Right. Yeah, I think everybody has a different business model, right? So the question is, are you trying to use these funds to live off of, or are you just trying to, extract maximum value? And the two are not, they're mutually exclusive. If you're really just trying, I think, if you're trying to extract maximum value, then, unless you have, a really big portfolio, you're probably not going to be able to live purely just on that. Oh, I mean, I think because you have to adjust, right? If you need money, then you're going to adjust your prices. But if you're like Rick Schwartz and you're just extracting maximum value, your sales are going to be few and far between, but they'll be tremendous. And I think I'm somewhere in between those two.
Yeah, it's especially important when you're starting out that you realize what your goals are. I know for myself a few years ago, as some of you know, I went through, I had a business partner and we had a big deal and somebody died, and so the deal got fluttered away, and I was tight for a bit, but thanks to domains, that's one of the things that pulled me out slowly but surely. But exactly that, like I couldn't reinvest everything back into the business, and it's important that people realize that it takes time to get momentum, but when you get that momentum, it's fun. I could say the last couple of years I've been really enjoying this business. Shane, a lot due to you, because when I started off, I read your blog religiously, until one point I started my own. I can mention now because I've stopped it for a while, but DSAD for me when I started was a really fun source of information for the lists, but also just for your regular banter, which I really enjoyed as well. So I will say hello to your family out there and to everybody else's family, and actually to my mom too, who's probably watching as well. So I just want to thank you for that. Thank you.
I mean, it's a diary. It's a 12-year diary, and that's the funny thing is I'll meet somebody and they know my daughter's name, they know my dog's name, they know everything about me. And I forget that that's because I put everything about me right out there. And that's just who I am. I enjoy it. I don't mind it at all. It's really therapy for me writing it out. Half of it doesn't make sense. I can't even remember sometimes what I wrote that night before because I'm so tired when I write it. But, and I'll just kind of add to what you said there. We're all very similar people. I mean, Adam literally lives 90 miles from me. And when I met him and we talked about how we got in, I mean, we're different personalities, but we're the same person. eBay comes along, we're buying stuff at garage sales and we're flipping it and we're trying to make extra money. We find domains, it serves another purpose. And you can really fill in that hash, that line with whatever the product is, and we're probably going to do it. Now we found domains and we're good at domains and we've got a nice foot in the ground there. You probably could have given us almost anything that we enjoyed and we would do the same thing as far as buying and selling it. It just happens to be domains, and we just happen to get it at a good time and be good and successful. But you really could have put anything in there. And so this new thing that we're talking about, we don't have to talk about where it's going, why it's important or why, but the reality is it does the same thing. You're buying stuff at a certain price and selling it for more, and it fits perfectly into what we do for a living and what we enjoy doing. I'm fortunate that I have a great job. I have a great business. I don't need the money, so it makes life a lot easier. And I tell everybody that's where they should be. You know, keep your day job for a while, do all this stuff on the side, make it bonus money, make it Tesla money, as we joke around. Don't put that pressure quite yet on your family. Now there will become a point, hopefully, that you'll make enough money that you can make those choices, but it's up and down. And, you know, you're looking at two of the most successful people in the entire industry sitting below us. It's great, and it's great to be, but the reality is you're going to be closer to me and maybe even less than me in reality now. It's a lot tougher. Things are more expensive. So, but we're very similar people. It's great to talk. And the reason that our conferences are so nice is we're really dealing with people that have the same interests in us, and in some cases the same skill sets. And it's really, that's what I've enjoyed about it more than anything. The money's nice, but just the people totally get where you're coming from.
Yeah, no, I mean, that's one thing for the last year or so with the socials. It was, well, even when Mike started, I started connecting with people, and it's a lot of fun. I've still not been to an in-person conference, but I'm really, really looking forward to that. I mean, meeting all you guys and everybody from the socials and all the other groups. It's a fun group of really interesting people. I think domain investors make for interesting people. You know, to be successful in this industry, I think you need to have both sides of the brain that kind of working pretty, you know, in tuned. And I think that makes for people who have both those sides working in some sort of tandem, at least, make for really interesting people. So, you know, I'm really grateful to this industry for, you know, I'm making sales, but also just for, you know, creating a new network of friends that I just can't wait for this pandemic to be over and go meet wherever it may be, you know, the next conference that's safe and secure, you know. But
well, and this group below is totally different than the panel you had before. You could see a lot of sell side focus on that and learning how to make the sale and the importance of this and that. These two below me, that's not their market at all. They're not going out there and hustling the sale at all. I can't even see Adam. I mean, I know he'll go and get a name for somebody, but I can't see him working the email. I would die laughing if he was sending out emails.
Just wait. So the other day I was with my oldest son, and he was responsible for doing some service hours for his soccer team. And it was at a garage sale. All right. So I was just like combing through the garage sale, walking around, and I found something and I flipped it on eBay. Quarter. Sold it for $90. So don't say that I won't do stuff like that still. If I see
no, I'm not saying you won't still do that, but I can't see you out sending out emails.
Yeah, you're not going to do outbound. You're not
doing a lot of outbound. Yeah.
No, I'm not doing outbound. And you know what? Like, you can't. That's a part of the game that's like has never been my strong suit. So you know, like if I found a reason, you know, in my portfolio, there are domains, you know, when you get to a certain quantity, you got domains that just are sitting there doing nothing. For example, I got an offer just recently on Puerto Rico Villa. You know, if I give Puerto Rico Villa to one of those guys, they're probably, if they're listening right now, feel free to call me, whatever. But I guarantee one of those guys could outbound that name. That's not a hard one to find, you know, how many villas are in Puerto Rico and just bang out a bunch of emails. So yeah, I'm not going to take the time to do that. I have an offer. It's low 4 figures. It's quicker for me to just say yes to that low 4-figure offer and move it out the door. So yeah, I mean, there's people I'd rather partner with those people, you know, and work with that. But at this point, you know, again, I'm a little bit inundated with other projects. So, but Yeah, I mean, I think that kind of stuff is, there's nothing against that. I love the hustle. I mad respect for those guys.
It's just a different,
so yeah,
it's just a different side of the
different.
hustle.
Yeah, it's a part of the ecosystem though. It's all, it's all part of that.
It's a different side of the hustle. I think what we're good at is, like I've always said, I think you have to put your time and your resources and your efforts where they're going to yield the highest return, right? And I think we're probably better on the buy side than we are on the sell side. Like, right. I can sell for sure, but that doesn't mean that that's the best use of my time or effort, right? I think you're doing selling anyway without having to do outbound. When somebody's contacting you and you're negotiating, that's sales,
right?
So, but our time, or my time for sure, and I'm pretty sure yours and Shane's also, is better spent on identifying opportunity. Right.
Definitely. I think, that part of that goes to knowing yourself and knowing what you're good at, and knowing, you and I have talked about partnerships. And, I think the funny thing between you and I is like, we see each other in the things that we see similarities in each other, and we would probably be terrible partners because we were both, the same. You know what I mean? You never partner with somebody that's identical to you, right? Like, you want somebody that complements you rather than mirrors you. So,
right. You do not complete me, Adam. I do like you.
Not.
Oh.
Yes.
I was hoping to establish a love connection right here.
That's so sad. That's so sad. So we didn't call each other. We both wore black today, right?
Right.
So, but no, I think there's a book I read about, like, kind of, it's there was a chapter, and I can't remember the book, but it was about, like, it used the analogy of surfers and how in a competition, how does one surfer win the competition over the others? And it was about identifying the wave before it even breaks. And I think with us, with the experience that we have, the opportunities, I mean, super big props to the guys that got into the NFT stuff that we're not supposed to talk about, but I think that's about identifying that wave before it breaks. And, domains is the same thing. You could start to see little trends. I know we were going to get to a specific category of domains. I don't know if this is a good segue into that, but I think, the more experience you get riding the waves, and whether that's doing outbounds or doing, registering new TLDs or whatever it is, you start to see those waves in what you do and identify those opportunities. And I think that's just something that we've all gotten good at, and that's just kind of part of what we do. So,
well, I think another thing that's really cool is, this is big props to Shane, is not being afraid to try new things, right? Like, Shane, and what I love about Shane is he just puts it out there. And, I love his Ford trade, right? For instance, I was like following that and reading about that, and but just whatever it is, like, Shane will go out and he'll just try new things. And that is one of the things, the principles I live by, is that you have to not be afraid to fail, right? If you're not failing, you're not going to succeed. Yeah. And or at least not consistently. You might get lucky once, maybe twice, but you have to fail a lot in order to be successful. And I'm not saying, Shane, you're failing at anything. I'm just saying that you're not afraid to fail.
I've had to pivot a little bit on those things. Yeah.
No, yeah, you're not afraid.
And again, we're fortunate enough that when we find something that we believe, and these aren't uneducated risks and tries. I mean, I think everybody here is super intelligent in what they do. Are we off the beaten path of normal assets? Absolutely. But we are off in domains. Again, when we talk NFTs, I think it's so silly that people telling me that it's stupid when we sat here 15 years ago talking about domains, and our fellow friends told us it was a stupid asset to be investing in, that why would you put that amount of money in words on a computer? So I just laugh because I've heard this in so many areas. I was there when options first started at the Board of Trade back in the late 80s, early 90s, and people thought that was the stupidest thing ever. It's not even a stock. It's just a piece of paper that represents a stock. How could anybody do that? So I'm old, I've seen this happen many times. In some cases, they're right. And eventually, even a broken clock's going to be right twice. So if everybody wants to yell top on everything that we do, or they're probably going to be right at some point. But along the way, we're all fortunate enough that we have enough extra money to put some skin in these new ideas and thoughts. And we only have to hit a couple of them to really make serious money. And we've done well in domains, NFTs.
I should have listened to both of you guys. Adam was telling me about NBA Top Shot way before the apes started blowing up, right?
There's a big dinner coming for Adam because he's the one who started it all for me too. Now, I didn't believe in Top Shots because of numbers. Every time a new pack and everything, the numbers kept getting bigger and bigger. And we faced it in TLDs and domains where, okay, now this one comes out and this one comes out and this one comes out. And how does it affect the original one? And I felt that it kind of got diluted. Whereas some of the NFTs I've gotten, and I said this on a podcast that'll be coming out, like a Bored Ape that's 10,000 sounds like a lot, but a Top Shots drop, that's only 5 people. That's 5 cards of 10,000. So it is a numbers game and it's still a lot of math involved. So it's, but again, we're all intelligent here and it's our money to lose. And I enjoy having intelligent people from the domaining world tell me their thoughts, good or bad. And do I strike back at some of the people that tell me I'm stupid? I'm not stupid. I may be making a bad decision, but I'm by no means am I stupid. And I know economics and math. And I also know that we've all learned there's a lot of money to be made in riding these waves. Like the Chinese, there was a lot of money made during that period. You can say all you want and that was terrible, but man, my portfolio looked a lot better when that was all said and done.
Well, and I think Shane, you're not saying that. I think you're acknowledging that this is a wave. You're acknowledging it's numbers. It's based on, stats and based on facts. And so, this is the thing that I think is a problem, is some people who are really into the NFT space are talking about it. And I think the way they're talking about it is more self-serving and less transparent, not like the way you're doing it. Right. I think there's a lot of people. I think there's a lot of insider trading happening to inflate numbers. I think there's just a lot of weirdness happening.
It didn't happen at all in domains, though, did it?
Yeah, I was gonna say. So
no.
So it's perfect. Like remember right. When there used to be fake sales. I mean, I loved it when a numeric new TLD would come out and people would agree to buy an inflated price, so it seemed like that's the new value. So This has happened in eternity.
So right. So all I'm saying though is we should be transparent about it, right? And people should be going in with eyes wide open, right? And that's all. But also,
that's the beauty of the blockchain. Now, yes, you can hide things, but it is much harder to hide things when there is a trail. If you can imagine that every domain sale, we said where the money came from, what wallet, who it sold from, and who it sold to, and that's out there for history, man, that would be great data. I'd love to see everything Adam bought or sold on the blockchain, how he paid, how much money he had in his wallet when he did it.
Yeah, but you don't know that it's me. You don't know, there's no.
Oh, you can figure it out because you say one word public.
But Shane, most people aren't, I don't want to say not smart enough, but most people aren't going to do their homework and do their diligence to the extent that you would, right? And that's where I think a lot of people are going to get hurt. Just like a lot of people got hurt in GTLDs and in the new Gs.
That's still going on in the domain space, though. I mean, people aren't doing their homework, and I think that's part of what Sherpa provided and other things in the space. Shane's blog, everybody that writes and produces content in this space provides that level of education I've been thinking about jumping into the NFT realm, specifically kind of like restarting what I did in domain space and jumping in and building tools and building content to feed that space. And because I think there's content out there, but it's all Twitter. I don't think that there's the level that we had in domains for a while. So there's an opportunity. I just see that I'm just taking history and repeating it. But I think I don't know. I just think that this is always kind of the case in anything new, is that there's this level of this gap.
What about what Seiger's doing, where he's putting his domains on OpenSea, which I think is really, really cool. It's a really cool concept, and I can see some variation of that actually working, some kind of iteration of that. Maybe not exactly the way he's doing it, but there's some. I feel like there's something there.
Yeah, it's weird that the if you look at domains domains is the OG NFT kind of thing, you know, like it's this digital asset that people use every day. It has superior utility than a monkey. You know,
depends
that's exactly the point.
monkey.
Yeah, because I was going to say, like, you know, the difference between NFTs and their current state, and they're evolving, right? That whole blockchain technology is evolving, and it'll evolve into some incredible things that we can't even imagine today. But the difference is that, you know, today domains have a function now and a utility, as you said. But the problem is that the majority of them actually don't, right? It's just that when I buy domains, I ask myself, I don't go for the glitz, the glamour, what people are saying.
But they have potential utility. Utility.
But that's what I'm saying. Is like I go for the ones that I see somebody using, right? Exactly that actually has a utility to somebody that I know it exists today. So I'm not always right. I could get some domains that might not sell. You know, my sell-through rate is not astronomical, but with my multiples that I get, because I get the domains at low enough prices, I do very well in this business, right? The last couple of years have been good for me, you know. So that's what I don't get is the difference between something that's just a collectible, and don't get me wrong, collectibles, when there's a limited supply, like let's say baseball cards and comic books back in the 80s before they started to get overproduced, great investment, you know. My mom, when I used to buy comic books, she goes, "Well, how do you buy so many snacks?" I go, "Mom, it's an investment, right?" And all these years later, she's watching, I was right, Mom, and she admits that, you know. It's like my comics were worth something, but you know, and the NFTs now, the original ones, I think they will have value because they will have that collectible nature of being the first ones.
So that's the utility.
Right?
The utility is the asset, is the store of value, right?
Yeah.
And I think Shane has done a good job talking about this, where he's saying that in the future, right, some of these can be used for marketing. You can actually rent them out in a sense, or metaverses are being, or the metaverse is going to be built, and you'll be able to use these NFTs in the metaverse, right? So there is utility in a lot of them. I think the issue is the ones that are just being purely, it seems like, created as a pump and dump, just as a money grab, right? And that's the part that I think is the problem.
But and I'll bring it back to domains. There will always be the iconic in the first. So .com is a terrible ending. It's not that descriptive. It doesn't do anything. It's not any better. There's much better descriptive names in the TLDs that describe exactly what your company does. But because it was first and because it was accepted, it's the king. That's just going to be the same with NFTs. There's going to be some projects that are considered CryptoPunks, Bored Apes, Fidenzas. I can name 5 things that in 10 years of everything that's out there will probably be one of the most valuable, because it has become iconic and it has become a flex for a person that when they get some sort of wealth, that's what they want. That's what you're always searching for. Is it going to come and go what they want? Absolutely. But there's always going to be something iconic in a new technology, and it'll have some value. I can't tell you what that is. So we're fortunate enough to be part of that. And does that mean there's going to be something that in the future that you can find? But it's no different than TLDs. Which new TLD turned out to be the best? We're still searching for that. And that's what they're going to be. Yeah, but is that a new TLD? That was a country code that happened to take off.
No, I'm kidding.
I'm
saying the .io has outperformed any of the new TLDs.
100%. Yeah. And so it's just different, but it's the same. It really is. It's, if we're searching for utility in so many things in life, as I've said it the other day, I can drive a Porsche. I don't need a Porsche. The utility in a Porsche is not there. I can get utility for 1/10 of the cost and do the same thing. People spend extra money on things to flex and to show off. And it's going to continue on. Now, I do find it funny that people criticize, and the first thing they do is have a domain name that reflects that. They're like, Bored Apes are stupid. Hey, do you want to buy boredape.so-and-so? Like immediately. I said, hey, we're all trying to capitalize in a different way on this. But you explained to your mom on domains and you did this. I told my mom this morning that I was handed 3 bottles of serum last night on a free drop that I sold one of them for $24,000 this morning. It's insane. That somebody hands me $24,000. Nobody in domains has ever handed me $24,000 when I woke up for free. So you can tell me I'm stupid, but if the guy's handing out,
stupid.
Yeah, if somebody's handing that out, how can you not pay attention? How can you not? It's against human nature to not want to talk about somebody giving you $100,000 when you wake up in the morning. How can you not talk about that if you're someone like me? I just can't. You're going to have to mute me. And that's why I made it funny. It's like, if you don't want to follow me and who I am, that's completely fine. But the reason that people read me is because of this diversity and seeing things that they didn't get to see before, and me talking about something stupid that may be fun down the road or interesting, whether it's an Aura ring that I wear at night or how much sleep I get. I think that resonates. Exactly. It resonates with people. And I love finding those type of people that share that, because I learn a lot from, those kind of people, and I'm always looking to read them. So when somebody says mute me, yeah, I take it wrong. Like, come on, man. Like all these years, after 11 years, you're going to filter out what I say and do. Nah, just unfollow me. It's a lot easier.
You need a new nickname.
I don't know.
Domain Ape Shane.
Well, I got knocked off Twitter. I lost all my accounts. So now I'm just Shane Cultra. Domain Shane's
Oh, there you go.
over.
So
Yeah. I lost all 8 Twitter accounts. So I had to start over. Yeah. Yeah. That's from talking too much, I guess.
Don't stop. Don't stop. We don't need Twitter. We need Domain Shane. We're in Twitter.
Well, I got more follows and more feedback by starting over than all that old stuff of people just, I had 12,000 followers, but only 1,000 cared or even responded. Now I've got 2,500 and I get twice as many, responses to that. So sometimes it's better to have quality over quantity, like Seiger.
Yeah, he's down to like 30 domains or something like that. He has drifted a little bit into some other stuff, but yeah, he's certainly a big reason why I'm here today. All of you guys are. Again, I'm really appreciative of that. But yeah,
he's very structured. I mean, there's no more organized, structured. He's the guy you want. He's the guy you want planning the party. You want to invite the other 2 to the party.
Yeah, Seiger's the COO.
Yeah,
Seiger just sent me a text while we were talking, and it's funny because it was a do it kind of text, and just like, you do it, dude. you're more the doer than I
So,
am.
should we take questions from the audience?
But yeah, sure. If anybody wants to ask any questions, Q&A is right there.
Did we talk about domains?
Yeah. Well,
yeah, I guess we could talk about domains. Yeah.
But it's funny the contrast between the two again, because for myself, it's domains I see as end users, and it's funny you mentioned that with Shane for you with the, I see you having a business able to leverage the NFT, but I don't see necessarily others doing the same thing. Whereas with domains, any domain I sell to a potential person is because they want to leverage that domain to help their marketing and their business, right? So that's why for me, I still think that NFTs there's a future there. I'm sure the collectible nature of it, and then there's going to be future utility. But I think the main utility of domains is really it really is just to bring people to your business and expand your business potential, right? And that's what people I think pay for. In my range, I do what actually when I had the session with Paul Nix the other day, he's saying bread and butter domains, and that's why I call them too. Those ones you can get really dirt cheap and then sell at 100x, 200x. But mind you, take it back with a grain of salt, because there's a lot of domains I don't sell that I have to renew, And I think you fellows, well, I know Shane, you go all over the place, but especially Adam and Ammar, you guys operate at the higher level where, you know, you really, that the names that they go for, people buy from you, really, they really get their business elevated with a domain like that, like those kind of.
Yeah, but going back to the thing I said earlier is like, you know, I'm addicted. So yes, I'll drop 6 figures on a name, and I think I got a name yesterday for like $20, right? And that's the problem, is the $20 name, I might get 1,000x return on it, but it, you know, this is, you know, the problem, right? There's only so much time, and that management of that $20 name times, let's say you have 1,000 $20 names, that's just probably not worth the time, and probably better to focus on the higher quality. But on the NFT thing, I just want to add one thing. I do think it's important that we understand what NFTs are, because people are mixing up, or not mixing up, people are only associating NFTs with art, right? Or with these bored apes, or with, you know, the generative art, but NFT can be anything, right? It's just something that's digital, that's in a digital format. And that's where, even if you don't care about the art, you need to spend some time educating yourself on the technology and on the ecosystem, because it is going to be part of your lives.
What's coming,
all of our lives.
Yeah, what's coming is just, it's, I don't think anybody realizes what's coming. You know,
it's way beyond just avatars, right? And pictures and GIFs. So, or JPEGs, as people like to say.
And what I'll say is that all this leads to business. Like with domains are easy. Building a business on top of the domains where all the hard work is. Domains are just a marketing tool that gets you ahead of the game. So, you know, it's all roads lead back to business, and business may change where we, you know, it's going to be on the internet as far as we know. But buying a domain name only gets you started and gets you ahead. It doesn't make you millions of dollars by owning a domain name, unless you put a business that monetizes and milks the domain that you spent all that money on. So I get on domainers that kid themselves like, I was going to build that out. No, you weren't going to build that out, because there is no way in hell that you have the time to build that out properly. At most, you could build 1 or 2 domains out properly a year and form a business. So, and if you want to make a lot of money, sell some domains. If you want to make the most money, have a business that can afford to buy $1 million domain. That's where the real money's at. You know, that's what I kid Andrew all the time. I say, well, you think you're making bank? Think about the people that are buying your domain for $12 million, what they must have done to make the bank to be able to buy that. And that's where I am. I'm a business person. I enjoy building a business, and then I know what a domain can do for that business. NFTs, what's the first thing I did with my honey company? I put an ape on it. I took the thing, I made a specialized honey, and I'm selling it through that way. And it's a marketing tool. It's fantastic. I love it. But again, everything leads back to building a business. Without businesses, domains are a blog. All the money leads back to business. Everything leads to domains, but everything leads back to business. That's my speech.
So you're saying you're about to report one of Drew's sales for 12 million? Which one was it?
Yeah, I caught that too, dude. Yeah, totally caught that. Drew
does a lot of, I mean, again, the fractionalization coming up with Rally Road, it's a big deal. It's, you know, people are fractionalizing NFTs because they're not really have any repercussions from the SEC from DAOing up something. They call it a DAO, and they fractionalize. You can buy parts of it. That's not really legal in the you know, try and fractionalize a domain and see what happens. I think a couple of people can tell us, like, I think Aaron tried it, right, with Napkin, and he realized that the rules and the laws keep you from doing that. You can't do it. Rally Road is ahead of everybody because they've learned fractionalization for all the different assets. So having them move forward with domains gave them a huge head start. Obviously now that's about to happen. And I think that's going to be a big deal in our industry. I think Drew's going to get 1 million letters saying, hey, I have a domain that I think you should put on Rally Road. But, and it's going to be a limited amount of domains, but if we can figure out the legal side to be able to fractionalize our assets, it can only help. It can only help. What do you think about that, guys, as far as the fractionalization, where it's going?
I think 100% that's where it's going. That's why I bought fractional.com. But I think 100% that is the right way to go. And I think it's obviously way more than just domains. Everything. I mean, look, Masterworks is already doing it on art, right? Rally Road started doing it with cars. Everything is going, anything of value will be fractionalized, right? And it's going to come down to the ease of managing those assets, I think, and keeping track of them and the governance. I think that's the hardest part. Rally Road doesn't give the owners, as far as I understand, any control over that asset or any say in how that's managed. And so that's where I think the opportunity is. And I think I've spoken to Adam a little bit about this and a few other people. I think the opportunity there is building a platform that allows you to fractionalize any asset and kind of allows you to set up the DAO with the rules up front so they're transparent. So everybody, when they're buying into this asset, whatever it is, right, will already know, and it just kind of manages itself. Like, or if it's one, you get one vote per X% or whatever it is, right? So I think that's going to be the trick. And Rally Road's not there yet. They are definitely the first, and they're way ahead of the game in terms of getting these assets to be, compliant, SEC compliant, and all that. But there's a whole nother big step that has yet to happen, and I think there's an opportunity there.
I think that's happening. I don't know. Have you participated in any of their Rally Road stuff?
Yeah, I own a bunch of cars and cards.
Isn't the governance being a little bit better? It just seems, I haven't participated. I just get their emails, and it seems like it's a little bit, some of their marketing material seems to indicate that that's kind of.
Oh, so they may have evolved
getting
since
better.
last time I looked at it. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, right now it's up to them. If they want to sell, I didn't vote on any of the car sales. They just sent me a letter saying, congratulations, we have accepted an offer on it, and it's above what you paid. And I was like, don't I get to vote? Is there like a majority?
Right. That's what I'm saying, is I think there needs to be more governance. And this is where, fractionalization of domains, especially, and I don't remember where this was, talking about egos or something in the domain industry, right? You would really need to have a very clear set of rules for that asset as to how it all works and stuff like that. This is
already, this is not innovative, it's innovative, but it's not new. Rick Schwartz sold cowboys.com with like a group of people. So I wouldn't call it fractionalized, but it's like a group buy more than anything. So if that's fractionalization, then Rick Schwartz might have been one of the first people to do it. There was another group. Do you remember that group? I think it might have been Freddie and all those guys did something early on too that was kind of like a trading platform / fractionalization type of thing. Way before,
right? Where they all owned, or where it was a portfolio.
Yeah. So this was all before Rally Road was fractionalizing cars or anybody else was doing any of this stuff. So I think this concept.
But the management part wasn't figured out correctly.
Yeah, absolutely.
Right?
Yeah, for sure. So this has evolved from a lot of people can be early on in a market and come up with an idea, and it doesn't, the market doesn't take hold of the product until 20 years later when somebody comes out with Rally Road, which has it look nice, has a nice user interface, the management's right, the SEC filings are right, and everything's smoothed out. And so I think that's where we're at. This was always going to happen if it wasn't, Rally Road or Drew or GoDaddy or somebody to do these things. So it's cool to see it happen for sure. And I think the exposure for domains is probably the biggest benefit for anybody that has any sort of exposure in any sort of premium domain is going to benefit from this. And I think that's probably what Drew would say as well. And I think all of us have had discussions along these lines with probably Drew or amongst ourselves. So yeah, it's cool to see that coming. And there's other things that, there's other innovative things that I think it'd be nice to see some of these battleship companies like GoDaddy and Network Solutions or whoever pivot, and release some new things. But I think it's up to people like ourselves to kind of, maybe start a little side project and see how that goes. And then, maybe eventually these bigger companies come up with these things. So,
but I mean, again, you get, I can't even get into the right country when I go into GoDaddy as far as what country I'm from. I wonder, you wonder about them setting up this giant fractionalization section when I'm
right. Well, and I think
it'll be an alternate thing.
GoDaddy never had an aftermarket either. And look, think about the evolution of the aftermarket of domains. It started out with just, guys buying and selling on eBay, and then, and this product developed into GoDaddy buying Afternic and not doing anything with it for 10 years. But a battleship company like GoDaddy can't pivot, so it's up to people like us who are, the boots on the ground, so to speak, that have skin in the game, that can pivot quickly and innovate to, put money into this industry to better it. So,
and you could easily see a column to the right that had 10 names that say buy a share of this domain for $12.50.
Right.
And show the overall value. You could easily see that on the right-hand column and people would do it.
Right. And if you look at another analogous thing would be Dan and landing pages. Like GoDaddy, they didn't give a shit about landing pages until Dan started eating their lunch, if Rally Road starts, chipping away at premium domains in a way that, or whoever starts chipping away at that and GoDaddy sees a market that they could take over, don't doubt for a minute that they won't get into that. So,
and again, that's NFTs. You're seeing the technology that the first thing I think, why can't we do this? Why can't we, why can't I take a domain name and somehow build a contract that says it stays here, it's run by this, now it's fractionalized, but it's always controlled by this. Do we need to, and again, I'm not going to get too far on HNS, but do we need to build this whole decentralized thing, or can we take a centralized domain and throw it over in a decentralized management and do it?
I don't think the domain has to be decentralized. I think the management does, right? Yeah. And I just think you need the transparent rules. And again, I don't think it's rocket science. It's just a matter of we all need a Saiger in our lives to actually do it.
Can you imagine if a domain that sold? But can you imagine if you sold a domain that you had a contract that you now get 2.5% of all resales after that?
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
I mean, that's the thing. Of NFTs, people, that's what I'm looking at. Yeah, there's money to be made, but I think, God, if I could get resale money from after this point on this contract for the rest of my life for the sale of botany.com, is it going to probably sell again? No, I'm hoping it goes to an end user that buys it for $1 million and never uses it. But if it's a name that gets flipped and I get some money off of it, boy, that sure would be nice. So I love the contract part of things and that governance.
The registrars are getting part of that, right? Like all these expiring domains, that they keep themselves, and then they get that recurring revenue of auctioning it every year that somebody drops it. So
yeah, I mean, but can you imagine if you set up a DAO that automatically takes the first whatever and pays 100 years of renewal fees or whatever the maximum is, and it stays there forever, and now it's managed from that point on. So I don't know, there's just lots of possibilities. And again, as I started this, it's the business side of it that has to be built that really makes it all functional, easy to talk about it. But I love the technology. I mean, it's super exciting to be able to transact like we're doing in NFTs. And I wrote this too, if we had the information in front of us and the gamification of domains where we could see this data, it would double the value of every domain out there. I think if people could see more information out in the open. And that's where, Adam, to your credit, you double the value of domains just through name bio by giving us comps. So I think that was as good a step, but in a percentage of actual data, we all know that's still just a little drop in the bucket of what's really out there.
Would you guys open up some of your big names for fractionalization? Let's say it was an opportunity out there. I mean, because I think there's risk, obviously, right? Like if you're letting other people buy into your name, I think
if the price is right, I mean, don't you think?
But the price could go down, right? Like, so
It doesn't matter. You get the name. So if we put it up for fractionalization, it gets sold to the public. So we come up with the original value, and of course you could keep a piece, but let's take a name and say it's worth 500,000. Okay, we decide whether or not we're going to sell it for 500,000. When it's done, it's done. Could we keep 10% of the tokens? Sure, but that's up to you. You know, do you want to stay in a portion of it? But then when it's done,
but that's what I'm saying, though. I think the risk is, so now let's say your $500,000 name, let's say you sell, 75% of it, right? You hold on to 25%. And now it's out in the market. Yes, the 500 was the base price, but now somebody that bought 10% of it wants out, right? And nobody wants to pay at the 500 value. Now, let's say he sells out because it's a liquid market, right? And so the floor just went down. The floor doesn't stay at 500. It could go up, it could go down, right? So I do think there's risk there. And now you only own 25%. Let's say the 75% people are like, you know what? We want out and we're willing to take a 250 offer for the whole thing. And you're subject to that DAO. And now you've sold your remaining 25% at 250. So I'm just saying there are risks, right? And so I think it's something that we'd all have to think about. But I do think overall the rewards are going to be much greater than the risks.
Yeah, and I think that's with I haven't talked to Drew in depth about it, but pricing the domains at Rally Road will affect how people see domain. So let's say my guess is they're going to price it low so that it goes crazy. My guess is they're going to take some of the names, whether the 3 letters that they talked about, and price them at a range that they're going to go really hot. Because that's what I would do, at least, is price it a little low, watch it double, and everybody can talk about how it doubled on the very first day in value. But that is you're saying the risk. If he goes up there and prices it, and the next day or the next trading it's in half, then it looks like, oh man, 3 letters have really dumped. Well, that necessarily doesn't represent all 3 letters. That particular one is worth less than what they price it at. So yeah, I think that's always the risk in it. But that's what we're going to filter out.
Yeah, for me, I always wonder it's just the management of it. It's, as you said, like Ammar, if it goes down and everybody wants to sell, I don't know. I would think more of a if you trust one person, but again, then it's not really your asset, right? So,
right. I think that's what's been done or tried before, is kind of like you have a manager, right? Like it's kind of like in partnerships, you have general partners and limited partners, right? So, but in this case, I think the way it needs to be is the DAO. I mean, the DAO, I guess, could have a manager, somebody that has more say, but all the participants, there needs to be rules where if that manager, let's say, is not doing a good job, just like in a public company, the CEO is not doing a good job, the board can replace him or her, right? So I think I think those same principles need to be codified into a DAO. And I think that's really going to be the evolution. And the first several iterations are probably going to suck, and we're going to learn a lot from them. And we may lose money because of some quirks in the management structure, but eventually we'll get it right. And
it's all set up on coins. That's the thing. So that's the thing that's beautiful about the fractional NFTs. You set the buyout. So the buyout is set. You set how many shares you want at what price, and then it trades like a coin. So people buy and sell it and swap it just like anything else. And if these people want out and you think the name is worth more and you already sold 75%, buy it back cheaper. You sold it at 500,000. If the overall value is now 250, we'll take your 75% and buy it back if you think it's worth more. You make even more.
No, I don't disagree with you. I'm just saying I think those are going to be some of the growing pains, right?
And I'd love it if I think a domain is worth 500,000 and I already sold 75% of it off at 500,000 and it drops to 200,000, then I'm going to take my money and just buy it back cheaper.
But Shane, let's talk about that. So when we buy a name, let's say that $500,000 name, you probably didn't pay 500,000 for it, right? You probably paid 25 to 50K, right? maybe more, maybe 100K, but whatever. So you sold it at 500K. I think it's unlikely. We're investors, right? So we're not going to buy back retail. When we price our names, we're pricing them at retail. And so you would want to buy it back. Now, if the price dropped low enough where you thought, okay, I still think it's a $500,000 name to an end user, and it dropped to 100, you're like, okay, I'll buy back in now, right? But I think if it dropped to 400, I don't think you're going to buy back.
No, but again, let's say a stock trader, if I think the asset value, if I think there's some people dumping because they really need cash and they take it to a level that I think's low, it's an opportunity. Right. It's not bad. I'm not going to lose money, because if I feel that it's not a true value, I'm going to take and reinvest and buy it at a cheaper rate, because I've already sold a percentage of it at the highest rate. So that's where this is so nice, is it really protects you, that at any point in time you feel that it's undervalued, you have the ability to raise it back up. So that's the beauty of these tokens. And again, this is new to me. I'm totally new to this whole side of it, but watching it is so interesting, and there's so much opportunity, and it really could translate to our assets, because it can be used for essentially any asset that if you set it up as a stock, or in this case, tokens, it's great. And I love watching it, because we'll have, in the NFT market, they continually add value to it. So, somebody owns 5 punks, or somebody owns an ape that they add more mutants, or whatever you want to call assets, add to this DAO, and then the stock can go up and people can buy it. So on domains, I don't know if we have that same, you're not going to add value to it, but
so that's the interesting thing, is that as an investor in one of these, where would you value the domain? Like, on what end of the spectrum? Is it wholesale? Because I barely like paying wholesale for my domains, as you know. I'm on the cheapest domains out there, right? And then if you're going to price them at retail, would there be buyers? I mean, isn't the retail price?
Well, that's what the beauty of it is. You're going to find out.
Yeah.
Well, and also, RF, you're not going to probably not going to fractionalize, the lower end of the market, right? Because it doesn't make sense. You're going to fractionalize the collectibles, right? So you're going to fractionalize names that make sense to fractionalize. Because to Todd's point, he made a comment in the chat that Aaron Meisted has spent a lot of money on lawyers, and when he was testing out this idea several years back, I think I talked to him like 5 years ago, maybe we had a call about it, and maybe even longer. So there is a cost to it. And right now it's hard because you have to, comply with all the SEC requirements, but I'm pretty sure that that's going to evolve too, and it'll get easier. And there'll be probably, it'll be kind of more of a streamlined process where I think you'll be able to create these compliant offerings. And so maybe it's expensive and hard now, but people like Rally Road and Aaron and Masterworks and all those, they're paving the way to make it easier, I think, and smoother and more streamlined and more efficient. So I don't think a year from now or 2 years from now it's going to be nearly as complicated. But
you're going to have a website that has a compliant contract that you simply enter your domain in there, and everything is compliant. It's written in a way that the SEC agrees to, and it's a matter of just setting up and adding what you want the value, what do you want the shares, all that we're seeing already in fractional art, but legal.
Right. But back to the earlier point, which is, I think it's only going to make sense to fractionalize assets that are worth fractionalizing, right? The ones that are actually more like, we'll call them investment grade, right? So you would fractionalize a Picasso, but you probably aren't going to fractionalize a piece of art that you bought at the fair, right? That maybe, and quite likely that art might be more meaningful to you and better art than the Picasso. But the question is it investment grade? Are other people going to want to invest in it, right? So I think that's what we have to kind of understand, the difference between the two.
3 letters seem to be the easy, like, liquidity type of name too.
Yeah, 3 letter, 1 word, specialword.com.
All right. Well, I think, geez, we're plowing through this. I'm really happy you guys are here. It's fun to have you guys here. I guess maybe we'll pull things back to just like domains in general. What are you guys' thoughts on where things are going? Just your domain, like how your portfolio is doing. You guys have any more success this year than in the past, or keep it very basic? I guess some people want to know about domains. This is so interesting, though. Yeah.
Adam must be doing fine. He's slowly getting out.
I've had a really great year. I've done some things personally that like to try to kind of again streamline things. Name bio was sold off, and that kind of helps. Not that I did a whole lot there, but the market in the last 30 days for me, I think my 30 days back has been probably the best 30 days I've had in a long time. Now it helps to have a couple good hits, but I've gotten some singles, some doubles, some triples, a grand slam in there. So like this has been a really good time period, and summer is usually slow. But for me, having a large portfolio, you see those ebbs and flows, and it just could be a blip. But the beginning of the year was strong. COVID was strong. So it's nice to see supposedly a COVID-free summer. That's not an online summer like last summer was, be this strong. So I'm really happy with where things are. And so I kind of was like Ammar in that I was buying all the time, but I'm not as big of an addict as Ammar, I guess. So I don't know if that's good or bad, but I've kind of trimmed my buys a little bit. But I'm always looking. So looking for opportunities, looking for that wave to catch. So I don't know, things are good for me, for sure.
Good. Shane, I know over the years you've tried to evolve into the Mike Seiger approach, right? I know at one point you're trying to trim down your portfolio, and
it's always at 500. My portfolio has always been 500.
But with the 500 moving up in quality over time.
Yep, that's exactly right. So, for instance, when I sell a 3letter.com, I buy or 4letter.com rather. I buy 2 or 3 more, like I triple it up or quadruple it up. I only buy names when I sell names. So I don't, you've heard me say this for 13 straight years. I put 20 grand in the portfolio. Every name you see me hear or talk about is from a previous sale and what I did. So if I don't sell something, I'm pretty dry in when I'm buying things. And I think that'll continue to be the case, but I'm not going to deny it. I'm going to bring NFT money. There's way too much money over there to not bring it over domains. That's what's the incredible part is this isn't an either or choice in life. Like you don't have to pick teams on anything you do. I look at my year as an overall year, whether it's the nursery, selling honey, whatever I make my money in, that's how I judge it. My domains are down, but I'm unwilling to sell something for $3,000 or $4,000. It makes no sense to me. I don't need the money. I've been a hard negotiator. I just don't care when it comes to the low offers. I'm not going to sell it. And the names are only getting worth more. I still feel that. So I bought a lot of 3letter.coms this year. I purchased a lot of that, but I haven't sold a lot of smaller names. It's probably been my worst year in 4 or 5 years, but that's because I just haven't accepted the offers. I just don't need the money at this point, but I'm super happy with my portfolio. I mean, it's a great retirement. I look at it and I just smile. I'm super proud I can't believe I built that entire portfolio over a decade on the side. I think that's, I do pat myself on the back. It's a testament to doing something every day for 2 hours. To be able to build that. So it's been an incredible year. Domains have been a little slower, but last year I had a really good year last year. It was amazing. But I made 5 times more money this year of all the things I've done than I've ever made in my life. I mean, it'll be the first year I make over $1 million on the side in things I've done. So I can't be anything but smiling all the time. It makes it easier for people to yell at me for being stupid.
Hey, you guys, we have questions. Do you want to hit those questions or?
Sure. Oh, wow.
Sorry, Ammar, you're next.
Yeah, Ammar, go finish up. I'll skim the questions.
No. I don't really have much to add. It's also been a great couple of years for me. And the only thing I am becoming more raising prices on my best names and I'm lowering prices on my crappy names, right? Like I literally go through whenever I see a renewal, I'm like, oh my God, I still have that. So like I've like dropped price. It's really stupid that I'll actually spend the time to price a name at $500, right? But I'm like, it kills me to drop a name. So I'm just like, I'll just price it at 500. And I've actually had a couple of $500 sales, which I'm like, oh my God. But these are like .infos, right? So I think I've sold 2 .infos for $500 in the last month or two, which are just names I don't want in my portfolio anymore. But it's just, I don't know what it is, this mentality of I hate dropping names because I still see value, right? Like, so anyway, so I'd rather get $500 worth than drop it.
No, absolutely.
Right? But it may not sell, right? So anyway, so I've got this subset of my portfolio, which I'm just trying to lower prices as much. Whenever I have time, I go through and look at them, and I just kind of try to drop prices. And then my better names, I've been raising prices on. And I basically had a broker ask me about one of my names, and she's like, "Oh, my client has a 7-figure budget, low 7-figure budget." And she's like, I saw this listed for 1.29 last week. I'm like, oh yeah, I saw that too. And I'm like, oh, that's too cheap. So I took the price off before. So like, I don't know that her client would have bought that name for over $1 million, but I said no before they even made the offer, because I said, I think that name's worth more, right? And so some of my stuff is just, again, I feel like I'm probably unreasonable or maybe a little too
But that'd be a good .info sale. I couldn't believe you get that much.
Yeah. So, but yeah, so I think it's been overall, I feel I'm more bullish than I've ever been on domains, but I think that comes with some caveats. Like it's not just any name, right? I do think you need to, the cream is rising to the top, and I'm trying to offload my lower, 50% of my portfolio and focus on the top, top 50%, but really the top 10%.
Are you clearing out because of management? I mean, that's kind of what I'm doing too. Very similar. So like I said before, it's like looking in a mirror sometimes, but you don't have hair and I do. So, but I mean, are you clearing out those? I mean, what I did was I took, had GoDaddy run an appraisal. And so I sorted it and grabbed the bottom 20%, which is, I don't know, 2,000 some names maybe. And then I priced them, and then I had somebody else price them that we both know. And let's just say that my pricing was a little bit bullish, but I mean, is that what you're doing? Just kind of getting rid of that extra management stuff? I mean,
I hate the management. As you know, I keep wanting to build a tool for me to manage my stuff, but at some point it just may not be worth it, right? So, well, actually, I take that back. It's definitely worth spending the money to build a management platform, because there just isn't a good enough one out there, in my opinion. But it's
You're about
also
to get some email.
No, I know. It's that's why I corrected myself. Not good enough. But I think that you also have to be smart. Like, so that .info that I sold for 500, right? The 2 or 3 of them or whatever it was, that's never going to be a $10,000 name or a $20,000 name. So what's the point? I'd rather just have the $500 and not have to think about it, right? So I just said yes to an offer on a .co yesterday for at $25K for a .co. Now that I could see that being a 6-figure name, maybe in the next 10 years, but at the same time, maybe not, right? So it's not like it's a one-word.com. And so I'm like, 25K, I asked some people and they all said, wow, that's a pretty good number actually for that name. And so I'm like, okay, right? Sometimes you have to listen to people, the wisdom of crowds, right? The crowd is not always right, but it's certainly, I think, wise to at least ask, right? And so we've also talked about this is why these kind of panels and stuff and the Sherpa is so valuable, because you want to hear from other people, right? They're not always right, but more information can't hurt. So to answer your question, Adam, it's mostly management overhead that I'm trying to reduce. And I'm also thinking to myself, what's really the highest this name can ever be worth? And I don't want 10K names in my portfolio. I want 100K plus names in my portfolio. Right. That's, I'd love to just have nothing less than, mid 5 figures in there, which most of them, probably the shit that I price at mid 5 figures, people are like, that's why a $500 name, right? And so, yeah, I'm crazy. Yeah, but whatever.
I think it's probably, for me, it's about management. It's also about that sell-through rate. I talk to people that we both know, like Kennedy and Booth, and think, the Booth difference matter, but Kennedy for sure is one. But these guys that are moving volume consistently aren't after that 5-figure price tag for a name that is, what are the chances it's going to sell for 5 figures? So so I mean I'm in the same boat as you in terms of like trying to streamline things and kind of accelerate those sales. I mean, somebody asked a question, I'm looking at this, about hyphenated domains. It's kind of like that .info. I've got some hyphenated domains from back in the day, and I think one of my Sherpas that Shane might have been
I was gonna say, tell him about the train domain.
Yeah, was it trains? I can't remember. It was like,
I think it was like
model trains or model planes or something like that. But it was $1,000 or $1,500 or whatever. But it's just get it out the door and just get rid of it. But it's funny because I think I had trains, model dash trains, model dash planes, model dash cars, maybe a couple others. And the guy bought one, and he's like, his whole business is about models. He bought one hyphenated.com. And then I don't think I pitched him the others yet. So it's like, okay, maybe I should get a hold of these outbound guys and have them, get back to him and sell my $1,500 hyphen name. But it's just time management thing, it's available there. But anyway, like he's asking about that. How much should he list to have cash flow for hyphenated domains? I mean, I guess it depends on the domain, right? Like, I mean, yeah. I sold a double hyphen domain.
What, in the middle together?
I think I sold it for like high 5 figures, but I can't tell you what it is because it's under an NDA. But it's like it's kind of like having A-B-C.com.
I gotcha.
That kind of. But anyway.
But don't give people hope. That's
hyphenated domains. Everybody that's listening, please buy as many as possible.
That's right. It's the best investment. It's such a hidden treasure in this.
This is not an investment advice. Disclosure.
Yeah, here. So I had a hyphenated. I have a few hyphenated names. I don't remember. Like one of them is like swing-sets.com or something. And I remember, I think I turned down like 2,500 or 5K for it back in the day, and I'm like, oh my god, how did I turn that down? And you just you gotta remember, like at some point, you just good enough, right? Like. And you really need to think about what is in the best case. If you're Rick Schwartz, right? Even Rick Schwartz can't get 100K for swing-sets.com, right? Like he can tell people to F off all day long. They're not going to spend. And I'm pretty sure Rick would tell you that too. He maybe would never buy that name, although I've seen Rick has got some pretty not so great names too. Some that he would himself call, pigeon shit. But, so I just think you have to really try to be an objective assessor of your own assets and really, and that's been the biggest change for me, I think, in the last year, is I'm really trying to look at my names more objectively, not just with my rose-colored glasses, because I'm really, bullish on names and stuff, but you also have to be smart and you kind of have to balance the super bullishness with also reality.
Yeah. What are some more questions? Adam, you're our question guy. Or...
Somebody's asking, here we go. I'll go up here, the longer, medium version. Okay. Do you think domain names can be used as social messaging, like to influence the direction of our country or protecting our environment?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what they're for. Put anything you want on it. But how do you have to get people to come there, but absolutely.
It's building the domains though. It's like, I do redirects with some of my domains. I I had N95masks.com before coronavirus hit. And my partner and I in Evergreen made a decision we just got hammered with interest in that domain. And you have to make a moral decision there. Like, am I going to sell it to some company who's making fake PPE, and you could go to N95masks.com right now. It's going to some sort of PPE, charity type of thing, getusppe.com or something like that. But, you have to make it's like anything. You have assets, whether it's cash or your car or, anything. What are you using it for? And what can we all make money off of domains, and I'm sure all three of us here have some sort of social charitable organization that's our favorite. And we all have time, and we put our time towards whatever projects that we believe in. So, if I have a domain that I could do that with, I absolutely do it. I bought trash.com, and my business partner wanted to do, she's passionate about ocean related charitable stuff. And we were having some discussions about trash and how it's impacted the planet. So we built a little site and haven't had a lot of time. So you could do anything with the domain, like Shane said, but you got to have the time to it's a build out, it's a project, and they can only put so much effort into it. I've had charities approach me about domains that I own that are valuable, and I've let them use them, free. So you could use the domain for anything. It's cool about domains. So Ammar's really selfish, though. He holds all his .infos.
Yeah. I don't even know how to spell philanthropy. Does that start with an F?
I still have a couple of .infos from before I was a domain investor that I got as potential build out, but yeah.
Yeah, everything's a potential build out.
I know, but that's how I got here. I think that's how 80% of domain investors became domain investors. Just like we go, I have
I'm so cynical
100 domains now.
That.
What are we gonna do? And it's like that's when I had domains for 20 years, right? And then I finally I was peeking into the GoDaddy expiry auctions, and one day I saw it would have been almost 5 years ago to the day, when the .cos were at their anniversary day, like 40 days after expiration. Those were going through the auctions. I go, oh, these are all like these nice one-word .cos. I'm like, well, all these other ones that I got with the intent of building out, I didn't. So either I get them now as with the intention of also being open to sell them as opposed to only building out, or I don't buy them, right? And so then I did buy some, and I started listening to Domain Sherpa, and then the rest is kind of history, right? Then I kind of started,
Well, the whole world got .infos. Remember, Flippa was the king. We had 1 year at Flippa where .infos were crushing it, going for 4 figures over and over again. Yeah. I remember that year. It was fantastic. It was your last chance to get rid of all your .infos.
Uh-oh.
That's not true. I sold 2 this year.
Really?
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
How did those go?
Well, not for 5 figures or 4 figures. No, I sold them. Like I said, I've dropped them to like 490, I think is what.
Okay.
Somewhere between, I think I have some at 990, some at 490. And it kills me because there's some really good ones. But anyway, here's a fun question. What have any of you guys ever gone down this road of like registering like something that you think is a brand and then like trying to register it in everything? Like right now, obviously NFTs, right? But like I went through, I'll start to give you an idea. When I first started registering names, I think I was like, I'm going to do Y everything. So I got like Y and then keyword, like 100 of them. Like I had Y fly, Y, eat, Y this, Y that. And I think I had like 100, and I'm like, I already had like the billboards out in my mind of what they were going to say. And this was going to be this huge network. And obviously I've never sold a single one of those, but I think I did drop most of them. But like there was this guy, I remember Steven, who had in our industry from way back in the days, Stephen Webb, I think. He had I am, and then keyword. And he had like 5,000 of those.
That guy.
And by then I had already learned from my mistake, and I tried to, and he was such a nice guy. And I'm like, Steven, please, for the love of God, stop this. And he had like 5,000 I am something. And he got lucky. I think he sold I am Seattle for like 50K or something. And that was like his flagship, right? That he talked about, and he was using that to try to promote the rest of them. And then I think there were some other people that had a bunch of those kind of things. But did you guys ever go down these crazy rabbit holes and register a whole bunch?
Well, I spin keywords. Like I went and spun honey, and I got every kind of honey name that I could, like orchid honey and this honey. And that's as far as I go, is when I take a brand. Like, and I also thought when I first got started, and I should have done more often, were two letters and then landscaping. Because every landscaper will pay $500 for the name. And there's AB landscaping, LJ landscaping. And I should have just bought them all, because it was easy cash money, because everybody's willing to spend $500, and there's 5 million lawn care landscaping people. But I bought 10, but I sold all 10, every 2-letter landscaping name that I bought. I just wish I'd have bought 700 at the time.
See, even when you do stupid shit, you're still successful. Like, this is the problem.
Well, I don't do big.
Hey, it's like catching that little wave, you could still do a couple tricks on the little wave.
Yeah.
Do I do it again? Do I want the big wave? Right.
Yeah. No,
I mean, I've done it.
Exactly right.
It's like finding the thing at the garage sale and selling it for $90. Yeah. That was cool. And my kids think that's the best thing in the world, because they're still oblivious to all of this. But like, Dad sold a watch for $90. Like, it's not Dad sold, a couple 3-letter domains for 50 grand. It's, you know what I mean?
No.
So, but
my daughter's like, she just gets pissed. Like, my daughter worked hard all summer to raise $5,000 for, she worked super hard. I sent her a lazy lion and she sold it for $5,000 in 3 minutes. She said, this is why the world's a problem right here. This is why nobody works hard anymore.
It's your fault, Shane.
Yeah. She's like, nobody's going to work hard because of people like you.
So instead of sending her money from now on, just send her either domain names or NFTs.
Well, I used to send her domain names, but she can't click a button and sell it at night. Like, there's something about going boom and having the money in your account that makes it addicting. Like, it's just another level. But no, what we do, for most people, they don't understand that at all, how we can possibly make that kind of money from what we do.
Yeah, we are incredibly lucky, for sure.
All right, more questions?
A lot of fun. There was one, it kind of left. They were asking about, what you guys thought about with the prices going up. Is it changing anything for the .coms? I guess with your portfolios, the difference is a little bit more negible, but I mean, anybody?
Well, auction prices, don't you think? Go ahead, Adam.
That's true too, yeah.
I typed in my answer. It was like, it goes back to the time management. Like, they're going up in price, but it's like picking which ones to renew. Like, do I spend all the time doing that, or do I spend time just not worrying about it and try to get them out the door? So, like, I auto renew everything.
Yeah, I mean,
is that what we're talking about?
Well, I think we're talking about. Or was it? Auto renew.
I think we're talking about the VeriSign, but again,
the
pricing of VeriSign going up. Yeah. Okay.
Right. What were you talking about?
Yeah.
I just thought he meant pricing. Are we repricing our domains because things are getting more expensive?
But that's actually a valid question too.
Yeah.
I mean, when it comes down to there's 2 reasons why what you have to do is you have to restock inventory. I mean, not always. You might get to a point where you want out, and when you sell, you keep moving on until you're out of inventory. But the replacement cost in business is a part of business. So, like, for instance, on my retail business, shipping costs are up 400%. Replacement cost, so I have statuary, concrete statuary, and at the end of every year, I have a 20% off sale. I can't have that 20% off sale this year, because to repurchase that's going to cost me 40% more. And it's actually going to be more expensive than just not selling it. So I'm not going to sell that concrete turtle, because I'm going to pay so much more for the concrete turtle to get it in again. And that's the same with domains. If the wholesale cost to replace that's gone up 100%, you can't charge it. I don't care what you paid. If you paid a penny for it, if you want to keep moving, you're going to have to raise it to reflect the new cost of your items.
And back to the VeriSign price increase, from my perspective, if 54 cents more per year on that domain affects your business, then you're probably not selecting the right names, right? It could maybe eat into your margin a little bit, or maybe you need to raise your prices. But if 54 cents a year makes it, changes your business, I think you need to think about what you're actually purchasing or what you're holding on to. So that's not the reason I'm blowing out the lower quality names, nothing to do with the price increase. It's more just management, like Adam was talking about. So, but to somebody like, huge domains, that obviously is a factor for them, right? And I wouldn't be surprised. I think they have been raising their prices anyway on their portfolio, right? But so I think maybe if you have 50, 100,000 names, and maybe that makes more of a difference. But I guess it depends on which part of the ecosystem you're playing in.
Yeah, that probably more for myself. I have 3,000 domains, and I'm like in that bread and butter category. I don't have those killer 5-figure, 6-figure, 7-figure sales. For me, I'm doing well. So that 7% is.
So raise your prices.
Yeah,
raise your prices 7%.
Yeah, but even then, even for me, it's not going to make a significant difference, right? For me, the previous couple of years, I've done more than 7%, right? So I might not make as much as I would have, but it's not really going to affect me in a significant way,
And you can cover raising one domain 7% if it's a 4-figure domain. So
yeah, and they've been coming all year this year, so it's yeah, I love domains. That's right. what it is. So. But I guess we're getting a little overtime right now. I really appreciate that, guys. So what I'll do is, I guess, if you want to leave us with a couple minutes of just saying what you're up to, what your final thoughts on the domain industry, anything else you'd like, and we'll wrap things up. Okay, you don't want to end? We can go on forever.
I'm really haven't been up to too much. Just been buying and selling. I still want to do more writing, and so I hope I can get around to that at some point. But it's fun to kind of do these panels and see you guys. It kind of helps feel like you're still in touch, right? And
I have to say that last blog post was a little while ago.
Yeah, 6 months ago, I think. So, But,
it's tough.
That's it. Thank you. Thank you for putting this together, Arif. I appreciate it.
Ammar,
thank you for inviting me.
Yeah, it's my pleasure. It's my pleasure. Adam, Shane, any?
Yeah, no, I think it's great that you got this going. It's
If you, there's a few people here, but for day one, we're already of 250 views on YouTube, so it's really got people. Clubhouse room is really going too. So it's actually really busy today in the Clubhouse room too. So yeah, I'm really happy about it, and I've gotten the best is just connecting with all of you guys. And even more, like everybody from the socials, and everybody's reaching out to me now that are new. It's fun having this network of people who have the same passion, like a really magical product called domains. But Shane, I guess you have any final thoughts?
Yeah, I'm the same place I've been for a decade. DSAD.com, Twitter's @Shane Cultra, and I'm also on Sherpa with these other guys pretty much every week for one way or another. Now we're in that not what we don't speak about. We do one on that as well. So,
okay.
But we keep the domain one. It was 99% domains, and there's a lot of great stuff happening in domain. There's, it's easy to talk about domains as well. So I appreciate you having me on. It's always great to be with these guys.
As I was saying, like I cross mic all the time, and I keep on telling him that him and you guys, like I've listened to you guys so many hours, my ears walking my little steaming over here, that like you're almost like long lost uncles who've given me advice over the last 5 years, and and I know I speak for everybody, a lot of people here and a lot of people in the industry where I'm very grateful to all the information the three of you have provided to all of us through various means and methods, either the podcast, Adam especially, with the name bio, obviously, you maintain that for some time. That's tools like that are really important to us. Ammar too, you have some you've done some tools in the industry too. I don't even want to talk about that at all, but it's really crucial to have that information for us, and it's information in data, information in thought coming from people who are successful in this industry, like the three of you. So again, like, I'm so grateful for you being here, but it really brings me joy too, because, like, again, you guys have a special place in my heart because of all my walking with my dog and all those hours in my ear. And I know you guys didn't hear me responding back, but it's really appreciated from myself and everybody in the industry, I'm sure. So yeah, big thanks to you guys.
Thank you.
Yep. If anybody ever needs to get a hold of me, just find me on Twitter or email me at afterthought. So thanks a lot.
Yeah.
Thanks, everybody.
Yeah, and that's not the same thing for Shane. Maybe for now. Twitter might not be the best option for Shane.
No, it's good now. I'm back.
Yeah. All right, guys. Thanks a lot. I really, really appreciate it. It was really fun.
Thank you.
Until next time.
Thanks.
Take care, guys.
All right, see you.
I'm gonna put you back in the audience so you can watch if you want for after. Here we go. Yeah. So I mean, yeah. So you guys heard me. I mean, these guys have been there since I started domaining. So I'm eternally grateful to these guys for and everything that they've done for this industry. Up next, I'm gonna pull up. Here we go. Promote him up. So just while Michael comes up from ParkLogic, I'm just gonna mention that, you know, there's, as I said, you can listen on Clubhouse. There's a room there. There's also the live streaming on YouTube. And you want to join us in the future on the Zooms, you can come to go to thedomainsocial.com and register there. You can also see behind me the Domain Social. The whole point of Domain Week was the sunsetting of the Domain Social into something else coming up, you know, imminently, and that's going to be branded as a DomainPodcast. So you know, you could go there. That currently forwards to the Domain Social. If you sign up to the Domain Social right now, you know, I'm just going to transfer that mailing list, so you know, nobody will be lost along the way. For those of you who want to watch the previous episodes of this week, you can go to live.domainerweek.com. So live.domainerweek.com, and basically that is the YouTube channel where you can watch actually the first 3 days of Domainer Week. You can watch the current day, whichever the current day is live, once the stream starts. So wait until the stream starts, refresh the page, you'll get that. And you can also go listen to old episodes of the Domain Social, as well as some of the domain panels that we did as well. And I'm trying to think what else you guys need to know. I think that's going to be about it. Now we have Michael Gilmour here. Thank you for your patience a bit. I know we were kind of targeting 4:15, but I had my dream team from when I first started domaining, who were always the old Sherpas. So I had to steal a couple extra minutes since they were willing. And now it's my dream team from the guy who talks money about domains and making sure that people can amplify their assets. They amplify the money they get from their assets. So I just want to introduce Michael Gilmour from ParkLogic, who I've crossed paths with a few times now, and he's been very helpful to me in offering advice that I hear often, not just for domains, but also, you know, personal advice too. We've talked about the industry a few times. So Michael, welcome, and thanks for coming.
It's good to see you. I tell you what, it's very early here in the morning in Melbourne, Australia. That's for sure.
Yeah. So basically, we're going to do this in two parts, because obviously, as I said, this week is you know, I'm trying to build something fun and good for everybody, make awareness for charities and stuff like that. And so Michael was very insistent that we talk about parking in general, right? Just in general, just a general thing. But I offered him, and I really want him to take advantage. At the end, he will also go through a section of just talking about ParkLogic and about what they're doing there. So it'll be a two-part thing, and we're in no pressure for time, Michael. So we could get started by just, I guess, telling us a bit about yourself first, and then we'll get into the details of parking and stuff like that. Just give a little bit of background on yourself and how you got to where you are right now in the industry.
Yeah, gee, sure thing. I must admit, like, it's a privilege to be here. Can I just say, I ended up getting up at 5 a.m. here to be here. I just wish I could get to more of the domain socials in the past, because it's been like, I think they've been starting at like 2 a.m. and going to like 5 a.m. or something like that, my time. But can I just say you're doing an awesome job, Arif, and really do appreciate this. And it's so good to be here and to be sharing with the domain community. Like, I must admit, we're here in lockdown at the moment in Melbourne, Australia. And this is our 6th lockdown, number 6. And I'm not even allowed out of the country. I can't do anything. It's quite the furthest I can go from my house right now is 5 kilometers. And you have to wear a mask and you can only go out of your house for 4 reasons, like to see a doctor, get some food, go to the pharmacy, or exercise. That's it. And it's been a bit of a challenge, and I know it's been a challenge for everyone else around the world as well, due to COVID. And my thoughts and prayers go out to you. Because it is a challenge from a mental perspective. It's a challenge also for those of you who have been suffering from COVID or have loved ones and everything. So my thoughts and prayers, like I said, go out to you all. But you asked an interesting question. Who is Michael Gilmour, and how did he get into this industry? That's a really interesting question. Maybe I go right back to the 80s. In the 80s, I was running bulletin board systems. So for those of you who are old enough, you'll remember bulletin board systems. And bulletin board systems were the precursor to the internet. Think of it like that. People would dial up with their modem, this device called a modem. They'd make these weird and wonderful sounds and all that sort of stuff. Like that. And they connect. And I remember designing a banner ad for a company on my bulletin board. And I designed it out of the ANSI character set. And you sort of say, what's the ANSI character set? It's basically blocks. And I put that up there because I wanted to generate a little bit of money from the bulletin board system. And I had a lot of fun with that. It was my first introduction. I remember sending with my first email to the other side of the world, and it only took 2 days, and it was just so fast. It's like it took 2 days. Nowadays, we sit there and we say, refresh. You got it yet? You got it yet? I'm thinking, gee, just wait a minute. It's got to go into space and back. Yeah, like, come on, guys. Seriously.
Yeah.
Yeah, but anyway, yeah, so... it just went on. I closed the bulletin board down, and I did an MBA and majored in that stage. Was it 94? And I was looking at this internet thing. I'm thinking, this internet thing's really annoying me. I really want to study it. And so I had an opportunity in my MBA to study the internet or photocopy paper. And I made a really important life decision. With my study group in marketing, we ended up deciding to study photocopy paper because one of the guys worked for a photocopy paper company. We get all the data and everything like that. So I got a high distinction for the subject and all that sort of stuff. But this thing called the internet really annoyed me. I'm thinking there's something about it. I remember bulletin board systems. I want to do something with the internet. So I, in the middle of my MBA, when most people are going flat out studying and stuff like that, I founded an ISP. And it just started growing. I found it in my house. I literally had a core of cables about that thick coming to my house with phone lines. And I had racks and racks of modems in the back of my house. And every now and then I'd have my friends over and I'd turn the sound on for all the modems. And it'd be just like they'd put their hands in their ears. It was so loud and everything. And they said, that's that terrible sound. And I said, money. I said, I was charging $5 an hour for internet access. It was just like, it was amazing. Wow. Yeah, so I went from there and developed some really interesting online marketing technology, which was way ahead of its time, like really way too far ahead of its time. Worked with some of the major television shows here in Australia and everything like that, and that was an incredible experience. Raised millions of dollars in venture capital, had a lot of fun. And only to discover post-tech wreck that my next tranche of money wasn't coming, and all the stuff that I built over the years, and I went from hero to zero literally overnight. It was one of the most humbling experiences I think I've been through as well. Where you thought that money was coming as a next investment, and they paid in tranches, and suddenly you wake up one day, you got 23 star, and $1.6 million is not coming. So what do you do? Yeah. It was a challenge. So I ended up just having to close everything down, and that was tough. and I was worth negative a huge amount of money. And I remember my wife and I at that time, we managed to, I was trying to work out what I'd do. We managed to save up $100. Now think of that statement. I saved $100. I had nothing. And one night I was talking to my cousin actually at the time. And one night I decided to blow that $100 and bought a domain for my person on a forum. And I don't know why I really did it when I look back on it. I bought a domain, and the very next day it made 10 cents. Someone clicked on an ad. This is back in 2001, 2002, I think. 2002 could be 2001. And someone clicked, and I made 10 cents, and I thought, hang on a second here. I just made 10 cents. And I knew exactly what I needed to do. I needed to buy more of these things. I needed to get lots of 10 senses. So I ended up, sold everything we could possibly have other than our house. Like we sold one of our cars. We sold the kids' playground equipment in the backyard. I rented out the living room of our house to another business to use for their sort of temporary office at the time. We got foreign students who stayed in the kids' bedrooms. In fact, our son actually was like Harry Potter at one stage. He slept under the stairs. We decked out his room. With anything that I could possibly do to get cash to buy domain names for monetization purposes, that's exactly what I did. I remember I got to, was it $3 a day? And I was so excited, $3 a day. I thought, my gosh, I've made it. So I called up my brother and I told him, I said, I've just made $3 a day. It's just awesome. This is incredible. And he said to me, he said, Michael, you can't even buy a McDonald's Happy Meal. Go and get a job. I said, but you don't understand.
Leverage.
I made $3 a day, every day, 7 days a week, and I can find more of these domains.
Yeah.
And so I remember it just kept on growing. I kept on, I worked my butt off. I really did. I was working 18-hour, sometimes 20 hours a day trying to find domains with traffic. And I just kept on working. And it went from $3 to $10 to $50 to $100 a day. At about $200 a day, all those people with that great advice of like, Michael, go and get a job, they went quiet at $200 a day. At $300, $400, at about $500 a day, I started getting calls from people saying, hey, heard you're doing something pretty interesting. How do I get involved? And can you get me some of these things called domains? And I said, why would I give them to you? I'll take them for myself. And so I then, it just went 5, 6, 7, 8, just kept on going up and up and up. And I'll never forget, one stage I went out and I bought my wife a beautiful bracelet, and I took her out. We went for a drive. We had a new car at this stage, a new car. Took her for a drive, and I gave her the bracelet. I said, honey, it's over. Our times of tough times are over. And it really came down from domains and understanding that it's the small things. Yep. You get lots of them, and they grow, and they create that reoccurring revenue stream. Yeah. And I remember about 2000, and I think it was 2007. I wrote a blog on Whizbang's blog, and maybe we can talk about Whizbang's blog later. Yeah. I wrote a blog on Whizbang's blog, which is my blog. And I said, guys, we're in the middle of a bubble here. It was really a massive bubble. I said, this is where we are. And I drew it all out. I said, I'm selling. And I sold out just about every domain in my portfolio. I got a ridiculous multiple on revenue. Nice. And it was a great experience.
And a few months later, you were right.
Yeah. So, and then I watched the market crash. Yeah. It didn't take long. I remember reading a blog by someone saying, isn't it great to be in an industry that's not affected by the economic crisis and all that sort of stuff? And I'm thinking, and I wrote a blog saying that's a load of crap. Yeah, like everything was affected by the global financial crisis. Yeah, and I remember I watched it go down, and then I got a business partner on board. at this stage, and there's a good reason why I ended up doing that. And I bought back in when it went down, and that's follow a test case for ParkLogic. And for the last 15 years, we've been monetizing domain traffic and extracting the maximum amount of value out of traffic, because that's something I really, really understand is traffic. And I think that a lot of people, they don't understand why I like traffic as much. And the main reason why is because it's a reoccurring revenue model. My wife says it's like clockwork. Yep. It just comes in every single month. One of the things I find difficult with the sales model, depending how big you are and all that sort of stuff, is, I guess it's a question, would you rather get a $20,000 sale once every 6 months, or, I don't know, $100 a day?
Yeah, well, and
every single day.
And that's the whole thing. That's the whole world in the last few years. Well, at least most businesses are trying to move to that SaaS model, right? Where they're getting that reoccurring income. And it might not be the peak amount. Like, you might not sell Windows for $200, but if you're selling it to them for $10 a month, after 2 years, you're not only making more, but then you're still you're bringing it in, and you don't have to fight those sales. They're still coming in. I remember when I had a music website back 99, 2000, early 2000s, and that was it. You'd see like just that I didn't really have much advertising on it at all, but it was just, I know what you're talking about, the growth. Like when I remember in those ages, at that age of the internet, you just saw it and you knew that something big was coming. I mean, it was already big by then, but you saw that growth, and it's like, and when you're like, I guess that was part of your business. It's like, okay, you're starting to feel satisfied because what that little seed you planted is just growing. And then at that point, like you said, that beautiful moment with the bracelet, it's it's grown to that point where it's now for sure it'll become a tree. And yeah, the details of the tree, you still have to work out, trim, and do a few things, but that tree is strong enough that from that point forward, it's just going to move up. And that's I think that's what's the great thing about these kinds of models, is that once you build a certain client base, or in your case, a certain portfolio base, like for people who have domains, once you have a certain portfolio that's making that income, I mean, it's fun because you're not, you've done the work, right? And now it's just payoff.
Yeah, that is true. I think the recurring revenue is actually really special because it does come in each month. You still need to work for it because you need to show value for clients and that sort of stuff. But it's really special because it gives you a way of planning. The problem I've always had with the sales model is that I don't know how to plan on I hope to do a sale one day. Yeah. Like we see in the forums and everything like that, oh, I just did a $20,000 sale, or I did a $50,000 sale. What a lot of people need to realize that they're actually not common.
Yeah.
They really aren't common. Unless you've got a massive portfolio. Yeah, unless you've got a massive portfolio, they're not common. But everyone wants to win the lottery. And so what I've seen people do is that if you buy a lottery ticket, how do you double your chances of winning? You buy 2, and then you buy 3, and then you buy 4. And it's been like this with domain names. And so people are buying more and more domains on the hope that they'll sell one day. That's what they're hoping, and that they'll get that domain, which will give them the pot of gold at the end of the rainbow. The challenge with that model is that when VeriSign comes up and says, we're raising prices by 54 cents, all those people go, oh, what am I going to do now? I've got to pay like so much money, more money. And I've seen people literally mortgage their houses to buy domain names, particularly when the new GTLDs came on. When they came out, rightly speaking, the new GTLDs went along and they pitched the domain community really strongly. I remember being on a panel at a traffic conference. This is a few years ago now. And I had like Dan Schindler at the time from Donuts on one side. I had Sivan, who was at the time working for Uni Registry, on the other side. And I was in the middle. And these guys were essentially saying, it's the gold rush. You're going to buy these new GTLDs. You're going to buy them. And I just kept silent until finally the moderator said to me, what do you think of all this? And I said, well, think about it for a second. Where's the business model? Do these domains, are they something? You think of the business models with domaining. Can you develop them? Yes, you can develop them, but you can develop the .com. So why would you choose new GTLD? Can you buy them for $10 and hopefully sell them for $1,000? That's a stock turn model. You want to trade them across. Yeah, but not many people really knew about them. Can you buy them for $10,000 like a premium and sell it for $500,000? Well, no, not really. Like they'd be like real one-offs, right? Can you? Do they have traffic revenue? Well, no, they don't have traffic revenue either. So I said to the moderator, I said, there's no business model here for domain investors. And she said, oh. And you can see that the other two guys are a bit deflated. And I said, but there will be. But there will be. I said, look at the audience. I said, tell you what I'm going to tell you exactly what I'm going to do. I think it's 7 years. We have to wait 7 years to find out who's actually going to settle out as the winners and losers and all that sort of stuff. I said, then I'm going to buy in. At that point in time, a lot of you will ignore me because you'll think it's the gold rush right now, and you're going to go and mortgage your houses and all that sort of stuff to buy in all these domains, and you will not be able to keep renewing them. Yeah. At the 7-year mark, I'll buy your domains a registration fee, and then I'm going to make a whole lot of money, and you're going to be really upset with me because you used to own that domain. But I'm going to remind you of this conversation that I told you exactly what I'm going to do. Yeah. And I went through it. So
I'm just trying to think. Are we 7 years now? Are we?
Yeah. We're actually about 8 years. So okay. I bought some really, really good .club domains, and I bought some really like 2-letter .clubs and that sort of stuff. I said exactly what I said I would do. And so am I negative to new GTLD? Not at all. Not at all. But I'm a realist. And I'm a business person. I do not buy unless I know I can sell. And one of the great things about traffic monetization is there's not a case of just buying to sell. It's a case of buying an annuity revenue stream. Is that if you're getting 10 cents a day every single day, you've got a domain that's made $36 a year. Yep. What's your registration cost? Call it $9 or whatever, $9.50, whatever it's going to be. You're still making like 300 and something % on your investment. And by the way, you can always sell that domain along that journey.
That's true.
There's nothing prohibiting you.
You still have that main asset there,
Yeah. So so you've always got that. So that's the thing I loved about it. So about monetization, and you get a lot of people say to me, isn't monetization dead? And I'm going, well, no, it's not dead. It's more difficult to find the domains that can be monetized. That's more difficult to find because a lot of people strip mine and everything, but it's still there. I've seen people who've been really diligent, and they're now doing like $700 a day in revenue. Because they just stuck at it. Because what they did was they didn't get all upset that they're only making 10 cents a day. What they did was they kept on building on it. Well, most people got to about a couple of bucks and they said, and you know what? I can't buy a Happy Meal. What's the point? Those people just kept on at it. And because they kept on at it, they now have they have a decent income coming through.
Yeah, well, they get to that bracelet moment that you're talking about, right? Where it's just you break through, and it's like now it's like all that work. It's like you can relax, well, not necessarily relax. You still want to build, but I mean, you do get to that point where, that vision you had from the start, it just, you get there. But I understand it's work. Like, I mean, I'm always curious, with the, which kind of domains, like you said, .club. I mean, are you making like some revenue on your .clubs or?
Yes.
Wow.
Yes. Yeah, so
that to me, I think is for a lot of people would probably be a surprise, and that's good to know.
Yeah, so the answer is yes, and it's really actually very interesting to see what's happening with .club. There's a lot of people out there who are spruiking like the quick flip and everything. Like you see it in a clubhouse, and they go along. And it's actually quite unnerving where you see people trying to be able to flip their domains. They're buying for registration costs. They sell them. It's $500. You can get it. You can do it. Yeah. Or even they sell them for $50 because they get 500% return on their investment. Yeah. And I've seen some of this and I'm thinking, wow, that's called a bubble. So I particularly chose, like I own like mg.club, and for Michael Gilmour.club, I own max.club. But MG, the car as well. So, it's got some.
That's the thing. I just want, there's a lot of people in Clubhouse listening right now, and I want to stress, like I actually think that some .clubs are actually good domains, right? I just think my fear, a lot of people, they don't get the narrow spectrum of what makes a good domain for any NGTLD. That there are some good ones. Just that a lot of people invest outside that narrow band of what's investable, and or in case for you, I guess a little bit extra where you can make some revenue off of it. And most of them get those those two words that would be great in .com, but not necessarily .club. So I'm sorry for taking that off. I know there's a lot of people listening on Clubhouse that like the .club names. I just don't want to say I'm nothing against .club. It's just if you know what you're doing, it's great. Like the domains you're talking about, those are fantastic domains. Two letters, you can't go wrong. Names, one words. Yeah. Hey, sorry, I didn't want to interrupt you. Sorry, go ahead. Yeah.
Yeah, no, that's good. It's fine. It's but anyway, so across the last 15 years, we've just grown. ParkLogic has been around, and in fact, I worked out the other day with the second oldest monetization company in the world. And we actually partnered with the oldest. Okay. but it's been a really interesting journey. We now manage about between 4.5 to 5 billion requests hit our server every single day in terms of domain traffic. Wow. So, which is a lot. So you get some people, they say traffic is dead, like domain traffic is dead, and I'm going, I got 4.5 billion reasons why every day why that's just absolute nonsense. And it's funny, I've been in some of the forums, and I used to go in there a lot more, and I've backed out because you get these people, and not all, there's some really good people in the forums, don't get me wrong, but you get some people, they make these great pronouncements, and like monetization's dead and all this sort of stuff, and they sound so authoritative. And then you go and you find out how many domains they have, or how much money they've been earning from monetization. It'd be like $1 a day in revenue or something like that, maximum, with $20 a month. And I'm thinking, they don't have authority to speak on this subject.
That's exactly why I love having you here today, because I see those types of things all the time, and I realize. And it's not just with monetization and parking, it's domains in general, and even other things in the world in general. It's like these people are making statements and they don't have the data set. They generalize based on such a small data set, small sample size, that you don't know if it's accurate or not, right? They might be right, they might be wrong, but if they're basing their data set on 10 domains or even 100 domains, that's not enough to really understand the whole big picture. And here you are with 4.5 billion sort of hits things a day, and it's like, you have the data set, so that's actually why I'm happy you're here. So sorry for interrupting. Let you keep on going.
No, Arif, never apologize. It's your show for a start. But the thing I find is that we don't just have the data set in terms of traffic and what's happening. And I can give some sort of an idea of what we found last year, particularly in the middle of COVID, what's occurred, which has been quite interesting. But it's not just that. It's we get a picture of the whole industry. So we actually partner with like all the parking companies. So when you put your, not trying to split ParkLogic here, but when you put your domains with us, we take the traffic inbound and we auction it off in 100 milliseconds. So it takes about 100 milliseconds, and we send it to the best provider, whether that's any of the major parking companies or it's any of the global advertising networks. And so it's really it's an interesting one. So we see how everyone's performing as well, and what's happened on the performance side as well as the traffic side. Yeah. So, and to build something like that, one of the challenges we had last year, I must admit, and I'm almost embarrassed to say, the biggest challenge we had last year was growth. And you say, well, you haven't been growing that. No, managing the growth. It was insane last year, and we had our team it just swamped in just focusing on how do we manage this growth, because it just exploded. Because it was interesting. It was about February last year. I think it was the end of February or the beginning of March. I started doing a weekly update on domain monetization on my blog. And every single week I was doing a broadcast, and I looked at the data. I'm a data guy, right? What do they say? Facts don't care how you feel. Yeah, so it's just like, so show me the data. Yeah, so I was looking at the data, and we were worried that everything, because the world was just like it turning internal, every country and all that sort of stuff. And I was thinking, oh my gosh, it's all going to collapse. So we saw a downturn in earnings per click. That's one of the metrics that we pay attention to. But then we saw a massive surge in traffic coming online, because everyone was told you got to stay at home and you've got to go online. Yeah. And so we just saw that translated a massive traffic. And then you got all these small to medium business. All the big businesses said, hang on a second, we got to reappraise all of our costs and look at our advertising budgets. So they all disappeared from the market. And then all of the small to medium-sized businesses said, holy crap, no one's walking past our store anymore. We can still sell products. And I remember seeing a news article on this guy. He was selling skateboards, and he had a skateboard shop. And the interviewer said, well, what are you going to do now? And he said, well, it's obvious. And they said, well, what is it? He said, I'm going to go and move all my stock into my garage at home and sell online. And I thought, that's interesting. And then the very next night, there was exactly the same sort. I can't remember that business, same sort of business. It said exactly the same sort of thing. And we saw it in the earnings per click rates. This began skyrocketing as more and more small to medium-sized businesses went online, and they began just to sell online. They needed the traffic. It was an interesting experience. Then we hit about August, and towards the end of August last year, a lot of the big corporations began to come back into the market, and they looked around and they said, who stole our traffic? It was all the small to medium guys that bought the traffic. And they looked around and said, oh my gosh, our traffic is gone. What do we do now? So they began to bid as well. And so it began to go high. And it was an incredible experience. Yeah. So we had our best year ever last year. And this year is looking even better. As COVID has become the new norm as such, as people are used to being online, and a lot of businesses that were online before are now thrust online. Yeah. So
that's what they're saying, right? Is that like all this growth was going to come anyways, right? It's just that COVID expedited it by like 5 years, and everyone's systems, all these businesses, their systems are now in place. But it was a lot of it was coming. Like there's some stuff that it has changed and will change back. Like obviously restaurants and things like that. However, all these businesses, they're all poised to send stuff around the world now, right? And that was coming, right? That was well, it was already here, but it was not to the extent of what it is today. And I think today was supposed to be like in 2025, but it's. And again, it's unfortunate what happened, but it's all been expedited because of that. So,
yeah, it was very interesting, and what we see happening now is just growth is continuing, and moving forward. Yeah, so it's interesting. Someone asked me a question in the chat. Yeah, and they're sort of like, what percentage of revenue does ParkLogic take and everything? And I remember I was asked this question at, I think it was the last NamesCon, physical NamesCon, and I said, we take 90% of the revenue and we pay you 10%. And the person said, what? That's crazy. I said, I didn't tell you we increased your revenue by 100,000%. And they. Oh, I said, it's not an issue of how much do we take. It's an issue of how much more do you make. Yeah. That's the issue. And we need to get out of this whole, like, let's squeeze another 1 or 2% here. What we need to be looking at is how do we make 20 or 30% more?
Yeah.
And
How do you
looking
increase
at
the
that.
value to the advertisers, I guess,
Correct.
Yeah.
Correct. So it's that being said, it really is very on your volume and your size and all that sort of stuff. We typically, on average, pay out like 80% plus. Typically, like some at 75% if they're really small, because we're a business. We make money. I'm not ashamed to say that.
Yeah.
We do make money. And we'd like to keep on making money, so we're still around.
So you pay out about 75 to 80, approximately. I guess.
Yeah. The bigger the portfolio, we can obviously do a deal. But if you're sitting there and you're sort of saying, okay, I'm a domain investor, and let me tell you, I come across this all the time, of old-time domain investors who think they know everything about traffic monetization. Let me tell you right now, you don't. You actually don't. You think you do, but you don't. It's what you don't know, which is actually causing you to lose a lot of money. And we've been living and breathing, I've been living and breathing now traffic monetization for over 2 decades. And I say I don't know everything. I'm looking at data every single day, know exactly what's going on at every stage in the whole value chain. And I'm telling you right now, I do not know everything. So if you're sitting there going, oh yeah, I know about domain monetization, you don't, and you're making a fatal mistake right now. You're leaving a lot of money on the table. So, classic example, I was speaking to an old-time domainer, and he said, monetization is dead. I said, well, what do you do? And he said, I put all my domains with a single parking company. I said, okay, so let me understand this. How long have you been doing that for? The last 5 years. And I said, well, hang on a second. So what you're saying is you're not prepared to do anything different, and you're expecting a different outcome.
Oh, yeah.
You're just insane.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're just, that's the definition of insanity, right? And I said, well, why on earth would you do that? And then you go around and you say, monetization's dead. No, it's dead for you because you're not doing anything. I hate to say it, you're one of the stupid ones.
Yeah.
I get very frustrated with this topic, I must admit, because there's too many.
Yeah. Well, I mean, but you know what? Even as myself as a domain investor, that's the bias. I started maybe 5 years ago, but I had websites before, so I knew a little bit about monetization. I didn't really leverage that at all, but we're talking quite some time ago. But just based on my entourage, nobody talks about it. That's why you're here, because I know it might not be an option for some people depending on their portfolio, but for others, I think it certainly is, right?
Yeah, it's a really interesting conundrum, and I get asked all the time. The classic thing I get asked is, "Who is the best parking company?" And I'm thinking, what a stupid question that is. I hate to say it. That's just a stupid question. That shows the lack of understanding is who's the best parking company. Because my reaction to that is, who's the best parking company at what millisecond are you talking about from which domain?
Yeah, okay, yeah.
Okay, and they say, well, Cedo is so much better, or Bonus. They're all really good. They're all really good, yeah. But at what point in time? Yeah. We have great partnerships with all those companies, and we do millions of dollars a year of business with them. Yeah, and so they're all really good, but what point of time for what domain? Yeah, and I'm thinking, oh my gosh, and I feel like I've been speaking into a vacuum in my blog, for instance, for the last 20 years as well. Yeah, I'm thinking, seriously, guys, you still don't understand some of the basics?
So here's the thing. Okay, so I was going to wait for ParkLogic offers, but I don't think we can avoid it. And I'm curious. Yeah. So you say that, right? Because you have those metrics, and your ParkLogic system is in place to make those micro sort of auctions of the things. Is that typical of all parking companies? Or
no?
Okay, so then when people say that, it's okay, this is because they're not aware of what the specifics of what you and maybe a couple other players that are doing. That it's not the typical. Maybe, I guess.
Yeah. It's The answer is no. So what you'll find is that we found the maximum any parking company at any point in time wins, traditional parking I'm talking about, is 30% of the time, the maximum. And typically it goes down to 20%, it fluctuates. What it means, though, is that 70 to 80% of the time you can be doing better elsewhere.
Okay, yeah. So like one company's better at a certain moment and for a certain subset of domains, and another company's better at a certain subset for the others.
But it varies continuously. Like it really changes dramatically. Like I did some analysis. I've spent, my gosh, I was working with one of my team members, and we've probably spent 20 hours analyzing domains, domain traffic, and trying to work out how to extract a little bit more out of it for behalf of our clients. Now, just ask yourself the question, when was the last time you spent 20 hours pouring through 4.5 billion pieces of traffic per day to work out how you can extract it? That's why we have such great clients, I must admit.
Yeah, everybody here knows I'm a pretty big spreadsheet and math nerd, but I'm not that big a spreadsheet nerd to have that many data points to go through. I have to admit.
Yeah, I must admit, we the spreadsheet, we condensed everything down from our databases. The spreadsheet we were working on had 250,000 data rows. It's all about big data. And I remember giving a talk at NamesCon, last physical one in Austin, and I talked about the future of monetization. And the future of monetization is all about big data. And you've got to leverage big data. Now, if you look at your portfolio and you say, well, is 1,000 data points a day, is that a big? No, it's not. If you got less than 100 million data points a day, you don't have big data. Okay. So you really don't. So it's all about big data and looking at the big data and then translating the learning down to the micro and looking at that. And so it's something I find is absolutely fascinating, is pouring through data. You may say, well, Michael, why do you like it so much? And I'm like, well, the reason why is because I'm looking at real human behavior. Yeah. I'm looking at real people doing real things. Like you strip all the bots out and all that sort of stuff, right?
Somebody trying to buy whatever it is. Yeah.
Yeah, and I then had an epiphany one time. I go on holidays and I'll sit on the beach or something like that, and I'll stare at the ocean. I had an epiphany. I thought, what depends upon human behavior? Everything. One of the reasons why domain traffic is so powerful is domain traffic is the same as search. It's a competitor to Google. Why do you think Google wanted to own this space so much? Domain traffic is a competitor to Google. It really is. Yeah. It is search. We're looking at real human behavior. We can actually analyze that and work out so much. As a classic example, I remember one time, I can't remember how many years ago it was, I did some analysis around looking at our data and on my blog, and I posted an article. I said, I'm going to predict Google's share price next quarter based upon our data. Yeah. And I came within 5%.
Wow. Yeah, because I can see that, because like when you're looking at search data, you see kind of a little bit of intent. There obviously are trends and you can see what's going on, but when the click is even more intent than search, right? It's like the next level. Yeah. It's like, so it's more refined. It's more,
Correct. In fact, Google did a report probably 18 years ago. They actually did a report. I think it was Eton Albers was running the domain channel at the time, or something like that. And did a report on how domain traffic has more user intent than search traffic. Wow. They then shut that down for obvious reasons. But it was an interesting report to read. I was trying to dig it up again. I couldn't find it. Probably in my archive somewhere. But it was an interesting document to show the power of domain traffic, and that domain traffic is so valuable. And the thing I think about, I guess, with domains and what's going on, yes, we can extract the value from the traffic now. I think there's some bigger pictures at play. And maybe I can allude to some of the things that we've been working on and really looking at. And I'll answer some of the questions here.
Yeah, they're popping up. Yeah.
Yeah. And one of the things we spent 6 months on, now to think about that for a second, we spent 6 months on it, on looking in detail, re-looking at in detail traffic quality. And what is traffic quality and how do we actually determine traffic quality? Not so we can necessarily kick people out, but so we can provide value to advertisers. Ultimately, the advertiser is the person that actually pays for the whole ecosystem, right?
Yeah.
So how do we actually define traffic quality? And I gave a presentation in NamesCon Online, which I may redo this presentation at the upcoming NamesCon. In fact, we're a platinum sponsor of that NamesCon. It should be announced shortly. So it's a sneak preview. And I talked about that in any portfolio of domains that you have like the rats, chickens, the snakes, and the foxes. And the rats are they're low traffic domains, they're low risk, but they just eating up your portfolio. Yeah, they're the ones you should just drop those domains. Then you got the chickens, the high traffic domains, and low risk. So they're making all your money on the monetization side. Then you got the snakes, which are high risk, low revenue. Get rid of those, and you got the foxes, a bit sly because they may have high value, but they're high risk. So sort of like, oh, I don't know. So those sort of domains you're going to make a call on. Yeah. And so we began to unpack that. So we've done a lot more work on that. I see that as really important. The other thing is, I love the PPC business model, which is pay-per-click. Made a lot of money over 2 decades on that. But I think it's actually a broken business model.
Okay.
And because essentially what everyone does is this. Everyone goes and says, I hope I get a click. I hope I get a click. And they go, the fingers crossed. Oh, damn, I didn't get a click. And they tear up the user and they throw them away. That's stupid. Wouldn't it be great if you could have some sort of system that the user could sign up for, but they want to come back to, you have the potential, then you're talking about the migrating on a transactional basis to the lifetime value of the user. Mm-hmm. And it's a very different process. So we spent quite a lot of time working on that. And I'd be at the forefront of thinking in that area in ParkLogic of how do we move people from transactional to lifetime value? And that is so important. So we've now set up, been doing also beta testing and on our own traffic and everything like that we have, seeing how many people will sign up to a service that we can then monetize in the future.
Yeah.
So let's imagine all your domains fell to pieces and all the traffic levels went to zero overnight. Do you still have a business because you got this recurring revenue from people who signed up to a service? And that does two things. One is it reduces risk, increases revenue. Yeah. So it does those two things. And what we found now, like we've got now 10,000 people signed up to a news alert system. And we've got partnerships with some major media corporations and that sort of stuff, and that's just on our test platform. Wow. Yeah, and it to me that is absolutely critical. There's a third area we're working on and really focusing on, and that is how to build a dashboard for domain investors inside of ParkLogic, which is not just about ParkLogic. Sure, there's stuff about ParkLogic there and how much money you're making and that sort of stuff. But don't you get sick of having to log into all these different services? Or let's imagine you're in development and your service, is my particular server still alive, like website still alive? Wouldn't it be great to know that it's still alive, or all these different sort of things? Or can I download my registration costs or something like that from my registrar and automatically import it into a system? Yeah, all those sort of things to me are really important. And so we're in the process of, once again, I'm working with a team on this, on developing a dashboard, which is sure for what you want inside, say, ParkLogic and everything. But I don't care if you download information from Cedo because you got some Cedo domains there. I don't mind. Or you got some developed domains, and you can go along and be constantly pinging them to make sure your website's alive, all that sort of stuff. To me, it's that the dashboard which is going to go along give you a picture of what's happening with your investment. No one's really done that I'm aware of. There may be individuals that have built their own and sort of cobbled something together and got some fancy spreadsheets even and all that sort of stuff, but no one's put something together really simple like that. And to me, it's so sort of overdue to be done. So that's some of the things that keep me awake at night anyway. Now, I should say this, when you look at your domain portfolio, every single domain should have a business model behind it. If it doesn't have a business model, you're running a hobby, you're not running a business. So when you look at your portfolio, if you don't know which of your domains have traffic, then that's the number one thing you need to do, is to find out which domains have traffic. I don't care, you put them with us. We take people that do at least about $300 a month in revenue. If you've got a lot of domains, you just don't know this, hey, put them with us, that's fine, that's okay. But so that's the first thing. So you'll find probably about 10, maybe 20% of your portfolio is really traffic domains. They really are. And they'll help pay the renewal costs of the rest of your portfolio. That's for the start. The second thing is when you look at the rest of your portfolio, you'll have a few domains which are really high value. When I say high value, anything more than about $2,000 is high value.
$2,000 in traffic, you mean? Per year?
No, not traffic. No, just it's sales. The sales,
okay,
the domain sales. Okay. So you've got a price tag. You say, okay, there's my domain sales, high value domain sales. Okay. So I'm just going through the business models.
Yeah.
And then you'll say, okay, so which domains am I really going to build out? Every domain can be built out. All right. Let's be realistic. How many domains can you really build out?
Not many.
No, you can't. Yeah. And the reason why is it's not a technological problem. That's been solved. The technology to build out a domain, I remember I ran a session at a NamesCon conference where I pulled someone from the audience, sat them down next to me. I asked them about a domain they wanted to build out. I then did a full cash flow analysis with them in front of the audience about this particular domain in 30 minutes. In the next 30 minutes, I built it out, a functioning website. And that's not because I'm legendary at Excel and building out domains. It's because that problem has been solved. The problem that hasn't been solved is the management of those domains. That hasn't been solved. Yeah. That's the big question that hasn't really been solved. And like, how do you, if you've got 1,000 domains, how do you significantly impact 1,000 domains if you've built out 1,000 domains? How do you know that domain XYZ, whatever, is one you need to go along and tweak some of the variables on it to be able to extract greater value? You don't.
No. Yeah.
Because it has not been solved. That's a big problem. And that's a really big problem. If someone can solve that, that'd be awesome. And it's one I've had in my sights for a while now, but there's only one Michael Gilmour. But anyway, so you look at your portfolio, you got traffic domains, you got the high value domains, you've got the ones you're going to build out, that one or two. I think every domain investor should build out one or two domains and make them profitable. And once they're profitable, rinse and repeat. The next thing is you've got all the vast majority of domains. I hate to say it, they're your stock turn domains. Yeah. They're the ones you want to do like a 1 to 2% stock turn per year. If you're not doing, I think it was the average stock turn, I was looking back at my stats here. The average stock turn a couple of years ago was about, I think it was about 2%. Sorry, my apologies, 0.42%. 0.42%. So the average domain investor sells 0.42% of their portfolio per year.
Yeah, I would say that's probably even a high number. Yeah.
Yeah, okay, but you think about that. Just think about that number. That's a really critical number.
Yeah.
If you're not doing 0.42%, it's either because you've got the price is too high.
Yeah. So I was thinking
0.42.
Yeah, 0.42.
No, 0.42. Right. So if you're not doing 0.42% of your portfolio per year in sales, then it means either your prices are too high, and the simple way to determine that is how many inquiries do you have on your domains?
Yeah.
And if you've got a lot of inquiries, but you're not selling many, your prices are probably too high. You're trying to sell stock turn domains for high value prices. All right. So that's for a start. But if you're not getting the inquiries in, then it means it's very, very clearly no one's interested in your domains. You need to rationalize your expense line, which means drop a whole lot. Yeah, so it's 0.42%. And that's the guideline. Like there's all different examples and extremes and all that sort of stuff. And if you've got a small portfolio versus a large portfolio, you will get all sorts of stuff. Yeah, so it's it's an interesting number. That's for the industry itself. Every portfolio will be different. I noticed there's a comment there saying, hey, misleading percentages are all over the board. And I completely agree with you. And they are all over the board. But it's a guideline.
Yeah.
It's a guideline to think about. And so it's I've seen too many domain investors become in love with their domains. I'm in love with my bank account. So,
that's the number one rule of domaining. We always say is don't fall in love with your domains, I guess. Yeah.
Well, it's because every domain's got a story. Like I remember it was a dark and stormy night. There was a huge lightning bolt and thunder, and I suddenly knew what I had to go along and buy. Yeah, so it's it's something, and they go along and buy that domain. They got this great big story behind each one. It's like the children, each one of the domains. Divorce your children. Sometimes you need to. Sometimes you say, well, that was a domain when I had too much scotch that night. Something like that. And you bought these crazy domains. I think as Ammar was talking about was that he has Y domains.
Why
he had to just drop a hole.
I see unfortunately a lot of that. Well, why would be okay. Even the I am would be okay. In the last few years, I've seen people with creative words plus another word. I'm like, well, and it's just, and they get hundreds of them. And it's like, just, why?
Yeah. So the coming back to the 0.42%, the 0.42% is the average for the industry. That's going to fluctuate massively. Portfolio.
I actually like that number because some people in my entourage, the average is going to be higher for sure. That's why I think people watching now think that's a little bit low. But when you include the people who don't sell anything, right? There are a lot of that number 0.4. It actually it sounds about right, because like we say you want 2% to be profitable, but most domainers are not profitable, right? So. That's the thing. Yeah.
That's an interesting question. I was asked a couple of years to do the keynote at NamesCon, and I did a whole lot of analysis and everything like that. And sure, this is like as good as you can get. The analysis on the basis of a lot of information is not available and that sort of stuff. But I worked out that the investment industry as a whole is going backwards by about $435 million a year.
Really?
Yeah. So what that means is that about 435 million, if you do it purely on domain sales, right? If you think about that, $435 million a year, that's being funded by people borrowing. They're either borrowing from their pay packet, borrowing from their houses, their credit cards, or whatever, right? It's being funded each year. And so it's a big number.
Well, what compared to what's the main number? Like 400 less, but how much? Based what? But like what kind of? On what percentage?
There's about 1.3 billion in renewals for investment in the investment community. That was a couple of years ago, that number, and so that's quite large. So, but there is still like $1 billion worth of sales. So, It's the thing that I encourage people in the sales model is always be rationalizing your portfolio. Is be looking at your portfolio. Otherwise, you can end up funding your portfolio out of your pocket.
That's a very dangerous trap a lot of people fall into. I know for myself, so I'm at the point now. I personally have 3,000 domains, and it's like I'm at the point where I have enough data points, enough sales to say, okay, I know I have a certain sell-through rate, and it works for me, right? So I'm profitable. But a lot of other people don't have that information, right? So it's good to have that global sort of overall perspective of that you have, you know.
Yeah. So the other thing, if you look at, I keep coming back to the 0.42 is the average. But if you think about that, if you were to sell 100% of your portfolio, that's going to take you a long time. So it's let's assuming every domain is equal. There's a lot of assumptions in that. But my guess is all the good domains probably sell first before the rest of the domains are left. I know myself, I picked up some what I thought were absolutely amazing domains, and I held them for a few years, and I just dropped them. There's no inquiries on those domains. I just make a decision. I'm going to be ruthless. It's an expense I don't need. Yeah, so it's... the thing that keeps me awake at night, though, I must admit, is looking at monetization. And because it's that recurring revenue model, but it's more than that, it's also thinking, how can I extract more value from the traffic? And it's the retention models I talked about, retaining a customer and really working on that. It's looking at predictive monetization. How can we better be predictive? It's looking at things such as what other data points do we need? Like right now we track, I think it's about 300 different data points for every domain every day.
Mm-hmm.
So that's.
I guess maybe just give a couple examples of a couple like what sort of
data do we track?
Yeah, what just giving a couple of examples? Yeah, what sort of data points do you?
Every single data point from every single company we partner with, we track.
Okay.
Whether that's clicks, revenue, what they report as traffic. We have our internal metrics, which is raw traffic, the normalized RPM. I can get into a whole discussion around normalized RPM.
I just want a little sample so people could get an idea. Yeah.
So we track this for every single partner, and so I think it's about 300 data points we're tracking right now. But I think that needs to expand more. And I look at other data points that need to be in there, such as weather. Like, so if you get traffic coming in from Berlin and it's raining in Berlin, how does that impact click-through rates and all that sort of stuff and earnings per click? Should we divert more traffic in that scenario, or and be more time sensitive around data? Could be like it's the 4th of July. So what sort of domains are people more likely to go to because it's the 4th of July versus other periods of time?
Whatever it is.
Yeah, but it's so you're not burning traffic by sampling or something like that somewhere else in the world for fireworks. You're having it focused in the US market at that particular point in time. So there's lots of different data points that need to be done that plugged into the system, and it's all going into the algorithm that's switching that sort of stuff. There's some other things such as better targeting of advertisers, and I think the direct advertising market is becoming much more mature in that. That's something that keeps me awake. Data analysis. One of the interesting things that I'm starting just to scratch a little bit is analyzing the data a lot more to understanding what is going through people's head. Like you could use it with statistical medicine, for instance, and that's very valuable. If you've got enough data points, statistical medicine will tell you where there's an outbreak of COVID.
Yeah.
Because people begin to find out, like look into it a lot more. There's those sort of things. There is obviously relating domain traffic back to the stock market. and can you use investments decisions influenced by domain traffic? You think about it, like I said before, everything depends upon human behavior. And when you think about that, essentially what people typically do in the stock market is they have Bloomberg report. So Bloomberg, there's a delay in Bloomberg reporting. Bloomberg reports, there's a delay between you and making an investment decision. And so it's like you're always behind the eight ball. Right? You're at an informational disadvantage. But you think about domain traffic, we actually get it before Bloomberg.
Yeah, okay.
Because we're seeing the human behavior. They're reporting on the human behavior.
You're seeing them going there, yeah.
Yeah, so we see it before then. So it's really interesting. So I remember I had a private equity firm call me up and ask me about some questions about, they were looking at doing some potential investments in the space with registries and that sort of stuff. And I actually brought up to them, I said, you know what the real value of your sign is? It's not the flipping domains. It's in terms of selling domains and everything like that. Yeah, that's great. That bread and butter will increase by a few percent each year and all that sort of stuff. Then that don't get me wrong, it's a lot of money. And I said, do you know what the real value is? They said, what's that? I said, it's the fact that they have the logs of all the .coms. I said, you can mine that and you get the information before the market gets the information. That's the real value.
Are they?
No one. They don't do that.
Are they? They're not monetizing that in any way? Would they be allowed? No. I don't even. Okay, that's the side question.
No, they're not. They're not allowed to monetize it per se. But if you're the owner of the company, can you actually look at it?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, that's the question. Yeah. So it's a really interesting one. And you look at all the CCTLDs as well. They're exactly the same. And CCTLDs it's completely different. But as an aggregate, you look at domain investors, and I see there's an opportunity there. I see there is, in terms of the future, like I said, the retention model, and attributing that user came from this domain, which is owned by this domain owner, therefore attribute the lifetime value of that user to this domain owner.
Yeah.
And I think that's a really interesting thing to do and to look at. There's a lot of challenges in that, but it's good. Yeah. Can I just finish with an analogy?
Yeah, well, I just want to ask you a couple of questions before
sure.
finishing. But I just okay, actually, do your analogy.
I'm concerned about time.
Do your no. Do your analogy, and then I want to ask you a couple of questions because
sure. I would love to answer them. The analogy is this: is domain monetization is like the gold rush, and I've used this many times. Back in the old days, you'd walk along, you'd I don't know, bump your foot and you go, what's that? Oh, it's a bit of gold. And you'd pick it up, and it'd be like the early days of monetization. It was really like that.
Oneword.coms, yeah.
But they'd have all this traffic, and your advertisers just loved it and all that sort of stuff, right? And then domains became harder to find, and so forth. So people got gold panning. They invented some technology for doing it. They began gold panning and all that sort of thing, and that was good. And to extract the value from the traffic and everything like that, people got a little bit smarter. They got spreadsheets. Yeah, they download their CSV file and all that sort of stuff. And I remember I always had CSV file from every different parking company at one point. I was trying to pull it all in together. Like I'm a data junkie, right? So, and technology went on. Then the sluice got developed, the equivalent of the sluice, and so forth. Then the modern technology, the bulldozers came out. And so if you're still like gold panning, it'd be like you have all your domains with a single parking company.
Yeah,
that's gold panning, right? I hate what ParkLogic does is we drill holes into the Earth's crust 3 miles deep to extract that little bit of gold from the traffic. And so if you're still gold panning, then I'd like you to give me a call for 2 reasons. One is, sure, we may be able to extract more value from your traffic. So if you're doing like more than $300 a month in revenue right now, hey, let's just increase that. But more than that, If you're still goal panning, I can tell you right now, we have people who want to buy your traffic domains because they're going to take it based upon your numbers goal panning and put it into our system for drilling holes in the Earth's crust, and they'll get a payback in a fraction of the time on the investment. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Yeah. So if they pay you 24 months of revenue on your revenue, let's imagine, they'll get paybacks of 12 to 13 months on our revenue.
Okay.
Yeah, so we got customers doing that. They just like, hey, Michael, like there's some, I hate to say it, there's some really dumb people out there. They put all the domains in one place and all that sort of stuff, and they've been doing it forever. So we come in, we buy their portfolio, we put it on your platform, we get massive payouts like straight away, and then
I guess it also depends on the type of domains too, right? And that was the question.
No, I'm talking about just the traffic domains. Traffic domains.
Okay, yeah.
Only talking about traffic.
Okay.
So, and that's what they end up doing. Yeah. So it's like it's an evolution of technology, and if you're still doing the goal panning, then realize there's other solutions out there, and you need to at least investigate them. Can I just say, go to mcl.club. MCL is masterclasslessons.club. I did a 12-part video series on domain monetization. And at mcl.club, just go there because it's free. I don't charge anything for it. And it's probably the most in-depth tutorial series, which costs you nothing other than your time, that you can get on monetization. And I would encourage anyone to go there.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, all this stuff really fascinates me. So I guess the first question I need to ask is, what do you? Because like I think a lot of people here are like questioning some of this stuff, but they don't realize that you're talking more about traffic domains. What would you define as being a traffic domain?
Yeah, that's a good question. We define a traffic domain as any domain that has one unique visitor per day on average. So it's actually not that high.
So pretty low.
So one unique visitor. So a lot of people think a traffic domain, I've got to have thousands and thousands. No, you just have one unique visitor per day, and you just have a lot of those.
Yeah.
And then you got a traffic portfolio. So that someone asked me an interesting question, which is, what's a good revenue multiple to sell at or to buy at? Look, it depends on the portfolio. And in terms of, is it link-based traffic where it's going to go away over time, or is it direct type in? Are they typos or trademarked, which could be quite hard? All those are sort of things. But as a benchmark, as a rough guide, 24 months revenue. Okay, there's a rough guide. And the other really interesting question is, how do you predict which domains will have traffic?
Yeah.
That's an interesting question, and there's lots of ways of doing this. The best thing to do is you need to find a data source, and it could be the data source is an ISP, and you've got some data points, or it could be that you have access to some search traffic or whatever. But the best thing to do is to find a data source. It could be DNS traffic. For instance, you could do a deal with a CTTLD and find that, get their DNS logs or something like that. And from their DNS logs, you could predict what the .com will be of that domain, and is it registered or not? There's a lot of things you could do. And one of the things I also look for is in the CTTLD space, by the way, I think it's wide open still. To this day, I think it's still wide open. The thing I look at is penetration of credit cards and population size, and ideally English speaking. Why? Because it makes life easier for me. I don't have to know the local language. Penetration of credit cards will complete the revenue cycle. So an online advertiser in that particular market goes along and buys a banner ad or something like that, and they can see someone's clicked on it. They then see someone came to their website. They then see someone went to went to buy a product, put it in the shopping cart, and they finally bought it. That's the revenue cycle. And the credit cards or some sort of online payment mechanism drives that cycle. And so that'll influence your earnings per click. So look at your market, do an analysis, and find out who is getting a greater penetration of credit cards. What's Visa, MasterCard, let's say the PayPal's of the world, what jurisdictions they're focusing on. And you can get that information. The next thing is size of the market. India is a massive market, right? It's a lot more forgiving if you've got a big market, forgiving to making mistakes, right? So I've got a whole stack of really good quality .in domains. So they're the two things I really look at. I like English speaking because, like I said, it's easier for me. I'm not worried about character sets, IDNs, and all that sort of stuff. I'm not saying you can't earn money on those.
Yeah.
It's just easier for me. So I look at those things. So to answer the question is, where will you? How do you predict to have traffic and it's going to be value? It's not just the traffic. You also got to look at. For a lot of people say to me, I have this domain and it has like 1,000 pieces of traffic a day. That's a bought on GoDaddy or something like that. But when I put it on a platform, they say 1 visitor a day.
Yeah.
It's because not all traffic's equal.
Yeah. Yeah. The bots going
Could
around.
have been there's like 1,000 pieces of Delvic traffic. You say, what's Delvic traffic? Delvic traffic is like a streaming type service, like a torrent type service.
Okay. Yeah.
Okay. So yeah, sure, it had 1,000 meter traffic, but we're humans. Yeah. See, the other end, it's the equivalent of an application. So what is that? What is the traffic, and is that traffic really monetizable? Like we had a domain which is doing about 50 million piece of traffic a day.
50 million?
And it had 6 of them were human. 6.
It's
6
over. The robots have taken over. The bots have taken over.
Oh, yeah, it's just crazy. So people ask me like, what CCTLDs do I like the most? Which ones do I like to invest in? I've given you my rules. I look at. I like to look at big markets, penetration of credit cards. I'm also very pro a lot of the European, although they're not English speaking. A lot of those countries, they still speak English as well. I've got a whole lot of really good .es domains. I made a fortune in .co.uk. I remember it was a long time ago, everyone was talking about .com. And I said, okay, you can have .com all of the rest of the world. I made all my money in CCTLDs.
Okay, yeah.
And then I bought
know
back
there's a few
the com.
people who do well with CCTLDs. I'm not one of them, but I know there's some who do, and they have to have patience for it because you need to look at that data a little bit more. Finally.
Yeah. Prior to COVID, I was doing lots of travel, and I'd always look at the number of billboards I see with the CCTLD from the airport to the hotel. And you'd see, like, here in Germany, it's all .de, right? If you're in Austria, it's theirs, or NL for Netherlands and that sort of stuff. You'd see all that. You don't see .com. It's quite rare you'd see .com in those countries. And being outside the US, you're used to seeing .com.au in Australia. Yeah, you don't see .com.
Yeah.
So
I'm in Canada. It's a bit of a mix. People, depends where you are. You know, I'm actually in Montreal, so it's a bilingual city, which means that the French population can get the .coms in French for cheaper than other parts of the world where it's English speaking, right? So that's a funny dynamic, but
So you had some questions. Far away.
Oh well, no, it was basically what kind of domains you I think we hit off kind of a couple more. I'll pull up. I have people send me stuff by email and things like that.
Just to let you know, we typically at ParkLogic we do not invest in domains anymore ourselves.
Okay.
We typically don't. We top up our portfolio every now and then, that sort of stuff, just for testing purposes, because we use our portfolio for testing, because we don't want to compete against our customers. So that's we typically don't. Just every now and then we may buy something, whatever, portfolio domains. Why? Because we completely trashed our existing portfolio with testing. We've done that, let me tell you.
Okay. But you at least you have some of your own personal stuff. That's I see someone's passionate about domains, so it's like it's
Oh yeah, I do have some personal stuff and everything, and it's domains get in your blood. I thought I'd get sick of this industry, and I can't help myself. The thing I find incredible, like I try to explain to friends or other business people what I do for a living, and they really just don't get it. But domain investors do.
Yeah,
they really do. They're very different. And one of the things I miss the most about this industry is not getting together physically. I know this is great what you've put on virtual. I love it. This is awesome, right?
I understand. But, okay, I understand. Yeah.
But the thing I love the most is the fact that you get some really quirky people out there, because you have to be pretty quirky in order to be a domain investor. You have to see something other people don't see.
I can't disagree with that. Yeah. But
you have to see something others people don't.
Yeah.
And it's phenomenal. And it's something I don't care if they're new to the industry or they've been around a long time. I just like hearing from people and listening to them, listening to their stories, listening to their thoughts and their ideas and that sort of stuff. And it's just, and sometimes I look at it and I go, that's the stupidest idea I've ever heard of. Then I find out 6 months later, they've made millions from it. And I'm thinking, you know what? Who's stupid here?
Now? Yeah.
Who's the dumb one now? Yeah. And I look at, I come across people on a regular basis, and they have weird and wonderful business ideas, and it comes back to the domain. Like, I'm not sure if those of you who are listening realize, but every week I run, was it Thursday at 5 p.m. Eastern time, I run a thing called The Complete Entrepreneur on Clubhouse. And I spend an hour, we talk about what does it mean to be an entrepreneur as the person, not just the business side, but the personal side, like the personal costs and that sort of stuff of going after that dream and everything. And everything typically comes down to, at the very start, there is the domain. Yeah. Why? Is because that's who you are in today's world. Is your business or something is your domain. Yeah, and do you want to have, if you're selling clocks or something like that, do you want to have come and buy clocks here because they're really awesome.com, or do you want to have clocks.com? Yeah. It comes down to the domain, the quality of the domain, does it have traffic? All those sort of questions are so important for business owners. And how they approach their business from the very beginning. Yeah. So, I love that. Someone just pointed us out, but I'm normal. Not really.
No, that person is not all normal, and I love him for it.
Let me tell you, I've never met a normal domain investor yet, including yours truly. Yeah. I feel like sometimes we get our arms out, we get a needle and we go, just one more domain. It's like mainlining domains. Yeah. Let's like, come on. Yeah. I know. Before I get to bed tonight, I just got to get one more domain. Yeah.
I've had a couple of those days, I have to admit. Yeah. They've been there. So here's the, I got to take it a little bit to ParkLogic for a bit. I mean, so I'm a domain investor. Like I have 3,000 domains, but let's say I have 100, do a couple different numbers or whatever. So I have like 30 domains, I have 300 domains, I have 3,000 domains, I have 30,000 domains. And I want to think, I hear you, and I go, okay, well, monetization isn't as dead as I seem to think. What do I do?
Yeah, good question. Yeah. So the number one thing you need to do is segment your portfolio.
Okay.
And you need to find out which domains have traffic.
Okay.
And monetize those. And by the way, you can still have a banner across the top saying, hey, this domain is for sale, click here. You can still do that, but at least monetize those domains that have traffic. So the first thing you do is find out which ones have traffic. You can put them on ParkLogic if you want, and we'll tell you exactly which ones have traffic and everything, or any of the other parking companies, that's fine too. And you go, okay, I now know which ones have traffic. Great. They're my traffic domains.
Yeah.
So whatever I do, my primary business goal is to maximize returns on those domains. So if you're doing over $300 a month in revenue from those domains, then send them to us and we'll increase it, right? That's for a start. The second thing is this, is which are your high value domains? And there'll be like probably 2 or 3% of your portfolio. They're my high value domains. Which 1 or 2 domains am I going to build out? And seriously, if you're going to build them out, don't just say one day, build them out this week and focus on them. And the rest, you're just trying to go along and sell the stock items. It's as simple as that. And if you do not segment your portfolio, it means you're not actually extracting full value from your assets.
Okay.
You need to segment your portfolio. And you may say, well, that's a lot of work, isn't it, Michael? Yeah, it's business. It's not a hobby.
Yeah. So how much time would it take to kind of like to figure out which ones are
have traffic?
Yeah.
The ones that have traffic, give it a week. Okay. In 1 week, you'd know. Because you're looking for all those domains that have at least 1 unique visitor per day on average.
Okay.
Yeah, so in a week, you'll know that. Now, if there's people listening to this, I've got like thousands of dollars a month in revenue, then my gosh, please give me a call. Like, seriously. And there's one thing we made a decision about is we're going to be honest and tell the truth. We're not going to go along and try to do some sort of massive sales pitch to keep your portfolio with us at all costs and everything. If someone else we think can do a better job for your particular domains, then we'll tell you to take it away. Take it away from us because, hey, they did better. Because we play the long-term game. That's why we've been in this industry for 15 years. We're not going to spin you a story. The first thing I'll ask for is baseline data. If you've got like thousands of dollars a month in revenue, I'll say, what's your baseline data, which is previous month, just give it to us. We'll do a whole analysis. We'll go through the analysis with you. We'll say, these are where we're winning. These are where we're losing. We think these are the reasons why we're losing. This domain, this domain, this domain. I think you should actually take back and re-baseline them. Don't leave them with us. We'll say, for whatever reason, that other parking company was doing better. I don't know why, but why dispute the fact? And then 90% of the time, I must admit, they go along, they send them back, and they go, oh, it's actually dropped the value of those domains, so the baseline has changed. Yeah. Okay, that's fine. Put them back with us, right? Or we had a situation where we had one client. They brought a whole lot of domains across. We went through an analysis with them, and they said, oh, these domains aren't working. I said, the reason why they're not working with us is because they're education domains, and it is June, and no one's advertising education in June. Wait until September. Trust me, they're going to take off. So you've got to find the reasons why we're doing better and why we're doing worse, and do that full analysis. If you don't do the full analysis and really begin to understand the numbers, then you're missing out on the opportunity. So we'll do that analysis, and we will go through it with you. If you're doing like thousands of dollars a month of revenue, we will do that with you and go through that. And I think that's really important because it's the devil's in the numbers, and getting to that detail level. It's very unusual, I find, for most people, but that's what we do for every day. That's what we do.
I would love to take a look at your databases. I'm sure they're really, really interesting.
Yeah.
I'm sure they're pretty safely guarded, I'm guessing.
They definitely are. But we have a lot of data. In many respects, too much data. And the challenge is not just having the data, but how do you make actions from the data? Yeah. Like I said, we spent a huge amount of time, my business partner and a section of our team spent a huge amount of time looking at traffic quality. And how do we pull that apart really at a very granular level? Like we're looking at down to packets of data. And that's for start. We get to the packet level. Particularly if there's when you have so many domains under management and you've got so much traffic, you end up picking up DDoS attacks and all that sort of stuff, and you got to work out ways of weathering those sort of things.
Geez, yeah.
And it's like sometimes you think, oh, we just suffer a DDoS attack. No, it was just a domain with a lot of crap traffic.
Yeah. Those robots, right? Those. What was it you're saying? There
Oh
was,
my gosh,
50
million.
No, I was gonna, no. 49,999,994 bots. Right?
Correct.
There was 6 humans in there.
But there's 6 people. There's 6 people. Yeah, no. I think we've had a few domains even worse than that. And we've had, or the other side of the spectrum is the value of some clicks, and you get some clicks. We've had like $100+ clicks and everything like that. And you know that some advertiser, marketing person just lost their job that day. Because they go along, they put the decimal point in the wrong spot or whatever. Yeah, it's and you see obscene values, and then you see it collapse the next day. So how can they fix things? And
I never would have thought that. Yeah, it's true, because there's even behind everything there, you think it's all automated, but really at the end, it's people like marketing people or businesses making bids, right?
Yeah.
So
the thing that surprises me is how primitive some of the systems are out there. For advertising. The advertising side of the industry, on the whole, has not really, on the whole, the exceptions of the tier one players, but the next level, on the whole, has not really embraced some of the technology.
So are you talking about more like the networks that you deal with, or the actual end, like the advertiser, like the bottom level, or both?
Oh, definitely the advertisers. Some have, don't get me wrong, some have. There's exceptions, but on the whole, they have like you've got a lot of people, for instance, they rely on Google Analytics and all that sort of stuff. Google Analytics, don't get me wrong, it provides a tremendous amount of information. And it's absolutely incredible what you're freely giving up to Google for no cost. You think about it, this blows my brains. So you put Google Analytics on your website, and then you go and you buy your traffic from where? From Google. So you're giving Google end-to-end knowledge of your complete ecosystem, right? Do you honestly think they don't use that information to influence pricing?
They're supposed to do no evil, but I don't know.
That's long been gone.
I know. I was gonna say they removed that from their motto.
But here's the thing, though. When you think about that whole sort of ecosystem as such, people get all upset about that. I'm thinking, well, you shouldn't be upset. They're charged with doing the best thing by shareholders. Not the best thing by an advertiser as such, by shareholders. Yeah. So don't get upset about it. Just don't do it. Put a different analytics engine or something on there or whatever. There's no such thing as a free lunch. The reason why Google goes along and doesn't charge for Google Analytics is very, very clear. They want to know that traffic came from their AdWords campaign to your website. They can track it all the way through your website to the conversion process. They can then put a dollar value on the conversion process. They know that. So therefore, that influences your AdWords buying, and they'll make it so it's just profitable for you. You can't tell me that doesn't happen. Like the Google's core competency is ask yourself, and once again, I don't get upset about Google about this, right? Don't get me wrong. I think Google's doing fabulous stuff, whether it's doing, but Google's core competency is analytics. Yeah. That's what it does. It crunches data. And we go along and give them so much of our data for free.
a lot of our data out there is for free. That's people that don't, and because it's some people listening might not really get some of the things you're talking about. And for me, I'm sorry to the audience who might not be, as in love with numbers and data as I am. But I see what you're talking about when you can see user behavior of the world based on domain traffic. I understand what you're saying. Right, it's like that data is there. You're seeing flows to different websites, and people going to those websites is because of certain things going on in the world. Like sometimes you'll see exactly that. The obvious one is obviously the weather, right? You'll see without looking out the window, you in your office, you could see what's the traffic light, the internet traffic light, not light, in your area. And you'll see, there's a uptick to whatever it is in Australia, weather.com or weather.com.au or whatever it is. And you'll know that, it's probably a storm coming or something that people are going there for a reason, So that's why I think it's so fascinating to be on your side of that database that I'd love to look at under the hood, because it's just, it's, but then that goes back to exactly user behavior and how it tracks to advertising. I think that's when I see you talking about that. I see how you've kind of over time you've enabled enabled a system that optimizes that traffic, and you know what to look for, and and I guess it's dynamic more than anything else, because if you had to manually reset it all the time, it would be
basically it's the tweaking the algorithms, things like that. One of the other interesting things in our sort of test site, we have a search engine on there. I actually built the search engine myself. And I want to see what people were searching on and the actual key terms and that sort of stuff. Yeah. And it's fascinating. Absolutely fascinating. We have thousands and thousands of searches every day on the search box, right? Yeah. And just seeing what people search on is just mind-blowing. Some of it's really good, some of it's really bad. For instance, there's quite a bit of people looking for kid porn, which is frightening. So when anyone ever searches for that sort of stuff on my search engine, they get automatically redirected to the FBI website on that area. Seriously, I do. I automatically redirect them. I think someone else said here they automatically have their DNS going through to 8.8.8.8, which is Google.
Is it? Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, so I completely agree with you.
I don't know. Yeah.
Just give Google your whole DNS log.
Yeah.
Seriously? You're giving Google your entire DNS log? So it's an interesting one. But but seeing what people search on is fascinating. It really is. It gives you insight into the way people are thinking.
So here's a nerdy question, just kind of a little bit parallel, whatever it is. Are you able to see stuff if somebody's searching or somebody's going to a website, let's say bike versus bicycle? Are you able to see that because a certain person uses one type of or uses one sort of term or the other, is there a difference in the value of that traffic? Are you able to go to that level?
The answer is yes. Wow. So it gets worse than that. I remember doing an analysis on a particular domain. I can't remember what it was. And the only difference between that domain and another one was a letter M versus not having letter M. It was a typo, right? And the difference in earnings per click was 1 cent versus 10 cents.
Wow.
And I thought to myself, someone really needs to do a PhD thesis on this, because it gives an insight into the psychology.
Yeah. Yeah. That's what I'm saying. I want to see that data. I mean, I'm sure it's not that simple, but I mean, that type of data, it's got to be so fascinating. It's it is psychology. It's the raw data of psychology, right?
Because you're looking at psychology on two sides. You're looking at, say, earnings per click rate, which is a reflection, or ultimately it comes in the normalized RPM, boils down to. That's a reflection of the buyer psychology. Then you've got the user psychology, which is the click-through rate side. And so you're getting both sides of the equation, and you're seeing both pictures of the psychological pictures.
Yeah.
And the question is, how do you maximize the intersection between those two?
Yeah.
Because what you want to do is you want to maximize the intersection. That's optimization.
Yeah.
Like, how do you maximize the intersection?
Yeah.
Yeah, so it's interesting. The question was the misspell with more or less? To be quite blunt, I can't remember what it was. They could have been both misspells for all I really can't. I did analysis quite some time ago. The question was asked. I never like when I bid on Google on misspells, bidding less, that they eventually respelled.
Yeah. Google.
It's a good technique for many years to buy the misspelled keywords, don't buy the.
It was very popular, and I'll be the first to admit, like because of keyboard layout, there's often times that I always make the same sort of pattern of mistakes. Like if it's a certain letter after another certain letter, sometimes I skip it, or I type too fast and I switch them around, and those things are I think are trackable as well. You could probably, if you had all those logs over the years, you could see how people, where the keyboard layout is like where people tend to make mistakes more than not. But
yeah, I've actually written a program that typos every single keyword combination for every single domain.
Wow.
For every single type of keyboard, whether it's a German keyboard, Austrian, Netherlands, Finnish,
Michael,
traditional.
You're a nerd.
Yeah, I did. I'm a developer. So I've done that, and so for instance, if the letter S is in a domain, then it's WEADZX because fat finger typos. So you do every single combination, or then you look at every single typo variation, which is like double F for a domain. What happens if it's a single F or double S? And so forth like that. So it's so it does every single. Then it does learning and all that sort of stuff as well. So I went and built all that, and it's quite an interesting exercise then to compare it against actual data. Yeah.
No, it's totally fascinating. So a couple of people are asking a couple of questions. We'll get to those.
Sure.
I think more simple, like just domain stuff. So here we have, what CCTLDs do you love most for traffic, and which ones do you like as an investment? I'm guessing as an investment. I'm guessing.
Yeah, I think I answered that earlier, which is looking at penetration credit cards, large populations. And personally, I put English into the mix, right? Okay. So I look at those. So .in is fabulous. I think it's got a tremendous potential. I like a lot of the European countries, obviously, as well. The South American countries are not English speaking, but they're very interesting because you look at like Brazil is massive in terms of market and all that sort of stuff. So bigger markets tend to be more forgiving. In you making a mistake, you're more likely to get traffic. So that's the things that I look for. There's some, like I was very big into Co-UK. I think I mentioned. So on the flip side of the coin, there's some interesting things happening in other regions of the world, like South Africa. Or Nigeria. You may say, Nigeria? Are you serious? Nigeria? Did you know Nigeria is going to have the biggest information supercorridor in the world in Lagos, in its capital?
I know they're
they've got all those scammers there, like driving traffic.
No. They've got they're
that's phenomenal.
Huge. Well, it's the most populous country in Africa, and I think I want to say by a fair margin. I'm not sure about, but and they're technologically they're really expanding quickly.
Yeah, they're massively expanding.
Africa is, I think it is, there's a significant future growth in Africa upcoming. There's a lot of Nigerian domainers as well who are coming on board, but it's
but it's interesting. But look at what's happening in Nigeria. And those countries like that. So keep an eye on those sort of things. And you'll see some early signs, and you may be able to move into the market ahead of potential competitors and stuff like that. But Malaysia, once again, it had a big supercorridor, information supercorridor, or the Indian one out of Hyderabad. Yeah. So look at those sort of those sort of things. So that's the sort of thing I look around for. And I think domains are going to be here for a long time in the future. And the reason why I think they're going to be here for a long time, now people kept on saying, oh, it's just going to be search or just apps.
Yeah.
Just ask yourself a simple question. When was the last time you installed a new app on your phone that you continuously used?
When was the last time somebody bought a 3D TV? That was supposed to be the biggest thing, right?
Yeah, like it's rare. Why? It's because you know what? How many apps can you have? But people still need the domains because there's so many businesses out there, and that's why I think domains are linked innately to humans. And
they are multifunctional. I mean, you can have your app on there, but it's also your calling card, and your address. It's also how you want people to see you too, right? Like some like ParkLogic, right? That's a rarity in the business to have as a good it's a good relevant domain name. Sometimes I was laughing the other day a few times about how some people in this industry have chosen domains that were like, what, you're supposed to be, but but ParkLogic, that's a great one, right? It's your parking, and it's also it's very analytical and very logical. And and it represents it's not just your calling card, but it also represents your identity. So
yeah, we it's funny, like it comes back to my blog, Whizbang's blog.
Yeah.
And people say, why the heck Whizbang's blog?
Yeah, I know for the record, it's WHIZZ, right?
It's easy to just go to michaelgilmour.com. But people say, well, why Whizbang's blog? And it's because what happened was when I first got in the industry 20 years ago, you had to sort of choose you go into a forum or something like that, and you choose like an alias. And I thought, what do I choose? I don't know. And I thought, okay, I'll become Whizbang. Why? Because as a kid, when I was in high school or something like that, I would play games with my friends, whatever, board games. I was always called Whizbang. And I don't know why. And so I put Whizbang in there, and it became known in the industry as Whizbang. So I thought, okay, it's Whizbang's blog.
Yeah.
And I then thought to myself, what I want to do is I want to see if I can take a completely nonsensical, ridiculous domain name and turn it into something. And I did.
Nice.
And the way I did it was I just kept on writing and writing and writing and writing. And well over a decade now. I've taken a break the last 3 months, by the way. If you look there, I've actually, I haven't done something for about 3 months. I'm about to start back into it now. It's out of the US summer period. But it's something I'm quite passionate about sharing in my blog. And I quite often share my thinking at that time. So if you go back to some of the early articles in there, and you can see the evolution of my thinking. And I'll be quite open. People say, but you said that and you're saying something else now. Like, what's going on here? And I said, well, it's because I've discovered something new. And I'm happy to go along and have a conversation which changes my mind. Yeah. And I think that's an important thing. Yeah. It's important to have that sort of thing. To be flexible in your thinking, you're constantly learning. Yeah. And that's why I love talking to domain investors. But yeah. So is there any other questions you got there?
There's one more on the side here. We're just going to go back to actually technical stuff. Is what's the highest paid click you've seen the past month, and what industry was it in? I don't know if you're allowed to say that with or
it's funny. I talked about earnings per click before. It's a metric I don't look at typically. I look at normalized RPM because normalized earnings per click can actually be
one-offs or whatever it is.
No, well, it's not just that. Earnings per click can be changed. You see, it's earnings per click. So it's revenue divided by how many clicks. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to filter out all my clicks. Mm-hmm. I'm going to filter out to only a few clicks, which then artificially increases my earnings per click.
Oh yeah.
So if I got a revenue line of $10,
Yeah.
and reality behind the scenes, there was like 100 clicks, but I only report, say, 10 of them. Then my earnings per click is really high. So in the past, I'm not saying nowadays or anything like that, but in the past, you had companies out there that go along and say, we have the highest earnings per click of anyone. I'll do it. All you do is just report less clicks.
Yeah.
Like that's a marketing exercise, right? Or they say, we have the highest IPM of any company out there. Really? All you do is report less views. You're just filtering more of the traffic. Yeah. So the thing I look at is normalized RPM, which is what we count as traffic, what we see as revenue, and that gives us something we can compare every company on.
Yeah, because you'd think that also a big part of the revenue is how many clicks are you able to generate compared to the other ones too, right? Like by basically what's...
Yeah, it's just, it's all smoke and mirrors. The only thing that matters is how much traffic we see, we send. Like you think about it, we count every single piece of traffic we send to every single monetization provider, and we see what revenue it generates. So we know how much traffic we sent them.
Yeah.
I don't care what they report back to me. We know how much we sent them. Mm-hmm. And then we know how much revenue they say they're going to pay. And by the way, there's 7 different revenue numbers, but that's a separate conversation. So if we know there's, we see the revenue coming back, we know how much traffic, we know we can then develop a metric. Mm-hmm. And that's, so we can do a direct comparison of one company after another. That's the only way you can do it, right? The challenge comes with zero-click guys and all that sort of stuff, and you've got a whole different thing of comparing an average price versus a spot price. Zero-click is spot price. I will pay 10 cents for that click right now. 10 cents for that piece of traffic. But when you look at, say, I know your typical parking numbers, they're an average across a day.
Okay, yeah.
So it may be made of a 50-cent click, a 5-cent click, or whatever. So it may be an average of 8 cents. You say, oh, we should take the 10-cent one. But what happens if the 10-cent one's only taking the 50-cent guy?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, so it's a spot price versus an average price. That took us like 6 months to work out. Well, what happens if you get a company that says, I'll pay you $10 for this traffic?
Yeah.
Great, for this domain. But then they do a clawback at the end of the month of, say, $2 of it. Did they really pay $10?
Oh, yeah.
So then you've got companies.
You've already set in your head the 10, but it's like, yeah.
But it's not.
Yeah.
So then you've got to work out, okay, so how do you actually unpack that one? So when they say $10, they're actually not meaning $10, they're actually meaning 8.
Yeah.
Yeah, so then how do you essentially penalize them on that basis? So there's all these different things and moving components to the algorithm. You're getting a glimpse to our algorithm. There is a lot of different components to it, and it's something that it's endlessly fascinating.
Yeah.
Endlessly.
No, I mean, the data just fascinates me. I could probably talk to you for another 10 hours about the specifics of the data, because it's fascinating. You know, like what you see in those numbers behind. Look, for some people, they don't not numbers, whatever it is, but like for me, it's like, you know, in the Matrix, right, with all those characters coming down, it's like, for them, you know, it's only a movie, obviously, but for them, all those characters mean something, right? And all those data points are coming together, and how they collide, and whatever it is, it's all pretty fascinating. So I like most people who know me, they know I'm a big data nerd, and you know, it's I like looking at data as opposed to statistics, right? And there's a big difference between the two for those of you who don't know, you know. And
it's an interesting thing, seeing all that data out there, and but more than that, trying to understand what it means, and then developing action items from it. There's no point having data unless you can actually make decisions, and that's the biggest challenge. Like I said, we just recently spent 20 hours, or probably even a bit more than that, actually, thinking about it, of doing a whole new analysis on and trying to view the data in different ways. to see whether we can actually get another 10 or 20% increase in revenue and that sort of stuff for our clients. And it's really fascinating stuff. And it's just viewing the traffic in a different way and a different metrics. And then saying the number one thing I said to my business colleague was, this is really interesting and I love it, but what are the action items?
Yeah.
What decisions can we make which are going to increase the revenue for customers? That's the number one thing.
And I'm sure, like, after 15 years, it's not one answer, right? There's a lot of little things.
No.
Yeah.
No, it's not one answer, and it's some of the big challenges is interpreting the data to an action item and realizing you haven't actually got to the endpoint yet.
Yeah,
it's funny. I was watching a thing on Disneyland, on the birth of Disneyland with Walt Disney and all that sort of stuff last night on TV with my wife, and he was always amazing guy, amazing entrepreneur, amazing visionary. But he was always, once he'd finally done something, he was like, "What's next? What's next? What's next?" And I find we're very much the same like that. And it's like, great, we understand that thing about the data, fantastic. What's next? Or we've made these changes and we've seen the results and it's positive. What's next? And it's constantly thinking about what's next, which I think sets ParkLogic apart. Where we're trying to constantly innovate and think of new and in more interesting ways which will benefit clients. And it's an endless cycle. Like people have said to me all the time, "Well, when is a domain optimized?" I said, "Never is. It never is.
It's a living thing." Yeah. Okay.
It's a living thing. It's constantly changing. Therefore, we need to constantly change, and we need to build systems that constantly change.
It changes with the advertisers, right? The advertisers are always like, when you look what it's probably compared to 2 years ago, the advertisers today are probably very different set, and what each of those businesses are willing to pay have probably changed significantly in the last 2 years since the start of COVID.
Yeah. It's been really interesting, particularly seeing the last probably 6 or 7 months, and to see the changes in the traditional packing companies. And right now you have one company is driving ahead of others in gross revenue, in performance and that sort of stuff. Well, before they're languishing down to the bottom.
Okay, yeah.
And my like we have some theories around what actually occurred there and all that sort of stuff. We actually think it was they were a company who were doing a lot of arbitrage. They're now not doing as much arbitrage, and they're getting smart price back up again because Google was punishing the arbitrage.
Okay.
Yeah, so short-term gains and that sort of stuff. Yeah, so it's really interesting to watch this sort of thing. So we can see the different companies. We can see the ones which are consistent behind their what's the word I'm after? They're consistent behind their ethos and the way they actually drive their company. And we can see it's just consistent. And then we see others, they'll go up and then down, depends. You see a new management come in. And it was down here, see new management come in, they bring it back up, they make a whole lot of decisions, which then influence outcomes. Or you see other people, they begin doing things like keyword stuffing. They put the word management with every keyword or something. That's very dangerous, or software or something like that, or high value keyword. Yeah. Very dangerous practice, which I think Google is going to smash eventually and potentially have your whole entire portfolio banned.
Yeah,
if you're doing that sort of thing, or if you're letting someone else do it for you.
Yeah, they had panda, they had penguin. What's next? Platypus, another. Their next update.
Yeah, but what I'm not sure if people realize this, but if you keyword stuff your domains, you potentially can get your domain banned. Why? Because it's not actually what the user wants.
Yeah.
Okay. What you're trying to do is you're trying to be in that category, but push the limits. That's what you're trying to do all the time. And so you could get your domain banned. But worse than that, there's something worse. You can get your DRID banned.
Get what?
Your DRID is your domain registrant ID. Every single domain investor that parks their domain has a domain registrant ID. by Google. All right. And if you get enough of your domains banned, you can get your DRID banned, with which case you're out of the industry. You're toast.
Wow.
Do not, and I'll say this, and I know people will disagree with me and all that sort of stuff, and people will yell at me. Do not, my advice is do not go along and set keywords on your domains which potentially are pushing the limits. To be quite blunt with you, I would, in a lot of cases, I would, not all, but in a lot of cases, I would just let Google do what Google does. Yeah. Because what you don't want to do, like a classic example, many years ago, I went to Google, I said, if I have pizza.com, what sort of advertising should be on there? And they said, oh, it's about selling pizzas. And I said, but hang on, I've done some research into this, and I found out that pizza.com was getting traffic from people wanting to become franchises of pizza shops.
Oh, yeah.
So why don't I put pizza franchise as a keyword, and with which case I get much higher and all that sort of stuff. I said, it's real. I'm not trying to be doing anything wrong or anything like that here. And they said, yes, you could do that. But if their algorithms say, because they use algorithms say, hey, you're trying to do something wrong here, then they'll ban the domain. Then you're toast. Yeah. Right? And even though if you think you're trying to do something right, then you're potentially running a big risk. You don't even realize you're doing it. Be really careful. The one exception to this is the one exception is putting negative keywords in, so you're away from trademarks and that sort of stuff. I would agree with that, but I'd be so careful around that. And I know there's some companies out there say, "Hey, we'll set your keywords on your domains." So let me understand this: you've outsourced your domains to a company who all they care about is sending high value stuff on. They don't care about your domains.
Yeah.
All they care about is sending high value stuff. Oh, but you're going to make more money. For how long?
Yeah, until you get hit,
Until you get hit or something like that. And I just wouldn't do it. I just think it's too risky. Like I've been in this industry for 20 years, and ParkLogic's been doing it for 15 years. Why? Because we try to do the right thing by our customers, try to do the right thing by our partners, right thing by Google, and understanding the way they behave.
Yeah.
And you just do that, and don't try to push it.
Yeah.
Just don't try to push it.
Well, I'm trying to think back to when I was in Beavers or Cubs, whatever is it, honesty's best policy.
Yeah.
Just be honest with you.
But it's even more than that. It's also understanding where the other guy's coming from, because you could put pizza franchises on there, and that's being honest.
Yeah.
And it's actually being more honest. But understand where the other guy is coming from, that he might punish you anyway. And I hate to say it, the big gorilla in the room is going to win. Yeah, and so I'd be really, really careful with that. Like, once again, I could be completely wrong. We used to have, in the early days, have whole keywording teams and all that sort of stuff. And we moved away from that because we saw that it was actually potentially risking our clients' domains.
Wow. And
we said, we have a responsibility to our clients to not do that. Put them at any risk. Well, that money that they're generating is paying for kids' school fees, for medical bills, for mortgages, all that sort of stuff. We take it very seriously. We, as ParkLogic, may not take you out to the latest nightclub at a names con or something like that, and take you to some strip club or something or whatever, or put on this big show and dance. But I'll tell you what, we're going to treat your domains more seriously than anyone else.
And you know what? Like it actually it's going full circle. It goes back to your mentality of planting that seed the first time, right?
Yeah.
You take it, you grow it grow it nice and steady and slow, and you'll end up with something. You know, you could get that bracelet moment, and then grow from there, right? And then it's oftentimes when you try to cheat that system and you know, do whatever it is to grow that tree too fast, unhealthy way. It'll die at some point, right? So,
well, it's like putting Roundup on your little peach tree, like poisoning your peach tree before it begins to actually grow properly or anything like that. Like, wait for the peach tree to come up, and it'll give you lovely peaches. You know, so do that. An interesting question was asked, like, can you put your own content on a park page? The answer is we can put a banner at the top, like a little banner saying, hey, this domain's for sale, and click here or whatever. You can do that. But really, in optimization for traffic domains, you're really looking at how to best optimize and extract the value of the traffic. As soon as you put other content on there, then you're in a different world. I remember years ago, there was, in fact, Ammar was one of the founders of the company, Traffic Z. It doesn't exist any longer. But Traffic Z, they came out with an amazing system. You can put things on the page and all that sort of stuff. And and I remember at a conference, this back in 2009 or 2010, I can't remember, a long time ago. And I said, guys, look, as long as I get a click, I don't care. Yeah. Just give me a click. Yeah, that's what I was after at the time. Yeah. If you put put content on a page and allows me to get a click and earn more money, I'm in. Otherwise, get out of my way. Yeah. Don't distract the user, please. And I remember there's a company called Domain Sponsor. Some of you may or may not know them. All the old timers will know Domain Sponsor. They had a horrible, horrible looking brown template. It was just hideous. And every time they kept looking at taking it away because it looked terrible. Because all these domain investors would go, oh, that looks terrible. Oh, I don't like that. And I'd done all the analysis because I'm a data junkie on the different templates. And I went to Domain Sponsor and said, don't you dare ever take away this horrible looking brown template because it performs about twice as good as any other. Yeah. The thing I'm after is I was after that click to get my normalized RPM to get up. I want my normalized RPM higher. And you look at some of the landing page of some of the traditional parking companies right now, and they look terrible. They're hideous things. They really are, like multicolored, this, that. Let me tell you, there has been so much science put behind that in A/B testing about how to get a bit more. Like, seriously?
That's sad. That's sad. That means like, oh, we're oh wow. It means we actually, yeah.
Don't mess with it. Like, people say, I want something beautiful. Don't mess with it. The one exception would be if you're moving into the retention model. The retention model is very different. Okay. Now we're wanting to retain users, not do a quick transaction. Okay. Get that quick click. Retention is you want something which actually is geared to that model, that retention model, to generate the revenue and so forth moving forward. And that's a very, very different thing, with which case you're all about the font, you're all about the color, you're all about the graphics and everything. So it's very different. Yeah.
So it was supposed to be about half an hour, and we've gone along, and it's been really super fascinating. We did sidestep a question though that we kind of answered, or you kind of answered a little bit, but indirectly. Maybe just take a couple minutes, just to give people, like, you're in a very unique position where you could probably answer this. Might be obvious to others, but he was asking what's the highest pay-per-click. Maybe just take a step back and go, like, just give us an idea of what are the hot industries right now. Just maybe tell people like what's hot right now. Anything that your data says is kind of shifting over time, or
look, it changes all the time. The interesting thing is you look at it on a domain by domain basis, and you can see the traffic flow from one provider to another, whoever's paying the most for it. The algorithm drives the traffic to the highest yielding position, and that's on a domain level. You then look at an account level. It's the same thing. You can see it, and then you look at it like categories of domains, and once again you see it's very dynamic, because you think about what we're doing is we're trying to play the peaks and troughs against each other.
Okay. Yeah.
This has a couple of advantages. One is it maximizes revenue, but also minimizes your risk. So let's imagine you have, and I'll come back to your question in a second. Let's imagine you have all your domains with a single provider. So all your domains with a single provider, and that provider was paying $10 for a particular domain. And then they lose an advertiser or something like that, and then now they're paying $1. Then you've suddenly gone from 10 to 1. But let's imagine you're with us and they're paying $10 still, but the next provider, because we have them engaged continuously as well, is paying like $8. This guy goes from 10 to 1. You now go from 10 to 8. You don't go to 1.
Yeah, yeah.
So it minimizes risk.
Yeah.
So that's a really important thing that a lot of people don't really grasp on, is that we minimize that risk. And that's very, very important, the downside risk.
Yeah. So,
to answer your question,
okay.
then, the categories.
Yeah.
Look, we all know that travel was completely decimated due to COVID. I think that what we're seeing is the rumblings of travel beginning to come back, just the rumblings of it. And I think that's largely because of vaccination rates. So look at vaccination rates as a leading indicator of travel beginning to open up around the world. I think it's going to be very interesting to see what happens with the countries when they introduce essentially a COVID passport. Mm-hmm. I think that is going to happen. And that's going to become the new norm. Yeah. Whether you like it or not, and civil liberties aside and all that sort of stuff. Like
we had an opportunity to do something, but it's I think COVID is a reality for a while now.
Yeah, like COVID is in the community, and that's, as I said to my kids, I said, COVID it's not if you'll get it, it's when you'll get it.
Yeah, unfortunately.
And if it's when you'll get it, then my view is, everyone has different views, is get vaccinated. Because you look at the percentage of cases in the hospital is like 90% of people that are in the hospital, or it could be potentially on death's door, they are not vaccinated. Yeah. All the people that are vaccinated, there's only 10% that are in the hospital. 10% of cases, something like that. But anyway, so I think that travel is you're starting to see the rumblings of it coming back. Mm-hmm. And when that was a major segment online, is that coming back. Like I haven't traveled for like 20 months, which I used to be traveling every couple of months, right? Yeah. So it's a really big thing. The other interesting thing, leading indicator, Qantas, for instance, Qantas, as you know, is Australia's major airline. They sent me an email the other day, said, if you upload your COVID passport, your COVID document, which I have from the government, if you upload that, then we'll give you 1,000 frequent miler points, or you can have status credits or whatever. Yeah. And you can see what they're heading towards is you won't be allowed on their airplane unless you can have proof. Yep. Now we've got proof because your account is with us. Yep. You're good.
And even better, we can advertise to you now because we know you can
correct
to fly, right?
Correct. You can now fly.
So it's
correct. What's the point of advertising to people that can't fly?
Yeah.
Yeah. So
bring it back to advertising. Yeah.
Yeah. So you can see that happening. So definitely travel. I'm seeing the rumblings of it starting to come back. That's a major segment. I think trying to think of some of the other segments. Finance took a beating there for a while because people stopped buying houses. I'm not sure what happened in the US, but house prices, it was really interesting. House prices went up. We saw house prices go up, and yet I think it's more the average house price. The thing I was after, and I didn't get the numbers, I don't have the numbers on this in the US market, I was looking at the Australian market, is that house prices have skyrocketed in Australia, the average house price. Be very careful of statistics. Yeah. Average house price went up, but the number of sales has gone down.
Volume has dropped.
Volume is massively dropped. So, of course, you get all the real estate agents, realtors out there saying, hey, the prices of houses are going up. You've got to sell now. You can take advantage of the boom and all that sort of stuff. No, it's just the number of sales has dropped as people become more risk averse. Yeah. So I think that's going to swing around as people get used to the fact that, hate to say it, you're going to be getting a jab once a year, just like your flu shot. You'll get a jab once a year, and COVID's there to stay, and that's all there is to it. You can complain about it, you can bitch and moan about it, and you can say if the Republicans were in power or the Democrats were in power, that's irrelevant because COVID really doesn't care who's in power. Yeah. It will go along and kill whoever it wants to kill. So, which is really sad, because there's real people suffering out there. There's real families losing loved ones, thousands per day. So I don't know. That's a couple of segments. Sorry, you had another question?
No. I was gonna sort of do a wrap. I just want to make sure that people actually understood that So I think some people might not be aware that ParkLogic, they're obviously a parking platform, but like when you say auction off, like what they do is, well, maybe you can say is like you go to other advertising providers, people with advertising content, and you find for your like for myself, if I'm on ParkLogic as a domain investor, you find the optimal sort of partner advertiser for my domain at that particular time at the best price point. So that's why often people think that you're directly contacting the advertiser. No, you're actually contacting other networks of advertisers, right? So
yeah. So you said it pretty well, but essentially we take traffic inbound.
Yeah.
In a space of 100 milliseconds, we work out who's going to pay the most for it.
Yeah.
So whether it's any of the global advertising networks, right? We have a dry mix, and the floor price of that auction is the best traditional parking provider. That's the floor price.
Okay.
So that means the worst case you're going to get is the best parking provider.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah.
And
So
all the other ones to outbid them in the cases where they have spikes in demand. That's
correct. Yeah. So that's what we do. So we take traffic inbound, run that auction every 100 milliseconds, and what it also means is that I remember I was at a conference and I was on a platform with Cedo and Bodus and all that sort of stuff were there. And there's one guy was getting all upset about there's another guy on the platform actually was saying, oh, these parking companies are garbage. And they were in a difficult position because they're bound by confidentiality and all that sort of stuff with Google and everything like that. But I wasn't. And I said, no, they're all really good companies. They're actually good companies for a point of time, for a particular instance, for a piece of traffic.
Yeah.
I said, they all win. And some of them win more than others and all that sort of stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah. And that varies over time as well, constantly varying. I said, so you can't say they're no good because they're good people as well.
Yeah.
This guy was really quite disparaging. He was at a European conference, really disparaging, in fact. And I said, you cannot say that. They're, number one, good people, I think, on the whole, really good people. But number two, they perform well at particular instances in time. And so all what we do is we know which instance and for which piece of traffic.
Yeah. Yeah.
And that changes over time too. So you can have the same domain in the space of, like, literally in a space of an hour, it can go to 3 different providers. It just it shoots through to the highest payer. I could go more than that, much faster, in fact. For high traffic domains, we can have it in the whole bidding process. It can go to 10 different providers.
Wow.
Yeah. So we're not a parking company.
Yeah.
So if you're thinking, ParkLogic is just a parking company, I know it's ParkLogic.
Yeah.
But
I wanted that to be clear to people before we wrapped up because
we're not a parking company.
Yeah.
Think of us as a meta company. We sit across the top. Yeah, we sit across the top of everyone, and that allows us to get a very different view of the world.
Yeah.
And we've been doing this
at every period. Yeah. Yeah.
Correct. The thing we're looking for is the mountains all the time. And so we're saying, okay, what can we actually do? So we're not a parking company. We think parking is great, and we'll send traffic to them if they win, but only if they win. And that's the big difference between us. And the other thing is that when you work with us, you do not have to set up all the different companies, set up accounts for all different companies. No, we manage everything for you. We say, we're the experts of this. Why should we actually outsource it to an amateur, which is you? We've been doing this for 15 years. I hate to say it. I'll be very blunt. Yeah. You're an amateur at monetization compared to us. The reason why you're paying us a commission is because we're the experts.
Yeah. Yeah. You're probably not very good at growing corn, so outsource that to the grocery store. It's like, yeah, but that's what you do, right? So yeah,
that's exactly right. Yeah. So the reason why I go to a lawyer is because I'm not a legal professional. The reason why I go to an accountant is because, do I understand accounting? Heck yeah, I've run businesses the last 40 years of my life. Yeah, so I understand accounting, but do I have an accountant? You bet I do. He keeps me out of trouble with the tax department, with taxes and stuff. Yeah, so I have all that. It's likewise with domain investors. Like, why are you trying to pretend you're the expert monetization when you're not?
Yeah.
It's just, I hate to say it, you're just stupid. You're kidding yourself. You're not an expert accountant. You're not an expert lawyer. You're an expert dentist. You don't operate on your own teeth because you looked at a YouTube video. Oh, I think I can do it myself. Yeah. No. Oh, I'll just cut my appendix out. All good. No. You go to a professional that does that. And that's what we do. And if the professional doesn't add value to you, then you go to a different one. It's as simple as that.
Yeah.
We're the experts and monetization, and that's what we really focus on. There's a lot of other things we're looking at too, but we're focusing on monetization, and we have for the last 15 years. And it's been an amazing journey. And we work with some domain investors who are doing in excess of $10,000 a day in revenue.
Wow, a day.
Yeah, a day.
Wow.
Way in excess of that, in fact. Yeah, and it's so so Richard, yes, I think about what we're not supposed to cut our own appendix out. Yeah, you're not supposed to cut your own appendix out. I hate to sort of like just let you know about that. Likewise, you shouldn't monetize your own domains.
Yeah, at least don't do it on the weekend, Richard. Wait till Monday.
Well, if you're going to cut your own appendix out, make sure you have a lot of alcohol or something like that, because it's going to hurt a lot. With which case, you're probably in no state to cut your appendix out. But it's like that. Like with selling domains, find a broker who's a real expert and work with them for your high value domains. If you happen to get inquiry on your own high value domain, fine, but get someone who's actively out there trying to sell your high value domains. And don't get anybody, get somebody. Like, who cares if they get 20% or 10% or whatever? Just get them sold.
Yeah.
Like, if you can't, there's a lot of things I just don't get about this industry.
That's probably the best way to say that's a topic for another day.
Oh my gosh! Like, it's just
that might.
Yeah. Let's squeeze another dime out of someone. We'll squeeze another dime out of someone, and we'll leave the $100 sitting on the table. Yeah, how does that make sense? Yeah. It's just like, it's nuts. But anyway, it's go to the experts. There's many great experts. And next time you get a UDRP or something like that, speak to a lawyer. And speak to one of the good lawyers out there, and you've got some of them on your program this week.
Got a few coming on Wednesday, yeah.
Yeah, exactly right. I saw that. So speak to the lawyer. Don't go along and try to run the UDRP yourself. You'll lose your domain. They have a skill. They have expertise. Pay for it. Yeah. Don't try to do everything yourself. You try to do everything yourself, you fail. Yeah. You'll be bad at everything rather than good at something. Be really good at finding great domains that sell. Be really good at finding great traffic domains with real humans at the other end. Yeah, pick an expertise and really hone that, and then outsource everything else. And develop great relationships. One of the things I give to just about every one of our clients is my personal Skype address. So if they have a question, they Skype me. They don't Skype some account manager. They Skype me. And if something's broken or something's not working the way they like, then we fix it. It's a better way of doing it. So I'm one of the founders of the company. So this is my business partner, myself. You can't get higher than me. And sometimes I'll say, I'm sorry, it's on the roadmap, but it's not going to happen this week.
Yeah, maybe next one after that. But and so I guess, is there anything else you wanted to wrap up with? Any before we?
Yeah, I do. I do want to say something. And that is, I've really missed meeting a lot of people. And you putting this on, and seeing your great face and everything, smiling face, has been fabulous. And it's it's to be in this industry, you have no idea how I regard it in terms of it's been such a privilege being in this industry. And I have such great friends I've known for decades now. And to see even the last panel, I caught towards the end of the last panel because it was like 5 a.m. or something here. And to see them, Ammar and Adam and Shane, and yourself on the panel and everything. And it was just like, it's like a breath of fresh air. I don't think we need to underestimate just how amazing an industry we work in, and how different the people really are. They're different, but being quirky, like I said before, but they're different in terms of the giving nature. They just want to give. Yeah. It's very few hold the cards close to their chest like that. Most just want to give, it's very rare.
I'd have to say for the last year and a half now. Well, I mean even a little longer, but I mean mostly year and a half since Michael Seiger started the Zooms back in March of 2020. Quarantine Social, and eventually when I took over last July, Domain Social, but it was the same group of people, and it's exactly that. Like it's as you said, a community of really quirky, unique individuals, but you know, very lovable and all special in their own way. Like it's. Every Friday, until next Friday, and then we'll evolve. There'll be still meetings and stuff like that. But I mean, it's been every Friday. It's like it's a unique set of characters, and it's always fun. It's always entertaining. It's never the same, right? It's never the same. And it's like the biggest thing when the domains, right? All domains are a little bit different. So yeah, I have to say that, especially today too. Like the first session was really good with Alex, Jason, and Roman too. Like those guys are really hustlers. They outbounding. It's like, I mean, they're on a mission to really make some action and make some sales. And then as you said, the panel before yours was 3 people I look up to a lot because of when I started, they were visible. They were doing all these things all the time, and. It's Ammar's been really kind of with me over the last year and a bit since we started to know each other, and Shane I've known since I started virtually because I used to read his blog and I used to send him super long emails. He's like, okay, but he read along and stuff like that. And Adam has been like pioneer in this industry, and even if I didn't interact with him as much until again this past year. A lot of what he's been touching has helped me, like all these data points, all these name bio, and all these other things. Like it's just what people in this industry are giving. It's weird because you'd think that domains is probably one of the biggest industries where you could have an advantage by not sharing anything, but they do. So it just goes to show.
Yeah, it's. I look at my first domain I bought, and I got a 10-cent click to where I've come through to now, and. It's been an incredible journey, but more than that, it's been an incredible journey with incredible people, and I can't emphasize enough just the privilege I've had along that journey of being with, doing the distance as I call it, with a whole group of people who was back in the early 2000s, and that sort of stuff, and to see them again, still there. It's been really good. And one of the things I'm looking forward to is being able to travel again and coming to a next NamesCon or whatever. Yeah. And spending some time together with people and in the bar, just hanging out. And listening to their journey. And I remember the last night of every conference, whoever I was getting together with, I'd say there's one rule. And the rule is we don't talk business. Okay. And I just want to get to know you. Yeah, and you need to get to know me. So no business. I'm happy. If you want to talk business, fine. You can leave the room or the bar or whatever. We'll talk business over there. But just for that last night of the conference, just no business. And from those times, I've made such great personal friends. And it's because of this industry. It really is. And it's just phenomenal. The way people are willing to be open, the way people are willing to give. But I think that as many of us need to understand is there's many in the industry also who have really been suffering these past like 18 months or so, whether it's a loss of a loved one or themselves suffering. Like I know some people in the domain industry who got COVID and end up in the ICU ward and nearly died. And they still bear the scars of it, and it's just frightening. Just some of the things that happened, and it'll be good to go up to those people and give them a hug. We're hopefully when we all get clear of this sort of period of time in our lives, and I wouldn't be surprised if there's going to be some tears shed. Not everything has been rosy for everyone's lives. People have had some really tough times. So it's just, I'm very mindful of that. I'm very mindful of that life is broader than just domains as well. And that behind every domain, there's a real person.
Yeah, that's true.
But anyway, on that note, I look forward to seeing everyone. And if anyone, seriously, go to mcl.club if you want to learn about monetization. There's a whole lot of my thoughts on there. Videos, it costs nothing. Just sign up and away you go. So mcl.club, and feel free to reach out to me. My personal Skype is whizzbang01. That's WHIZZBANG01. I can probably put that in here. Whizzbang01 is my Skype.
Clubhouse and YouTube won't see it, but they heard you. Yeah.
So feel free or reach out to me via email if you have any questions or anything like that. Very happy to do this. And Arif, thank you for putting this event on. It's been amazing.
Yeah,
I think I'll go to bed after this.
I know. I think you're due for breakfast. Usually I run out for breakfast a little bit before. Your wife's your pancake, your eggs are cold. Your eggs and bacon are cold. I appreciate you being here. I mean, it was I planned this. We were going to be half an hour in Park, 50 minutes in ParkLogic, and we went on and on and on about parking. And I think for some people maybe they don't understand the intricacies of data, but I mean the whole thing, it totally fascinates me on many levels, not just as a domainer, but just as the data and where all that points to. So before we start talking about it again, I'll thank you again for coming on, because I'm sure we could probably go on for another few hours, but we'll let you get back on your day. So thank you very much once again. And,
my pleasure.
We'll talk to you.
God bless everyone. See you later.
Bye.
Cheers.
All right. So that was a little bit longer than intended, but it was for me. It was a fascinating discussion with Michael from ParkLogic, and so as we do at the end of the day here, I think we went on a little bit. Anybody wants to pop on, you can. Actually, you know what? I think maybe today we'll just I'll end the recording here. It's been a long day. So we're gonna do that. We're gonna end the recording now. End the stream now. The YouTube is going to be crunching this video for quite some time. My little buddy right next to me, he's been a good day today. Hey, Steamy, good boy. So I want to thank you all for watching. I will actually, before leaving, I will just do the routine of putting up the schedule for the rest of the week and just letting you know what's going on. Where are we here? Close this. Share screen. No more questions coming in. And there we go. So for the remainder of the week, so tomorrow we have Todd and Laith. They're going to be doing a panel on cannabis domains, and they're both very specialized in that. Then later on at 2:30 Eastern, it's going to be one-on-one with the broker of home.com, Andrew Miller. So I'm looking forward to that. He's got a bunch of other domains that he's sold as well. Obviously, he's been around for quite some time, and we're going to have some interesting stories. Then on Tuesday, I've got back-to-back one-on-ones with, again, two more of the leading brokers in this industry, Chris Zucker and Kate Buckley. And then, as we just referenced earlier on, on Wednesday, we have the ICA and Legal Day. So ICA is Internet Commerce Association. They're basically an organization that I wouldn't say fights for, but I mean they do fight for the interests of domain investors on platforms like ICANN, where oftentimes there'll be certain policy changes that might advantage or disadvantage domain investors. And they go there and they try to represent us as best they can and make sure our voice is heard, and that policies aren't changed in directions that we don't want. Then later on, right after that, again on Wednesday, the second panel at 2:30 Eastern. So all the panels the first one started at 1 p.m. Eastern, and so the second panel is going to be really a trifecta legal dream team of domain experts and lawyers: Zach Muscovich, Stephen Lieberman, and John Berryhill. I'm really looking forward to that one. There's a chance that one might go a little bit into overtime if I can get them to stay, but obviously they're very in-demand individuals, so we'll see what happens. Thursday, I still have a couple of things I'm going to be announcing, but what I can announce right now is at 2:30 Eastern, pretty much everything domain. Braden Pollock, who's everywhere. If you don't know Braden Pollock, he's been active in all corners of this community, and he's going to be doing a Q&A session. So if you guys have questions about the domains on pretty much any level, he'll be there to answer them. So and again, the Friday will be the final domain social. Not totally the end of socializations, but it will be the end under that name and in that specific format. I do have a couple more announcements coming up that I'll be sharing with you later on this week. That's that. And then I'm just going to scroll up here and just say, this is all free. You can watch it on YouTube. The rebroadcasting is on YouTube as well. You can go, I set up the link, live.domainerweek.com. From there, that just forwards you to the YouTube channel. So where you can watch all previous ones on demand. And then on a particular day, like for the next 5 days, how many days? I don't even know how many days are left. 5 days. Next 5 days, it's going to be as soon as the session starts, refresh the page, and it'll pop up, and you'll be able to stream live that day's current one. Although if you want to join us, again, the other thing you got to know, go to thedomainsocial.com. So don't forget the "the" in front of the domain social. Thedomainsocial.com. Register there. And every day right before showtime, I send out an email with the Zoom link, so you can come join us in Zoom. And you heard some people were chatting and stuff like that. Most people watch on YouTube, or there's some just followers in Clubhouse as well. But on Zoom, I think is the most elevated experience. You can chat, you can use the Q&A. I had people sending me emails throughout, and as you see, sometimes I got distracted and whatnot. So there's come on the Zoom, participate there. It's the easiest way. Q&A button and feature of Zoom is very useful. And so finally, I just do also want to say again, this is all free. It's been really a passion project because of the community, because of all these people I met for the last year. However, I'm also doing this to help maybe try to raise some funds for a few charities. So I ask that if you found value in the content of this week, I'm not asking for anything. However, you can go to donate.domainerweek.com. That forwards to a GoFundMe page. But you can see on this page here, there are basically 5 different charities that I would be splitting whatever comes in from that, or you can donate to them directly if you like. There's Water School, which on Monday we saw Greg McNair and Richard Lau come in and describe what they do. They basically bring water to corners of the world where it's a difficult difficult commodity to obtain. You can go to waterschool.org, .com. Actually, I think they have both. We had the discussion the other day. Waterschool.com, and you can donate directly to them. They as board members and their fellow board members, they pay for all the costs of that charity. So whatever you donate there goes to the charity, goes to the end, the end usage, the pumps or the other systems they have to help filtrate water for people who need that. Again, depending on what the funds come in, if it's American or Canadian, it's going to be split for Fred Hutchison and Canadian Cancer Society. So Fred Hutchison Research, which is one of Michael Seiger's charities of choice. My personally is also Third World's Education. That's important to me. UNESCO is what I usually go to. There's another one, EFK, which they Entrepreneurs for Knowledge, EFK.org. They are another like water school where they the board members, they pay for all the costs. So basically everything you send to them, it goes to the schooling, the schools or the teachers or whatever infrastructure they need specifically for education in third world countries. Also the ICA, which I already mentioned, Internet Commerce Association. I'm a personally member there. If you're a domain investor and you're making a few dollars a month, at least, a few dollars as in quotes, you're making a living off of this, or even a nice extra sum of money. The minimum level they have there is $25 a month. So you can join them, and really they do a lot of work for us behind the scenes that a lot of domain investors take for granted. And finally, as I mentioned before, we have a fellow domain investor who's very recently been hit with a very serious case of COVID. And he needs some help as well. If you go to the page here, there's a link specifically to his GoFundMe. But again, whatever's collected as the whole for this week, I'll be splitting basically between those five. So that's it. I think I'm going to end this thing now. Hopefully, I'll be able to have a little bit of energy and voice left for tomorrow. I'm really, really thankful to everybody who's watching again on YouTube, in the Zoom, in Clubhouse, all that stuff. I will see you tomorrow, it looks like, starting just before 1 p.m. Eastern. So on that note, I want to thank everybody, and I'm going to end the recording and the stream, and see you tomorrow.